is racist. Why would you vote for the racist because you care for marginalized communities?
Well, why would I vote for the politician that is constantly trying to say the other politician is racist and does nothing? And
wait. You just agreed that he was. You just agreed with
okay,
Kamala
but listen,
Harris.
I'm going back to my original point. The reason I voted,
even as it relates to the treatment of marginalized communities in America, like we can understand that Kamala Harris.
But I'm going back.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Even as it relates to Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, we can agree they're not perfect. In fact, in many ways, we could agree that they're bad, harmful, and regressive. But as I compare to Trump, holy fucking shit, they're Jesus 2.0. And let me explain. Okay, a lot of marginalized communities in our country have lower socioeconomic standings compared to white Americans because of systemic forms of oppression. Okay, so obviously, when you vote for Kamala Harris and support economic policy, which gives more purchasing power to low and middle class Americans, you're going to be disproportionately benefiting those same marginalized communities compared to Trump, who advocates for economic reform, and which takes money away from 80% of Americans, disproportionately negatively impacting the bottom 20% of income earners by taking away $2,200 in after-tax income from them. That disproportionately disenfranchises marginalized communities. Or even as it relates to women, look at Trump, a guy that has boasted about perving on naked teenage girls, hitting on 10-year-old girls, raping E. Jean Carroll, cheating on 3 of his wives. He took all American women and girls' federal protections away from them as it relates to their access to abortion. And now 66 million American women lack that decision, lack that access because of their men that legislate in their states at that state level. What have you voted for Kamala Harris? All of a sudden, she was going to advocate for reform in our federal government to ensure that every single American woman and girl had those protections for access to abortion. And that would have covered 66 million of them, including the 60 rape victims that get pregnant as a result of their rape that try to access abortion every single 24 hours like clockwork and are denied in 10 of our states, right? Obviously, like these are many ways in which A, Kamala Harris would have been better for marginalized communities compared to Trump, and B, Kamala Harris would have been great for marginalized communities regardless of Trump by fixing systemic issues that have existed in America before her term.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to debate?
Yeah, for sure. Everything I just said is something that I want to debate with you.
My point is, if there is these mass deportations, there hasn't been immigration reform since 1990. You can look this up. And I'm not looking this up. I'm not making this up because I know this for a fact. There hasn't been an immigration reform. And if we really want to see change, we shouldn't be just hating on, oh, the president this, the president that. What about our governors? What about our senators? What about our Republicans? People are not even going out to vote in these important elections. So when there is immigration reform that needs to be done, people are not voting for what the country needs. And then we all just lead it back to, oh, the president, oh, this, oh, that. But it is not the truth. So you can't just say that these presidents are going to be the solution for everything and done. No, there's so much more. So what I'm trying to get at is that we need somebody that is going to stand at least on what they're saying and going to actually do it. And so far from what he's doing, he's actually doing it. Now, if he does these deportations long term, will that allow for an amnesty to happen? Possibly, yes, because we cannot give an amnesty to so many people, including criminals. We have to find a way to clean out the system, make it better, and then that way we can have a proposal for an amnesty and actually make it withstand. Because if it can't withstand, then what is even the point of advocating for all of these minorities if nothing is going to get done? And yes, immigrants, they do pay taxes. Yes, they do abide to the laws, but unfortunately, there are a lot that don't. And I believe there should be consequences for the ones that do not. Because in any country
there should be consequences for the immigrants that break the law, but don't worry, when you're a white rich man from New York, your consequence should be the Oval Office.
No, that is not true either. That is not true either.
Wait, so then you think that
he has been tried by these courts, and honestly, you should just let the courts play out and do what they have to do.
The courts did, and you didn't accept them. Do you accept the civil court unanimously?
Okay, but he is still in office, and you act like there isn't checks and balances. If he really had to be kicked out of office, he would have been kicked out of office.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking you, right? If someone was held civilly liable,
he was impeached but not removed. There's a difference.
Stephanie.
So if he really needed to be removed, he could have been removed, but he was not.
Stephanie, if he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, would you support him still?
Okay, well, why is he not in prison then?
I would love for an answer to the question.
No, is that
because
you
of statute
guys,
limitations.
you literally just set everybody up to answer the question so that you can hear what you want to hear. I don't believe
This is
in
the first question I've asked you on the
racism.
live, so I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't believe it is okay to rape. I don't believe in it. It's okay to be a
But, like,
racist.
did
I
you
don't
did you
believe
hear
that.
my question?
Guess what? But guess what? I also don't believe that you have to lie to people and use them as a pawn. Because I've waited for 4 years to see change in this country, and I did not see change in this country.
Stephanie,
Yes,
I asked you a specific
Parker.
question, right? I would love an answer to that specific question. Do you remember what my
No, I
question
do
was?
not believe it's okay to rape a woman. Why
That's
would I
not what
believe
I
that?
asked you. That's not what I asked you.
What is it that you asked me?
If Trump was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, would you support him still?
Well, no.
No? Okay, well, that's true. Donald Trump was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. So given that that's the case, you agree that you don't support Donald Trump, right?
No, but I can support a Republican Party. That means that I don't have to vote for a Democratic Party if I don't believe that it's going to suit me better.
So you don't support Donald Trump, but you do support the Republican Party?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, well, then you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump then, right?
Well, I did vote for Donald Trump because I am Republican.
Do you regret that?
No, I do not regret voting for the Republican
Well, then
Party.
here, let me re-ask the question.
I do regret voting for the Democratic Party because they didn't do anything for us. They just used us as pawns.
You say that they haven't done anything for anyone. I have a question specifically. What is Donald Trump doing for marginalized communities that Kamala Harris wouldn't have done specifically?
Well, beginning with the economy, they would have literally put our economy in a horrible position.
Based on what policy?
Just all of the
I
me free cards.
I think I'm gonna lose my mind, Stephanie. Do you want to know why?
No, go ahead. You can tell me why. Because
Yeah,
I'm trying to have this
sure.
debate, and I'm not saying he's perfect at all.
Because the last time I spoke, you weren't listening. I made maybe 3 points to you. When I was done speaking, you didn't listen or respond to any of them. You just started talking about something completely different. But the reason I jump in here now and I say I'm losing my mind is because you're doing a full circle. Okay, now you're back to saying that Donald Trump's economic policy would have been better for marginalized communities in America. I've already refuted that one like 5 minutes ago. See, his economic policy negatively impacts 80% of Americans. It decreases their after-tax income according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Now, not only does it decrease the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, but it does so regressively and more so the less money you make. Like, for instance, the bottom 20% of income earners are going to lose $2,200 in after-tax income. Meanwhile, the middle 20% are only going to lose $1,100, right? And this negatively impacts marginalized communities in a disproportionate nature, since people in marginalized communities have lower incomes on average because of that marginalization, right? So when you tell me that, oh, he's better economically speaking for marginalized communities, I look at you and I say, what the hell? That couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, the opposite is true.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, if you look at other developed countries, okay, you are just allowing for people to stay in the position that they are economically by giving free handouts. But I'm speaking. Hold on. Let me. I am understanding what you're saying. You're saying that it's not correct for me to believe that Donald Trump should be the solution for marginalized communities economically. You believe it should be the other party, but I'm explaining to you why long term I do believe it should be.
Let's hear it.
Because if we just continue to give out free food stamps, all of these things that support these certain groups of people.
So social safety nets.
Really checking, but wait, listen. But we're not really checking if these people really do need it, okay? And we're abusing the system, which we have been abusing. It has been abused. I personally know people who are on food stamps, who are on disability, who are on certain governmental programs.
I'm not even lying. I just had to mute you to tell the chat something real quick. I joke about like headaches and migraines a lot. I actually have a headache right now because of like Stephanie and the last couple guests. Like my head is in physical pain.
May I
go ahead?
Finish now? Yeah. Okay. So going back to what I'm saying is, if these people are abusing the system, do you think that benefits long-term these marginalized groups or no? Do you believe that there has to be structure.
So you're basically saying that you think social safety nets like food stamps, EBT, etc., all things considered, have a negative impact on marginalized communities. Well, that's very false. In fact, empirics dispute what you're saying. The more social safety nets like EBT, food stamps, etc., that a country has, the more economic mobility there is for its constituents. And what I mean by economic mobility is basically how easy or hard it is for somebody to scale in the economy, earn more per year, et cetera, go from low class to middle class to high class, et cetera. So, other words, when we have more of these systems, it just makes it easier for people to live a higher quality of a life.
Yeah, Stephanie, also, if we didn't have qualifications to determine whether or not people needed it, well, then why can't Dean or I get access to food stamps right now?
Right.
Well, do you guys need food stamps?
No.
Right. That's kind of our point.
But we
And
wouldn't
also-
be able to, because legally there are qualifications set up to specifically isolate people who do need it.
Yeah, and then it's also, I think it's very like immoral and unfair for you to say that we should just totally remove these systems. Like, for instance, if we totally removed these systems 15 years ago, I would have grown up without a meal on many nights when staying at my mother's, because a lot of the food I ate was paid for with things like food stamps.
I'm just saying the systems shouldn't be abused, and I feel like we do need order. And guys, by the way, like, all of this means I have nothing against you, and I think that is the issue that we have with this generation and with these parties, is that we all take this and we turn this into a whole thing of, oh, you're my enemy if you voted for this person, you're my enemy if you voted for this person, and I don't believe it should be that way. So no way am I trying to
It's based on the things that you support, right? If you support horrible things, well, then I'm going to acknowledge that you support horrible things, and I'm going to say that you shouldn't support those horrible things. But there are
Well,
plenty of people who voted for Donald Trump that simply did so based upon misinformation. That's why we do these lives, to show people new information so that they are more likely to change their mind, because we think that they do have the ability to change their mind given the new information that's provided to them.
No, and I completely understand that. I just, like I said, I do believe that as a whole, this country's politicians have used us and have used these marginalized minorities.
Okay, you're repeating the first thing you said. I've
Yeah.
already listen. I'm sorry, Stephanie. Listen, I hope you have a great rest of your day. At this point,
Thank
I'm
you,
going
you
to move on
too.
to the next guest. Table for you, NYC and Roan. What's up? Are you guys MAGA?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Dean, your eyes are beautiful. And do you ever see a chance of you topping Parker?
Get the fuck out of here. Rowan, are you MAGA? What a weirdo, dude. Holy shit. Okay, Rowan's not even here. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section. Greg, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I kind of had a question. Like, what do you guys?
WU. We're just looking for people to debate. Moving on. Brianna, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying that Dina's going to need 50, etc. after these guests. Yeah, bro. I'm cooked, dude. I'm cooked. Yo, Janelle, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Janelle says MAGA supporters cannot just admit when they are wrong. They defend a racist man who clearly only cares about himself like he's a god. That cult juice must taste amazing. So real. So real. Thank you for the love, Janelle. I appreciate that. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, he's a Sigma.
Oh, geez.
That is a middle schooler. If you're MAGA, hey, let us know down below in that chat. We'll pull you up here for debate. Honestly, I think that the main issue that we're facing right now is just like a lack of people who are willing to come up here and debate.
How?
And
You
I'm
have
only
11,000 people. That's actually crazy.
doesn't make sense to me, man. Asking the wrong guy, dude. Asking the wrong guy. Quite frankly, Aves, thank you for the motorcycle. You're awesome. And hey, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me, as well as you could find them in the pinned message on my YouTube stream. And you'll get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I'll be able to give you a shout out, read off your name, and any and all attached messages live on air. Hello, Jenny. Do you support Trump?
Like, can I be an independent? Is that cool?
Do you think that Trump is doing a better job right now than than Kamala Harris would have?
Well, no. I mean, but at the same time,
We
Base
appreciate
W.
you. Can I say thank you to a few people real quick?
Yeah.
Yo, Karen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Judy, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ink with the $5. I really appreciate it. Josh with the $10. And Christian with $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W.
Yeah, I'm going to debate
Christian.
someone.
Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christian.
Santi, how old are you?
I'm
I'm 18. I'm 19. I'm 19.
Okay, Santi, Tyler, how old are you?
11706.
I'm 27.
You're 27. Okay. So take it away, you guys. Tell us why you support Trump, the worst president of both of y'all's
Oh,
lives.
my bad. I'm not gonna lie to you, Dean. I came up here to ask you, would you love me if I was a worm? I love Kamala. She's wonderful. Love her so much. That was it.
Great. Tyler, you're the last man standing. Real quick before you take it away, gotta thank Kane CAIN for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying free Palestine. Hell yeah, Kane. As well as let's see here, Amber for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Amber, and Ansgar with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you guys. Take it away, Tyler, Mr. 27-year-old Trump supporter. Why do you support this terrible president?
Okay, so first I just want to say I actually back in 2020, after I graduated college, I was the biggest Trump hater. I hated Trump.
Sad how a person can change.
Yeah, change for the good.
So why do you support him now? That's what we're interested in debating.
Well, because after I graduated college, I realized how kind of fucked up the world was and what was going on. And once Trump left office and Biden and Kamala took over, whatever, they what do you call it? Everything just went to shit. Gas prices went up, groceries went up.
Oh, are you ready for the easiest counter argument I've ever made?
Go for it.
Explain to me how Biden and Harris caused any of these things. Be specific.
Well, part of what I think what the problem was, and I could be wrong, and so I'm open to you changing my mind. But I feel like a lot of the thing. Well, first of all, my biggest problem with the government during their time of being in office was all these. Am I wrong when I say a lot of the immigrants that
I
were
feel
crossing?
like I am living on the 9th level of hell, and I'm in this never-ending loop. And I want to just end the live stream right now, and I'm not even trolling this. I'm not having a good time. Here's why I'm not having a good time. You're doing the same thing that the last 15 guests have, where you give me a reason why you support Trump. I give you a counter argument. You completely ignore it. But then you're like, well, how about undocumented immigrants? Okay, listen. You said that the Biden-Harris administration caused the price of gas, groceries, etc. to go up, and there's all these bad things that happen in the administration. I asked you the follow-up question. Explain to me how they personally caused any of those any of those things, and please be specific. And you're not answering that question right now, so I humbly, politely, and directly ask you to please try to answer that question of how did they specifically cause the price of groceries or gas to increase. He left. I
think you're having a good time, man. It looks like you're having a good day. It looks like it's been really a productive dialogues today. Good conversation.
Oh my God, Parker. Oh my God. I can't take it. I can't take it. This is it, chat.
We got Peterson butthead up here. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Someone's already mad. Okay. What's wrong?
What do you want?
Sorry,
Bruce?
butthead.
What do you want, Bruce?
What's up, Bruce?
I just find it funny, like both of you guys run from me every time I bring up good points, and I finally have both of you here, and I just think it's a fucking great time.
Okay, can I ask you why you voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, he makes my life better.
How do you make your life better?
All the turmoil that was going down from 2020 to 2024 isn't going down anymore, such as the
Who's president in 2020?
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I mean,
well, that's rough.
Both
dude.
presidents.
I'm so scared of his good points. I'm so scared.
Yeah, this guy's gonna have the best
President,
points
you like
ever. Hey, real
Biden?
quick, Bruce, I gotta thank Veteran for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Veteran. Veteran says, how can debate cultists that are literally holding the green ball and swearing it's yellow? They are not existing in our reality, but you are, sir. God bless, Veteran. I love you. 500 Veteran W's. Thank you for the $50 donation over on that YouTube super chat. Huge shout out to Veteran. Bruce, can I get a W Veteran from you real quick, sir? Will you thank
W Veterans?
And Tiago, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tiago, as well as Janelle. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Janelle.
And Sugar Shine with a $50 super chat saying, "You two give me hope for the future." Thank you, Sugar Shine. Not only for the kind message, but also for the $50 donation. Shout out Sugar Shine and Veteran.
As well as Sugar Shine, thank you for the $50 YouTube super chat as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Sugar Shine. Thank you.
So, Dean,
Hey, Bruce, can we get some a W for Sugar Shine?
Yeah, W Sugar Shine.
Okay, Bruce, give us the argument.
Yeah, I mean, you realize I
actually
said
defeat us.
2020 to 2024 as I'm inferring about president-elect. If you want me to just say 2021 to 2025.
So you agree that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election?
I mean, Biden was president.
Nice.
Who won?
So what's
Biden won.
Great. We can't even talk about that. I got a flag for that earlier. They're really strict on it right now. Yeah, Bruce. Okay, so you're basically saying that the Biden-Harris administration sucks so bad that Trump's doing a good job now. First of all, that just simply doesn't logically follow. I don't
Absolutely.
understand
That's what I'm saying.
why. Brace.
Mhm.
First of all, that just simply doesn't logically follow. I don't understand why you guys are so deranged with Biden that you think your perceived performance of his administration means that Donald Trump is doing a good job today. But I'll still disagree with it. I think that the Biden-Harris administration did great things for this country. Their domestic policy was some of the very best domestic policy that we have seen in modern American history, if not ever, right? So
Like
what
what?
is one domestic? Sure, the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits.
So what did
Gives
we
us
see instantly?
Great. So
Did
I'm
we see any
telling you
instance?
the policies. You're going to listen to me because you asked a question, and I'm going to give you your damn answer. Don't interrupt
Nothing.
the answer to your question. You asked me like what? Like the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, the Chips and Science Act, in which promoted and invested in American chip producers, so we'd go from producing less than 1% of the global supply of chips to 30 in the next 6 years. The American Rescue Plan, which helped America rebound from the pandemic, invested so much money into our economy and increase in consumer confidence, and gave us the quickest bounce back from the negative economic implications onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. The infrastructure bill, rebuilding American infrastructure, creating jobs, putting money back into the pockets of the people. Those were the great policies of the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, I want to ask you a question.
Little boy
one
numbers.
bad policy.
800 million. We just got a $5 trillion investment from fucking Middle East. So
that's not true.
Those
From
little
who?
boy numbers, bro.
From who? 5
Right,
trillion
that's
from
not-
who?
That's not true.
Well, Saudi Arabia was 1.4. UAE was 0.8.
No,
Qatar
all wrong.
was,
All
you
wrong.
know, something else.
All wrong. I want
A
you. I want
bunch
you
of these are new. So
yeah, sure. Please
So
give me
you're talking
one,
about little boy numbers.
Please give me one White House fact sheet that justifies the investment figures that you just gave. They're so ridiculously false that not even Donald Trump's own White House has proposed.
I mean, it's coming out of the Middle Eastern's mouth. So
give us the fact sheets from the White
What?
House.
Bruce, you're delusional. Give us a
no,
source.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Give us a source.
I'll give you plenty of sources.
Do it. By the way, those figures came out of Trump's mouth, and they were wrong. They were so wrong that even his own White House corrected him. Like on the fact sheets talking about the investments, they like reduced them by like 1 billion times. Funny enough.
That's
But-
actually really funny.
Yeah, it's also funny because he told us that he likes Trump because of how bad Biden and Harris were, and then I asked him to explain like how he thought they were bad by telling me the bad policy they passed, and then he says, "Well, they were so bad because of how good." Trump
Here's
is."
one source: the Economic Times.
Sure, give us the title.
UAE to invest $1.4 trillion.
That's not the number you provided.
And that's just one of the numbers. I said 5 trillion from different countries, so that's about 25% of the number. So I'll give you the rest of
That's
the
25. You think that's wait? You said that's
I
25%
said it's
of 5
around.
million?
I said it's around 25%.
Of 5 million?
Oh,
Five
okay.
trillion.
Wait,
1.4
actually, I'd like to make
divided
it clear.
by 5.
So that is
It was 0.4.
one. So that's $1.4 trillion over the next 10 years, which is $140
$40
billion
yeah.
per year.
Jesus.
For 10 years.
And now, if you would like me to,
And not just one
that'd be-
country, my
would you-
friend.
could I finish speaking?
Sure, Beavis.
My name is Dean.
Okay.
Could you refer to me as Dean?
Okay. I will.
Good boy.
Okay. You are a good boy, Dean.
Bruce, you just got fucking absolutely
Okay,
dismantled,
butthead.
bud.
So,
Let-
anyways, so
Let's
it's 100.
fucking this guy talk.
That's $140 billion per year. You know, he wants to highlight this
For
one.
10 years.
Hey, man, do you know how to engage in a civil conversation without?
Oh, just don't leave shit out, bro. Thanks.
I wasn't leaving that out, little bro. You just simply weren't listening to what
Okay, big bro.
Do you have an ability to speak without being like just a total annoying
just speak
asshole?
the whole thing. Nothing, no lies, no bullshit.
He
Just
said
be
no.
transparent.
He essentially just said no.
I'm gonna go ahead and just make the boundaries of the space clear. I'm not gonna kick you if you interrupt me again. I'm just gonna start muting you if you interrupt me again. Is that fair?
Just don't lie, bro. You're good.
No, I want you to tell me, is it fair if I start muting you if you continue to interrupt me?
Not if you're lying, but yeah, I'll be quiet.
Okay, well, what you think is a lie is a fact, right? But
Okay.
that's what
No,
we're
I'm
here
just
to
saying,
debate.
don't leave out the 10 years. You said
I didn't leave
140
out the
billion
10
a year.
years.
Okay,
It's 140 billion a year for 10 years.
I'll be quiet now.
You just interrupted me again when saying that you'd be quiet now. Like, Bruce, I don't understand if you know how bad of a day I'm having. My day has been so bad. My day's been so bad that I'm willing to kick you if you continue to not do what I say, just like that.
Everyone, share some love to Dean. Share some love to Dean. Let's help him have a better day.
Like, my day's been so bad that I'm willing to just kick you for that and move on and choose peace. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. Everybody, just give us a minute. Just give us a minute, dude. Listen, man. The last 24 hours I've had. Let me tell you, it's been crazy. Oh my God. Let's gonna get that next guest loaded into the stream, guys. If you are in that queue, make sure that doesn't mean that you are MAGA. We're gonna get that next guest up here literally right now. Glory, thank you for the heart puff. If you are MAGA, let me know down below in that comment section. We'll pull you up here. All right, what's going on, Daisy? Do you support Trump?
1 second.
Oh, I don't think that Daisy is here. Oh, look at Bruce begging to come back onto the stream.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, what's up, Noah? 1 second. I meant to bring Bruce back up, but I clicked on you instead. So Bruce,
why are you begging?
Do you see where you went wrong?
Yeah, man, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, but at least
No,
now you know
man.
what's. Bruce, I feel like you're doing this on purpose to like try to make me crash out. I can't believe it. Anyways, so yeah, when Donald Trump is talking about like the highlighted wins of securing $140 billion per year invested from the UAE into American manufacturing, he's only doing that because of how much he's crippled other forms of investment into American manufacturing. Like, for instance, investment in American industries was stagnant under the entirety of Donald Trump's first administration. Then when Biden and Harris got in office, they promoted a very prosperous and engaging economy. And we saw the largest boom that we've ever seen in investment in American industries, right? And since Donald Trump won the election in the first quarter of 2025, we've seen a total and complete stagnation, right? So when he's highlighting those small wins, we'd expect that given all the L's that he's been taking as it relates to that same level of investment, just being stagnant compared to what was booming under the Biden-Harris administration.
So you want to say there's small wins, but claim Biden's $800 million investment is this huge fucking win when Donald Trump got 100 times that amount, if not fucking maybe.
When did we claim this?
Do you want to see
like maybe three to 5 minutes ago?
I'll show you what to win. I'll show you what to win. I'll show you what to win.
Head.
So this is from Fred, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and this is tracking investment into American manufacturing. Under the Donald Trump's first term, we actually saw like an overall reduction from his first day to his last day, even if we ignore COVID. You want to see the win? This is the win. Okay, from the day Biden took office.
Yeah, because inflation went up ass.
No, this is real. This is real. This is real investment. This is real private fixed investment, meaning it's accounting for inflation.
Wow, that was actually really rough. You just got
so
cooked, bro.
Yeah, you just got absolute. You know what?
Well, no, I didn't know it was real or not. I would just, inflation. If a fucking thing of milk costs $3 with Trump, and all of a sudden it costs $9 with Biden.
So those were real figures.
Normal people were tired of that shit.
Wait. Now you're pivoting. What does it mean for those figures to be real?
Real, that means they account for inflation.
Oh, okay. So the massive fucking boom that I just showed you in investment in American manufacturing under the Biden-Harris administration accounted for inflation. So your response saying that it was because of inflation was totally fucking false.
That was before I knew.
No evidence to justify it. Oh, so you're just talking out of your ass with no reason at all.
No, I was challenging the fact if it was real or not.
No, you were just attributing baseless speculation.
Hey, dude,
speculatory
we don't gotta get mad. I was
boom.
just challenging you to that.
Wait. You think that I'm getting upset by merely pointing out the fact that you made a claim with no reason at all?
There was no reason to not make that claim.
Wait, so you're saying that I have to provide reason that you're wrong? You don't
Yeah,
have to
you got to
provide
show
reason
me
that
it's
you're right?
real. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Donald Trump raped a 10-year-old girl last night. That's why you shouldn't support him. In order for this claim to be
You know
false,
what real
you must prove it
inflation is
wrong.
versus fucking not real inflation?
Real inflation isn't a thing.
Okay, well, that real thing you just said, how I explained it to you where it counts for an
Now, can you
inflation.
please answer my question? You shouldn't support Donald Trump because he raped a 10-year-old girl last
I don't-
night. And in order for this claim to be wrong, you have to prove it wrong.
I
According to you.
refuse to do hypotheticals with you. 'Cause
Okay,
you
so you refuse to engage in the level of critical thought that I'd expect out of a third
No.
grader. You understand that we started using hypotheticals to learn more in third grade.
So allow me to
No. We started using hypotheticals to learn more and to be more critical of reality in third grade. Remember the whole, if you produce 5 apples a year for 5 years and you sell 3 per year, how many apples would you have left over? That's hypothetical to better understand the world around us.
That's for
what
math.
third graders do. So if third graders can do it, why can't you do it?
That's for math, not
Yeah,
political.
hypotheticals.
yeah.
Hypotheticals can be relevant to understand reality in other contexts than just math, buddy.
All right, may I respond?
I mean, you could either engage in the hypothetical.
Yeah, so I'm gonna defend this, and if you don't think it's right,
No, I'll ask you to
then
I'll
let
ask
me
you to
know.
engage in the hypothetical. Once
This
again,
is why
the
I don't
hypothetical
feel.
that I want you to engage in is the fact that you said that in order for you to
Hey.
be wrong, I have to prove you wrong. Okay, so in order for me to be wrong,
Trying
you
to
have to prove
speak.
me wrong. You shouldn't support Donald Trump because last night he raped a 10-year-old girl. That's going to be true unless you could prove it wrong.
Hey, I'm trying to speak now.
Yeah, for sure. Please engage in the hypothetical.
Keep puffing on your fake anxiety pen, buddy.
It's
Okay,
it's a
I will.
real anxiety pen.
So go
'Cause
ahead and
it
respond to the
accounts for
hypothetical.
inflation.
All right, so this is my thing, and this is my defense on why I'm not doing hypotheticals with you, because you set up this questioning that's so aligned, and you give me a yes or no response when I don't even agree with the basis of the fucking question. So no,
What's
I'm
the
not gonna-
basis of the question?
the whole conversation we had was about real versus non-real, and when it comes to inflation and money and all that, which there's either two options, and now you want to bring that into a whole different topic about dude, we all know what real versus non-real at least you and I know what it means.
What are you yapping about at this point?
Yeah,
Everyone
you seem to
already
be
understood
struggling
that.
to qualify why you won't engage in
No,
the
okay.
hypothetical.
How about this? How about I'll answer your question, and let's see where you go after this. Let's see how you twist and turn it and try and manipulate it.
Go ahead.
So go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said in order for you to be wrong, I have to prove you wrong. You don't have to prove yourself right. So if the burden of the proof would rely on the individual making the negation of a claim, well, please provide me evidence that Donald Trump didn't rape a 10-year-old girl last night. Keep in mind, if you
Not
can't
the one
provide me
saying he
evidence
did.
that he didn't rape a 10-year-old girl last night, this must imply that he did.
Oh,
rape a
I
10-year-old
understand.
girl.
I understand your question now. Okay, I'm not the one saying that. So yeah, if you provide the evidence, I should be able to ask if it's real or not. And you showed me, so
Oh.
there it is.
Right,
There's your answer.
exactly. So just like you're the one that made the
Keep
claim that
puffing.
that graph accounted for inflation, you did so with no reason.
Because I
You,
didn't
you had
know
no,
if it was
you
real
had
or
no
not
reason
real.
to make the claim that that graph did not account
Look
for
what we're
inflation.
arguing about, dude. I already agreed with you on.
Yeah, Bruce, then let's just establish
real.
that. Let's just establish the reality that under Donald Trump's presidency, that manufacturing actually
Here, I'll let you talk,
decreased.
Tucker.
Actually decreased, and under Biden's administration, manufacturing increased.
Okay, that's great. But how did the American people feel?
Okay, so
That's
then
what you
okay,
guys
okay,
don't
okay.
understand.
So point to what metric of the economy was bad because of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so rent prices were up the ass.
Right.
Okay, gas was up the ass.
Okay, how
Okay,
was
that
that
was
caused by the
Biden-Harris.
Legal
Biden-Harris?
immigration was up the ass.
How
Yeah,
were
for sure.
those? How were those caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Shutdowns. Oh, right here by fucking shutdowns by telling people to social
That happened under
distance and
Trump.
not go to
That
work.
happened under Trump.
It happened with both, but one happened
Okay.
in the beginning of C-19 and one happened for no fucking reason.
There was not
a
a
year
second,
after C-19.
there was not a second round of business shutdowns under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, it was
This
just
becomes-
extended up the ass.
this becomes evidently clear when you look at a graph of unemployment under the two administrations.
And let's look at the beautiful graph. We've done this
Sure.
before.
Just
Yeah,
gonna
look
ma-
at the
oh,
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
As a matter of fact, this is where you kicked me last time because I was fucking poning you on this bullshit that you try to pull.
So you admit that we already talked, but secondly, like you are not addressing what we just said. It's on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You
Bro, I
can look at
admitted we already talked the first time I got up
Wait,
here.
wait,
I said you
let me
guys
ask you a
fucking
question.
ran. Both of you.
Let me ask you a question. So if business shutdowns cause, so your claim would be that business shutdowns cause higher level of like gas prices in America, for instance, because there's less individuals to like get gas, right?
Well, no,
Meaning
that's
that
not my
domestic
claim.
production was low.
I'd say.
So then how did they cause high levels of gas?
Do you want me to clear up my claim? Because you're not understanding what my claim
No,
is.
you claim that the Biden-Harris administration caused the price of gas to go up. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the price of gas to go up?
Okay. That wasn't part of my claim.
It was.
I said rent was up the ass.
Yeah, you
I
said
did
rent was
say
up. You
gas.
said gas was up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did say gas was up
so
the ass.
we'll just start there.
Normal-
So how did the Biden-Harris
so
administration
inflation
increase
was
the price
up
of
the
gas?
ass. Inflation was up the ass.
Sir, would you please tell us how the Biden-Harris administration caused an increase in the price of gas?
Yeah. So let me speak now. Okay.
Go for it.
All right. Thank you. So when you tell small businesses to shut down and everyone just stay at home and collect a check,
that happened under Trump
Parker.
administration.
Parker, I already got
Parker.
this preloaded. Just watch this.
Thank you, Parker. Thank you, Dean.
What you're saying is true, Parker. He just won't get it. So I just have.
Okay. So
in
let
other
me
words,
know. Let me know, bro. Let me know when I.
So continue. Yeah, continue speaking.
All right. Yeah. Yes, it happened in both presidencies. The only difference is the start of C-19 was with Trump. We already saw a major bounce back in the stock market with Trump. We already got fully bounced back from.
Okay, you're deviating. The original question
Well,
was how
all
the Biden-Harris administration caused an increase in the price
out the
of
window
gas.
with that. Out the window. So I won't talk about this so much. All right. So when you're a year, 2 years into C-19 and you're still telling people you need a social distance, even though Dr. Fauci said just last year that it doesn't matter if you wore a mask or if you social distance, none of that shit mattered.
That's not what he said.
But when you tell,
Parker,
that's
let
what
him
he
go.
said in his 4-hour fucking.
Okay, dude. Okay, you're giving me a fucking like preamble to the Constitution when I'm just asking you how they increase the price of
15
gas.
more seconds of fucking
Go
flying this
for it.
beautiful
Go for it.
private jet. So when you tell people to sit down, collect a check, and collect unemployment because of a fake C-19 scare, that's going to create major inflation.
Okay. So what about the fake C-19 scare, according to you, made the price of gas in America more expensive? Be specific how that impacted the equilibrium price of gas in America.
Don't look at inflation.
Okay, so you're just saying that it happened under their term, therefore they caused it?
Look at the skyrocketing inflation.
Okay, so are you saying that like domestic supply of oil went down because the Biden-Harris administration shut down oil drillers or required people working on the rigs to socially distance?
Here's what I'll say. I'll say Trump's average gas prices, both of his terms are lower than Biden's. Period.
Okay, so,
Point blank.
So you're just saying that the prices were higher under Biden, therefore he caused that. That's your argument, right?
Yeah, Trump also had lower gas prices than Obama.
Okay. Right. So like the question that Parker asked you was how did they cause it? Okay, just saying that they're merely president will happen is not telling us what they did while they were president to make it happen.
When you cause inflation.
Bruce, I'm just gonna be totally honest. The fact that you're still answering my question is unbelievable.
I'm
answer
still
the direct question.
Yeah, like once again, the direct question is like literally what did the Biden-Harris administration do to make gas in America more expensive? Did they pass an EO? Did they pass a policy through Congress? Did they decrease domestic production? Did they cut imports? Like, what is it that their administration did that made your gas at the pump more expensive while they were president? Okay. And Bruce, honestly, we have been trying to get this answer from you for 10
Did I
20
not
minutes
just
now.
explain like how inflation was created by telling people to not work and collect a check?
Okay, so basically you're saying that the price of gas in America went up because there's less people working on oil rigs, therefore the supply of oil went down.
Well,
right?
no, simply I'm saying inflation got up to 9% and fuck.
Okay, so if that's
We got
not what you're
fucked
saying,
hard.
okay. So if that's not what you're saying insofar as how the administration of made the price of gas more expensive, then what are you saying? What about like their apparent order for people not to go to work made gas more expensive? Connect the dots.
I feel like Biden's handling of OPEC was garbage.
Biden's handling of OPEC. So it had to do with OPEC's production of oil. Okay. So what about Biden's handling of OPEC made gas in America more expensive?
I'll answer that if you let me fucking speak. Because I'm not answering this shit if I'm getting cut off 3 seconds into it.
I actually haven't cut you off yet, which I'm surprised about.
That goes for you too, Parker. Parky.
So let's hear it. What about his management of OPEC
All
made
right.
the gas in America more expensive?
So Trump in 2020.
Fuck you.
That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Hella hilarious, but take it away, Bruce.
Okay. All right. We good now?
Yeah, we're great. Take it away.
All right. So
what
Trump.
about Biden's
Okay.
handling of OPEC?
Okay.
We are not even talking about Trump. We're talking about how Biden
I'm
made
telling
gas
you
more
how
expensive
it
in America.
started, dude, and so let me say, because you're about to hear it.
I don't know, man. I would actually
All
prefer
right,
you not to,
come on,
just so we could have like two
let Bruce
sentences from
talk.
you about what Biden did and his mismanagement.
Let Bruce talk.
Go for it.
All right, here I come. All right, so in 2020, Trump had to lower the production of gasoline because, I mean, he was put in a hard.
Thank you.
I didn't kick
Thank
him. He was
you.
banned by community guidelines.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
W
kick him.
TikTok. W TikTok in the chat. Can we get some
Yeah.
fucking W's for
Yo,
TikTok? Let's go.
Woo! Okay. For those on YouTube, you haven't even seen me. Like, go for my laptop. Watch this. You're gonna watch my hands for the first time. Pick up my phone from over there just to prove to you guys I didn't kick him. Right there, I didn't kick him. That's nuts, dude. Oh my god, that'd be TikTok. That was funny as fuck. I gotta say, that is like one of the best time bans I've probably ever seen. That's gotta be like all-time best ban. I gotta say that was pretty sweet.
That's
man.
true.
That was pretty cool.
Randy, think of the $20 on YouTube super chat. Kira, think of the $1, and then Owen, think of the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Owen, as well as Rocio. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rocio. I really appreciate it.
Tom, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Tom says, please debate me. I've been trying to get in for months at the A10, the dishwasher. I'll bring it up, Tom. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Tom down below in that chat. As well as Shelby, thank you for the $10. And I hope you have a better day, Dean. Plus, tell Momo I said, pss, 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 pss. I'll make sure I tell Momo. Thank you for the $10, Shelby. Haley with the $5. Thank you so much. Odessa with the $10. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you've been having a rough day, and I'm sorry about what happened to you and your girlfriend yesterday. Thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate that, Odessa. And yeah, that was pretty rough yesterday. I'm not going to lie, man. As well as PR Day, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying listening to you has kept me sane and entertained. Well, dude, it's made me a little bit more insane, but I'm happy that it's made you sane. Thank you for the $15, PR. That's why I do what I do. And Samantha, thank you for the $20, saying props to you for trying to fix stupid. I try my best, Samantha. Thank you for the love. Lauren, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo as well. Let's see here. Michael, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, and Scar with a 10, and Yashika with a 15. How do you not crash out every time these brainless, spineless people join my live? It takes a lot of self-control, and quite frankly, I do crash out quite a bit. And Audrey, thank you for the $7. Finn with a 1, and Emily with a 5. For those asking what happened in the chat, I could kind of rehash it while we're getting the next guest up in the live. But basically, some lunatic like followed us while we were out and about grabbing dinner, and then when we inevitably like got to the place where we're gonna eat, they pulled up next to us, rolled down the back window, and out popped something that looked identical to a long rifle, like an AR, pointed right at us. Some person with like something concealing and covering their face, pointing at us out of this back window of this incredibly tinted car. Okay. Then they shoot twice at us, but it ended up being like a BB gun, like pellets. One whizzes like right past us. The other, grazes my girlfriend's hair. So they missed, and it was just a BB gun, which was good. And then they sped off and they drove away. Call the cops, charge whoever did it with felony menacing, but they haven't caught him yet. Anyways, yeah, it was pretty nuts, man. It was just a BB gun, but it's still terrifying because A, you have something pointed at you that looks like a gun. You kind of do feel like a little bit scared for your life. B, looking at like my girlfriend's really shaken up. She like doesn't even really want to go out in public with me anymore. And like C, like the thought that's been going on in my head is like, well, what if it was a real gun? You know what I mean? What's going on, William? MAGA and Swag, do all three of you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, awesome.
I previously did. I do not now.
Okay, who's that just said that they previously did? Which one of you?
Swag.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Peace.
Also, I've seen a couple people in the chat saying that you wish it was a real gun. That's MAGA for you guys. That's MAGA.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, if you want a good depiction of like, who these people are, just look at the handful of people like in the chat right now, just like publicly called for me and my girlfriend public execution. You know what I mean?
That's so disgusting.
MAGA, but anyways, Mag and William, guys, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because of his social and economic policies that are conservative.
Okay. What about his economic policies like like fiscally conservative, because like fiscal conservatism under like my perception is like cutting expenditure, downsizing the size of the government. But he's ballooning it. I mean, like he wants to add $3.8 trillion to our expenditure with one bill, right? That's more than every dollar spent that was non-COVID related by the last administration.
Elon said it went against everything that he did at Doge.
Yeah, for me, it's mostly tax cuts and lowering inflation. But
so
tax cuts for who?
Well, in his 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, he lowered the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21.
Ah, okay. Well, what about his big, beautiful bill that increases taxes for 80% of Americans, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities?
I haven't heard of that myself. So, I mean, if you're probably more educated on that, I am. But I mean, for me, I think decreasing taxes for all Americans. But I mean, obviously, the more rich are going to benefit more from it. That's why.
Well, like my claim is that 80% of Americans don't benefit from all. They're actually served a detriment. Once again, 80% of Americans after tax income is going to go down if it passes through the Senate, and it's going to regressively negatively impact you more the less money you make. For instance, the after tax income of the bottom 20% of income earners in America is going to go down by $2,200. Meanwhile, the top 1%, their after tax income is going to go up by $25,000.
Yeah, but don't you think that's really kind of how it should be?
What? No.
I
Are you
don't
insane?
think that we should take money from the poor and give it to the rich.
Are you Robin Hood for the rich? Hello? You want to take money from the poor and give it to the rich?
Obviously, as a liberal, that's what you guys support. You support wealth redistribution. However,
you support wealth redistribution to the rich. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
like, man,
I'm not saying that there shouldn't be an aspect. Sorry for interrupting.
Listen, like I just want you to be clear on what you're saying, because I don't even know if you know what you're saying. You said it should be the case that we make the poor poorer and make the richer richer. Like, are we clear that's what you're saying?
I'm advocating that there should be some form of progressive tax rate. I understand that some forms of income above a certain amount should be taxed at a higher rate. However, what I'm saying. Say it again.
You just contradict yourself. The bill you just supported, specifically the big, beautiful bill, 80% of Americans will receive a tax increase.
Correct, but it doesn't completely destroy the progressive tax rate.
What? Oh, it doesn't destroy the progressive tax rate, but it makes it less progressive.
By the way, I just want to show you how you're totally engaging in this MAGA cult shit. Like the first thing you said when you joined the live is you're a fiscal conservative. This is why you support Trump, because he's giving tax cuts to the average American. When we tell you that's false and inform you that he's actually increasing taxes on the average American, all of a sudden it's still a good thing, even though it contradicts the first sentence you said when you joined the live.
Well,
William, are you in the top 20% of income earners?
Yes, I am.
So you're
my parents are. Yes.
So you aren't.
Correct. Yes.
So you're increasing your taxes to decrease taxes on your parents?
I mean, it's for me, obviously I'm a college student. So I mean, yeah, for me, yes, but for my parents, that's
So you're okay with your taxes increasing?
I mean, I don't really pay that much in taxes. I mean, and I don't really have that
much. You
You
will when you have a job.
You're correct. But I mean, I'm saying in the future, if I end up in that higher percent of income, I support that.
Okay. So then it is the case that you're supporting policies that give extra money to the rich explicitly because of the possible chance that you could get in the top 20% of income earners.
Well,
by the way, the top 20% of income earners only take home an additional $400 per year. It's the top 1% that really benefits by taking an additional $25,000 home per year. And by the time you're in the top 1% of income earners, what is the value of an additional $25,000 per year? How much is that going to increase the quality of your life? Maybe a little, but not much. Definitely not enough to justify decreasing the quality of life for 200 million Americans. It's kind of like some psycho shit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as liberals, I know you guys do support more so. Obviously, the rich don't need the money as much. I know that's kind of your guys' philosophy. I'm not.
Wait, don't just break this down to me being a liberal. Just kind of
that's just reality.
Break this down to me being realistic, not liberal, but realistic, right? I just don't think that there's justification to say that the top 1% should get an additional $25,000 per year, which won't increase the quality of their life because of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar, at the expense of severely undermining the quality of life for the average American and low-income Americans. $2,200 per year is, dinner for a couple months for low-income earners, right? That's what they'll be forgoing for what? Enough money to buy a mid-grade Rolex for the top 1% earners? That's psycho shit.
Correct. What I will say though, Parker, like you made a claim along the lines of I'm increasing my own taxes
Yes.
to lower my parents because obviously I'm not making that amount of money now. But for me, who wants to go to law school, essentially a lawyer who is probably going to have a six-figure salary at least coming right out of law school, right? I assume for me, I support obviously the incentive to work and obviously achieve those higher salaries. If you put that work in,
You still have that. I'm sorry, you still have that incentive. I think it's incredibly disingenuous for you to be like you care more about the extra $25,000 you'd get in extra income, given that you're going to be a lawyer and already making over six digits, comparative to people getting like food on the table for their kids. We're talking about like increasing the child tax credit through Kamala Harris's policy that, when implemented in 2021, reduced childhood poverty by 45%. I care a hell of a lot more about middle class families getting help, right, and getting benefits than I care about rich people getting extra money. Right. And that's what you're arguing. You're arguing you care more about rich people getting a little bit of extra money, right, than you care about specifically people having food on their table for their children.
I mean, yeah, but that destroys the incentive.
Yeah.
Wait, would you say that you don't have incentive without the big beautiful bill to make more money?
I mean, obviously there is a progressive tax rate out there, but I'm saying,
are you going to answer my question? You have incentive as it exists to make more money.
He was already on track to do it. You were already on track to become a lawyer regardless. It's not going to change, right, your particular incentive. You're going to do it regardless.
Also, like, would you support enslaving 1/3 of the American population?
No,
you didn't know
not.
any of them personally, and it benefited you economically speaking?
Absolutely not.
Why?
But I'm not going to enslave them. I think we're just talking about taxes.
Wait. Why?
Because obviously I don't want to enslave people.
Would you say that it's like you're harming others for like a marginal personal gain to yourself, and that's wrong?
Yes, but that destroys the incentive to work.
That's what the big beautiful bill does. Is it harms 200 million Americans for 6 million Americans for a very marginal benefit.
Well, let me just give you a
no. Respond to what I just said. Like,
okay, sorry, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. What did you say?
We should give like little benefit to the top 1%, an additional $25,000 per year. That's not going to change anybody's life if they're already a part of the top 1%. But at the expense of harming 200 million citizens in the low and middle class, that is a very bad thing, right? Because A, you're harming a lot of people for a little benefit to yourself, and like B, that benefit to yourself is very marginal and probably wouldn't impact the quality of your life at all, right? Why do I have to explain this to you? Like, are you just like actually like you have no empathy? Or and it even extends beyond empathy as well. Like, there's like pragmatic reasons to not support this either, because obviously the country as a whole is going to be better off when more people in it are better off. And when you make 200 million people in the economy worse off, like the economy as a whole will be performing worse as well, right? Like, this is just such like an indefensible, like, and I don't think that you've been able to significantly rebuttal any argument that I've made, that Parker's made, or even just defend the view.
Fair enough, but it's the separation of our economic incentives to work. I mean, if you're going to say that the low and the middle class should have this financial benefit because these rich people don't need it, that destroys all incentive to work. Let's just say, for instance,
wait, you're doing a red herring to my position because you're not responding to what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that giving the top 1% more money by taking money away from everybody else is a very bad plan.
Don't you think that a lawyer should make more than someone who works at McDonald's who's a criminal?
Another red herring, because it is the case that lawyers make more than McDonald's workers already. So I want you to respond to the very specific thing I said that you haven't responded to yet. You've been deceiving all of the viewers by basically responding to positions that I haven't made clear. The position that I want you to respond to is that it is bad to raise taxes on the poorest among us. It is bad to raise taxes on 200 million of us just to decrease the taxes marginally and insignificantly on 6 million of us. That's what I want you to respond to.
Is that what the bill in particular does?
Yes.
Okay. So in that sense, if we were raising taxes on the poor and then decreasing taxes on the rich specifically, that would be predatory taxing, correct? But that's not what I'm talking about.
That's what the big beautiful
that
does.
is what the big beautiful bill does. Because remember, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it reduces the after-tax income for the top 1% by 25,000. Meanwhile, it increases the after-tax income for the top 1% by 25,000 per year. Meanwhile, it reduces the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, serving to the worst detriment to the bottom 20% of income earners by reducing their after-tax income by $2,200 per year.
Okay, if that's what the bill does, yes, that would be predatory taxing. Not necessarily. I don't agree with essentially raising taxes on the poor and decreasing taxes for the rich. If you're going to cut taxes,
That's what
which
Donald
Trump
Trump
didn't.
ran on. Donald Trump ran on that policy, and Kamala Harris ran on the opposite, where she would decrease taxes on low and middle income individuals by specifically increasing taxes on the rich.
Correct, and that destroys the incentive to work.
It doesn't, William. That's a ridiculous claim that it destroys the incentive to work. It does not.
Correct. No, it absolutely does.
No,
If
it
you're gonna
doesn't.
take
No,
away
it
the
doesn't.
incentive to
William,
work,
are
it's
you gonna?
taking income
William, I have a
from
question. I have a
William.
question. If it was the case that Kamala Harris won, would you have not been a lawyer? Would you
I
not go
mean-
to law school?
I would still go to law school. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, what about the incentives changed for you?
I mean, obviously, I didn't know Kamala Harris was going to enact. Well, I mean, I didn't know Kamala Harris was going to enact that.
If
to that
Kamala Harris
extent.
enacts that, like, what would you still do? You'd still go through law school. So
Well,
at the end of the day,
correct.
still
Yes,
you're going to want
but,
to.
I mean, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing the sense that I wouldn't have gone to law school. I still wouldn't have wanted to become a high-income individual, regardless of who was president. What
There
I
you
am
go.
saying,
You see what I mean?
But I'm saying I would rather
And then
prefer
also,
Trump's
we
policies,
just-
which don't
just
destroy
have
the incentive
evidence.
to work.
It doesn't
wait,
destroy
wait.
the incentive because you would do it regardless.
Wait,
You just
I
proved
have a
it.
question. I have a question. So
But it
in
gives
the
me
70s,
and people who
and
deserve
so
it more money.
some of the lowest levels of unemployment in the last
Deserve
100
it?
years was in the 1970s and 80s, right? What was the corporate tax rate in the 70s and 80s?
Not sure. You want to enlighten me?
45%.
Okay.
So if I thought that higher taxes on corporations destroyed the incentive to work.
Correct.
Okay, well, obviously they didn't if we had the lowest levels of unemployment in the last 100 years.
I mean, if that's the case, yes, because they're investing that back into getting more jobs for low-income people.
Right. It increases the incentive to offer more jobs, which means there's more people working. Great.
But it doesn't. It also destroys the incentive for those corporations to make money.
Okay, prove it.
Well, because the corporate tax rate's 45% when it's
Yeah,
I don't know what it is right now, 21. So I don't even know. I forget.
Wait, do tariffs destroy an incentive?
Tariffs. I'm not sure what you mean.
So tariffs are a tax, right?
Correct.
So-
Imported goods.
Yeah. So if it's a tax and it increases tax and that harms American importers, isn't that going to cause an issue for American importers?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay. So then you are then going to have to acknowledge that Donald Trump replacing income tax with tariffs would still keep that disincentive for corporations to make money while causing a more regressive negative impact towards the middle and lower class.
I agree with you on that. I don't think everything Donald Trump does is by all God like.
So
best thing ever.
I just want to clarify. You agree that his tax policy is terrible?
His tariffs, yes.
No, his tax policy.
Like tax policy as a whole.
Wait. But you told me that it's predatory to take money from the poor and give it to the rich, and that's what it does.
If that's what it does, I was under the understanding they cut taxes for every single American. It just benefited top 1% more.
Yeah, that understanding is incorrect unless you would be able to provide me with a source that states it's correct. Like I provided you with a source that states it's incorrect.
Well, I watched you on Jubilee, and I saw the fact checker that said that Trump's. Actually, I think it was Sam Cedar. I forget.
When I was on Jubilee, the big beautiful bill wasn't announced. When Sam Cedar was on Jubilee,
it was Sam Cedar, and it was talking about the taxes.
Even when Sam Cedar was on Jubilee, the BBB wasn't written yet. Like this
again, I don't know what the bill entails. You guys probably.
All right, well, I gave you a source from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities that states that it entails a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich.
If that's the case, then
If that's the case, then you don't support. Then you don't support his tax policy. So why do you support Trump when you don't support his economic policy?
I was under the understanding that it cut taxes for everyone, but it just benefited rich people more.
Okay, why are you under this understanding?
Because from what I understood when I watched, again, the bill wasn't in. And at the time I watched that, I was just saying, or did at least the research on Trump's tax policies.
Okay, well, so you're talking about an understanding that you had before. What's your understanding right now?
Again, I'd have to, on the spot, I really can't. You want to, so you said, what does the bill entail again? Sorry for reminding me.
A redistribution of the wealth from the poor to the rich.
From the poor to the rich. then yes, I wouldn't agree then. No.
Okay, great. So then why do you support Trump?
I mean, I was not under the understanding that that was the case, but I'm not going to say that I also support his social policies as well.
Like what social policies?
Pro-life legislation.
Kelsey, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but Kelsey, thank you so much. Kelsey says, thank you for what you do, especially after the last 24 hours you've had. MAGA's crazy. Wow, the chat is so crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of people crazy in the chat. Somebody made even a fake account to accuse me of raping them. I invited them up on the stream, but they didn't want to join. Oh, well. But thank you so much for the $50, Kelsey. That is so incredibly kind of you. Can we get 500 Kelsey W's down below in that comment section, literally right now? I do really appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Alana, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo as well. Alana says, please ask this trust fund baby who's paying for his college, then remind him that the majority of people who get degrees are trying to accomplish the same as him, are trapped by crippling debt for the rest of their lives. Who's paying for your college?
Yeah, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but my parents are paying for undergrad, and I'm paying for law school.
Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Alana. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Alana. Let's go and check the PayPal. Everyone, just give us a minute. All right, guys, give me around 30 seconds here. Shout out Alana. So real. Also, Aaron, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Aaron. Araya with the $10 on PayPal. Jonas with the $5. Thomas with the $5. Michael with the $10. And Ansgar, once again, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love.
Can I say thank you to a few people real quick as well?
Yeah.
Randy, thank you for the $20. Kira, thank you for the $1. Owen, thank you so much for the £5. I really appreciate it. Brianna, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dre, thank you for the 7 Canadian. I really appreciate it. We don't have a scheduled one. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, can you ask why he wants to be an attorney? Is it just for the money? And that they said from a victim advocate in the courts.
Kaden, thank you so much for the unicorn fantasy. I appreciate
that. Parker, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Just because I thought I'm passionate about practicing law, but I want to do corporate tax. But yeah, that's the answer to a Venmo donation. So whatever, off topic.
So you also said that you're pro-life.
Correct.
Now, why is that?
I value all human lives from unborn to born.
Why?
Because it is murder to kill any person that's alive.
It's murder to kill any human.
Any human, correct?
Okay,
unjustifiably.
So it's murder to kill a zygote because they're human. That fall under that principle.
Yes, that is 100% murder.
Is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well,
yes.
Before we move on to the brain dead, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the zygote. So I guess that's crazy to me to say that it's murder to end the life of a unicellular organism. So I guess
it's a human.
Just explain the view. What about like the structure of our DNA makes us so totally morally important that it's, say, murder to kill a unicellular organism as long as it has a similar DNA structure to ours. But then again, it's like you turn around and it's like not murder to kill like a pig that has a sentience of a 3-year-old.
Okay, well, that's complete red herring in the sense that I'm talking about human life.
It's not a red herring. I'm just asking you, why do you place so much moral value on the structure of our DNA?
I'm saying that any human person that is a human life, any human life should be protected from the moment of conception.
I know, and I'm asking you why. I'm asking you, why is that? Like, what about our DNA gives us so much importance?
Because we are made in the image of God and we are human beings. It doesn't matter what stage of development it is.
There it is. So you think that what gives our DNA this importance is that we're made in the image of God. Are you a Christian?
I am a Catholic, yes.
You're a Catholic.
Correct.
Okay, first of all, I think that Catholicism is false.
That's respectful. I mean, hey, you have your own opinion.
Orthodoxy superiority over here. Okay, all right. Great Schism was right. Anyway, okay. I think that we should separate the church and the state. What about you?
Correct. Yes, but I mean, my abortion stance is defensible from a non-Catholicism perspective.
Okay, so defend it from a secular perspective. What about the structure of our
Okay,
DNA?
I won't say image of God if that's what it is. I will say that I respect every single moment of every single human life from the moment of conception to death.
Okay, and it's murder to kill any of them. So do you think that murderers should be held accountable?
Correct, yes.
Do you think murderers should go to jail?
Yes.
So you think if I were to kill a zygote, for instance, I should go to jail?
I mean, yes.
Okay, do you understand how I might find that crazy?
Because you don't value human life when it's before it's born.
We'll
that's
give you
messed
crazy
up,
example. So another red herring to the position. You know what an IUD is?
Yes, I know what an IUD is.
Okay. An IUD is a form of birth control, right?
Correct.
You know, one of the two functions of IUDs are to kill zygotes by preventing them from implanting into the uterine lining. Can we agree?
Correct.
So if there's a woman with an IUD that knows it can do this and still decides to be sexually active, they're a murderer.
No, they're not. Not the important. That's not the intent of the IUD. When you have an IUD, you don't know if the egg's been fertilized, so it's not intentional killing.
Okay. Well, you're saying that it's not the main function of the IUD?
The IUD is to prevent implantation, not kill the zygote. Sometimes it will be fertilized, but that's not the intent. Murder is the intent.
I have a question. What is the intention of a pencil?
To write, I would assume.
So if I take a pencil and stab it into your neck and kill you, I'm not a murderer, since that wasn't the intention of the design of the pencil.
That is a huge red herring.
It's not, because what you're telling me is although IUDs can kill zygotes, and although women know that IUDs can kill zygotes, that was not the intended prescribed function of the IUD, therefore it can't be murder. So although a pencil can kill you if stabbed into your neck, and although I knew this when I stabbed it into your neck, it wasn't murder because that wasn't the intended design of the pencil.
That was a huge red herring because we're talking about the intent of the person who's getting the abortion or having the IUD. The IUD is designed to prevent implantation, and it's not murder if they don't know if the egg's been fertilized.
Okay, so you're basically saying that they didn't know this could happen? Well, it was implied within the question that I asked you that they did. They did know that IUD can kill a zygote, and it did.
But it's not the intention.
Intention of whom?
It's not the intention of when you have an IUD is to prevent implantation. If you're going to take
wait. So you're basically saying that if a woman has an IUD intending for it to prevent implantation, even if they acknowledge that sometimes it won't do that and it'll kill the zygote, if it does kill the zygote, they're not a murderer because that's not what the intended purpose of them having that IUD was for?
Well, no. I mean, yes.
So yes, that is your argument, or is that's not your argument?
It is not my argument in the sense that the IUD's intended purpose is to prevent implantation. If the egg is fertilized.
Right. So it's not about the woman. It's about what the intended purpose of the IUD was.
Well, if you're going to define, if we're talking about an IUD being a murderer, correct? That's what you brought up?
So once again, my argument is simple. IUDs can kill zygotes. People know IUDs can kill zygotes. Yeah, just like a gun can kill a person.
Correct. But it's the person who uses the gun. Guns don't kill people. People do.
Well, we could debate that too. Guns definitely kill people, but I want to make it incredibly clear here that my argument is simple. IUDs can kill zygotes.
Can.
Okay? Can. What's the issue?
You don't know if the egg's been fertilized or not, so it's not murder. You don't know if it's human life.
In the circumstances where specifically the IUD prevents it from being implanted, then in that circumstance, is it murder?
Wait, so basically they're saying that they didn't know that it killed a human, even if they figure out later that it did, and they know that it could, it's not murder. So if I take a gun,
that would be manslaughter, not murder.
Okay. So if I take a gun and I point it at this wall behind me, on the other side of this wall, it's outside, and I pull the trigger, knowing that it's possible when I pull that trigger, it'll kill somebody on the other side. Okay. And it does kill somebody on the other side, but I don't figure this out until later. I'm not a murderer because I didn't know when it happened.
I think we're disagreeing on the definition of murder. That would be manslaughter if you were to do that.
So I
murder is the intentional killing and premeditated killing of something. If you hypothetically in the IUD, if you hypothetically somehow knew that the egg had been fertilized and then you take a drug and then kill that baby, yes, that is murder because that is premeditated. But with the IUD, you do not know.
Okay, so I define murder as the simple unjustified termination of a human life.
Intentional and premeditated. That's how it is in every single statute.
So you're talking about what the law is, but I don't define murder based upon what the law said.
Okay, so we just agree. So that's where discrepancy.
So you think it requires? So you think it requires intention and premeditation?
Yes, and so I guess
because I think in a colloquial or moral sense, right? It is very useful to define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life. Because if I were to drink 3 gallons of beer, get in my car with the intention of filling up at the gas station, but I take out a family of 5 on the way, I don't take much issue in saying that there's people who are a victim of murder. What about you?
That is manslaughter, but obviously you put yourself at risk by doing that. Obviously, I mean, it's not essentially murder. In most statutes, like DUI death isn't punishable by life in prison for a reason.
We're definitely not talking about statutes. So are you telling me that you define murder based upon what the law says?
It's the intentional and premeditated killing. You brought up the example, if you point a gun outside and somehow shoot randomly, that's not your intention to premeditatedly and intentionally kill someone.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess that we'll account for like the intention, and we'll account for it being premeditated, even though I don't think that a moral definition of murder would include intention or premeditation. How about this? If you're a woman in my chat that is sexually active with an IUD, go ahead and put a me down there real quick. All those me's. Okay. And now we're gonna take it one step further. If you're willing to help me out with my hypothetical thought experiment here, put another me of the next time you engage in intercourse, you're willing to intentionally seek the death of a potential zygote.
So abortion.
All those means via the IUD preventing its implantation. Do you think that all these women are future murderers?
That's not their intention to kill.
So I actually just asked them if next time they'd engage in intercourse, if they would not only do so for something like pleasure, but also for the intentional killing of that zygote. So it is.
So if they want and have a premeditation to hypothetically.
So just if the next time they engage in intercourse, they're going to do it for an intention of pleasure, but also for an intention of killing that zygote with the ID by preventing its implantation. Are they future murderers?
If that's their intent, yes, that is murder.
Are they future murderers? All the women in the chat.
If you want to generalize that, then if that is their intention.
I feel like we've made it incredibly clear. That would be one of their intentions, yeah.
If that is their intention,
they're willing to help me out.
Kill a fertilized egg, then yes.
To kill the zygote with the use of the IUD.
If it's fertilized, if they know for sure that it's fertilized.
To kill the zygote with the IUD, can I get a clear answer? Are they future murderers or not?
Do they know that the zygote's been fertilized?
Oh my God, it's gonna kill the zygote. They're intending in it, so it will fertilize and kill the zygote.
Yeah, that is murder.
Okay, so those are all future murderers, right?
Essentially, yes, because that's their intent.
Okay, great. So if somebody posted on their Snapchat story that they're going to shoot their school up tomorrow and be a future murderer, would you be okay with the FBI knocking their door down and putting them in handcuffs?
Yes, that is intent of a crime.
Okay, so would you be okay with the FBI knocking down all of these women's doors and putting them in handcuffs?
If abortion was hypothetically illegal, if death by IUD was hypothetically illegal, then yes, but it's not.
No, and you're in the best version of the world possible. All right. In your eudaimonic society, would you want the FBI to be knocking down their doors and putting them in cuffs right now?
Yes, if I was the head of the United.
You said yes.
If hypothetically,
if you were the if you were the dictator of America, what you said, Goat, would you order the FBI to knock down all of these women in the chat, or knock their door down and put them in handcuffs?
If abortion was illegal.
Not if abortion's illegal. You're the dictator. You get to do what you want. If you were the dictator right now, would you order the FBI to knock all these women's door downs and put them in cuffs and take them away?
I mean, since I believe abortion is murder, yes.
See, that is the absurdity with your position. That's fucking insane. You just said that if you were the dictator of this country, you would order an arbitrator.
Do you think that's like funny that like you want to put a bunch of women in prison?
Or order an arbitrator of force, such as the FBI or police, to knock down the door of every single woman in my chat that just put them in cuffs and haul them away. And by the way, it's not a joke. It's not trolling. He's saying that if he was the current dictator, if he had the power to do this to you guys, he would do this to you guys. That's the absurdity in your view. That's why we absolutely cannot trust this insane stance of if human and alive, therefore morally valuable, therefore murder to kill it. And thank you so much for allowing me to absolutely dissect it and dunk on you by making you look like a very crazy, crazy man. That's something that not even Trump is willing to do. You're crazier than Trump.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Dean. I'm just making.
That's not something that'll help me sleep at night. That's a fact.
Dude, you made an extreme red herring of a point and tried to make me look like a dictator.
What's a red herring?
Say that murderers should go to jail.
Wait, real quick. What's a red herring?
It's a point that it does not talk about the actual topic. We're talking about IUDs and going in extremes, hypothetical circumstances to say that I'm a dictator when arguing about abortion.
It's a deviation from the argument provided. So what I just gave you was not a deviation from the argument provided, as it is the logic that supported the argument provided that also supports the conclusion that if you were a dictator, you'd put them in cuffs and draw them away.
But you
Right?
tried to parallel
So
that with
therefore,
abortion.
it is a parallel because it's the same underpinning logic. The same logic in which you use to yield the conclusion that abortion is wrong is a logic which yields the conclusion that these women ought to be drug out of their house in handcuffs.
Again, that does not
you
apply
deny
to
that?
abortion because
Can you-
frankly,
Can
the
you
IUD's
deny that?
intent
Wait,
is
sir.
not to
Can you,
kill
sir?
embryos.
Can you deny that the logic you gave to justify your conclusion that abortion is wrong is the same logic that justifies all of these women being dragged out of their houses in handcuffs?
If they knew the IUD,
We already went over this. They said yes, they're going to intentionally engage in intercourse. the next
yes,
time
because
just to
that
kill
is
that child.
killing a human being.
So
That
we
is
could agree.
murder.
So we could agree that it's the same logic, right?
If they knew the IUD, yes.
We already do. Stop
Yes,
saying
yes,
if they
if
knew
they
this.
knew,
Stop
yes.
repeating yourself. Yes, they know. Yes, it's a thought of what I'm saying. Yes, they do. So you could agree it's the same logic underpinning the positions, right?
Yes. If
So
that
then
is
it's
the case.
not. So then why did you accuse me of a red herring?
Well, because essentially you're talking about IUDs, and we're talking about a hypothetical scenario where an IUD, people would have to know that the IUD, the egg has been fertilized. That's a hypothetical scenario. You don't know that for sure when you have the IUD.
Wait, so you're saying that they have to know that it's happened, even if they intend
For
for
it to be
happen?
intentional and
No,
premeditated. Yes.
No, they don't have to know that it occurs when it occurs in order for it to be intentional and premeditated. If I take a gun and I shoot it out of my fucking wall right now, intending to kill
manslaughter.
somebody
You don't know it's gonna kill
no,
somebody.
intending for it to kill somebody on the other side, and I don't know that it inevitably kills somebody on the other side because there's a wall between me and what's ever on the road, I'm a murderer under your own definition. Right?
Is that your intent to kill
Yes.
somebody?
Yes, it
Then
is.
yes, that's murder.
Even if I don't know that it did kill somebody?
If that's your intent when firing that bullet, then yes.
Great. You just proved my point for me. You don't have to have knowledge that it occurs. As long as it actually occurs, regardless of your knowledge, if you intended to do it, you're a murderer, meaning that, yeah, these women in the chat wouldn't have to know that it's killing the zygote. They just have to have intended to, right? And as long as it did, they're murderers under your view. Thank you for conceding.
How in the world does this have to do anything with abortion? Because you're talking about a hypothetical scenario that an IUD people would know.
That's a great question. You said, how in the world does this have to do with your position arguing that abortion is immoral? Because the likelihood that your logic is accurate, true, sound, and valid can be determined on the basis of the conclusions that it yields and how fucking crazy they are, and if you're willing to accept them or not. And it is just as likely, according to your logic, that abortion is murder as it is likely that all of these women in the chat ought to be drug out of their houses in handcuffs. And that's crazy, sir. I don't think we should be applying a logic in our arguments that justifies dragging innocent women out of their
You brought
houses
the
in
example
handcuffs
up.
and shoving them into the back of the vans. I brought the example up because I'm a smart man that knows what your logic entails.
You brought up a hypothetical scenario to try and act like there's a flaw in my argument when it has
That is
no
exactly
parallel
what I
to the
did. You
argument
know
of
what?
abortion.
You already accepted that it paralleled because the logical underpinning is synonymous. And yes, hypotheticals can be useful to abstractly think that is what the Socratic method is, sir. Don't dispute me, dispute Socrates.
Okay, so in that case, what does this have to do with abortion and my point being invalid?
Yeah, it demonstrates that your position is invalid due to the absurdities yielded from the underlying logic.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion. Do you hold the opinion? Do you hold the opinion that it's absurd to say?
Correct, but I'm just saying that it's not a logical
Great.
fallacy. It's just where we disagree.
Great. Well, no, it's called a reductio ad absurdism, which is a way to discredit the validity of a view. And since you also agree that that view is absurd, you're basically saying that the logic in which underpinned it is also absurd. So you just self-admittedly described your position as an absurd position.
So what's your position on abortion then?
Great. Now that we've got around to that, I've done my legwork. I got you to concede that you hold to an absurd position. Now I want to give Parker time on the mic. Take it away. Tell him the position.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's past or present and future subjective experience. We don't just grant value to just cellular human organisms. We grant value once it's sentient with a past or present and future subjective experience.
Okay, so by that means that you're basically saying that humans with less consciousness have less moral worth.
No, we're just arguing that in order to be granted value, you have to meet the condition of past or present and future subjective experience.
Okay, so you're just going to kill, if it's not conscious, you're just going to kill it.
No, not necessarily. Just that like you don't have an obligation to like maintain its life. Like if it's just cellular life, like
it's human life.
Well,
I've
you're
kind
just
of-
claiming that's because it meets your set of criteria, but we're obviously going to show you that just because it's cellular life doesn't mean that we say that it has the set of conditions that we would typically consider to be valuable. Like one thing that we brought up earlier that you said was murder that I'd like to address was the fact that you said that pulling the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead is murder. Do you agree?
Correct. That person's still alive, is it?
Okay. So can I get a 3 in the chat for everyone in the chat who has been a part of a family that's had to make that type of choice where they decide to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
That's assisted suicide, is it not?
No, because they're brain dead, right?
That's not their choice.
Look at all those people. All those people specifically, you think they're murderers and should go to prison?
If they pull the plug on a brain dead person, I mean, yes, because that's assisted suicide.
Oh, I don't know what you mean, because it is the case that, like, again, at that point they are medically dead, because it is the case that they don't have a subjective experience anymore.
I think like what Parker's really getting at here is like nothing's being harmed when you pull the plug on a brain dead patient. Like,
it's a person with less consciousness, and you're saying they have less moral worth.
Well,
they don't have any.
Right, and they won't have any.
They don't have any moral worth because they're less conscious.
Think about this. Could you tell us what harm is? Can you define harm?
I would assume to inflict emotional or physical pain on somebody.
What is physical pain?
I mean, obviously something that it gives you discomfort and something that harms your body.
Okay, so we just agreed that discomfort and emotional distress is your definition of harm. You can only feel discomfort and emotional stress given any like response to stimuli via subjective experiences. Okay, brain dead patients don't have that. Therefore, under your definition, you don't think brain dead patients can be harmed.
By killing them, yes, that's assisted suicide and it's wrong. They're still human. It doesn't matter if they have less consciousness. They still have the same moral worth. That doesn't determine moral worth.
Given your definition of harm, you don't think brain dead patients can be harmed, since you define harm as emotional distress or physical distress, and which is recognized via discomfort. Okay, well, discomfort and distress are what? Subjective experiences, right?
People can die without pain.
Can you answer my question?
What was your question? Sorry.
That discomfort and distress are subjective experiences?
In that sense, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, just given your definition of harm, because harm is defined as a set of subjective experiences, you can't harm somebody that doesn't have subjective experiences. And that's your definition.
Harm, not murder.
Right. So you would agree that we can't harm a brain dead patient?
Yeah, you can't harm them. You can't murder them either.
Okay. Well, that's our point. Because you can't harm them, you therefore can't murder them. Because
okay. If that's what you mean, sure.
All right. Then you just don't consider it murder to kill a brain dead patient.
It is murder. It's murder to murder a brain dead patient, and that's assisted suicide. If they can't make that choice themselves, that is murder.
I just caught him in a circle. I got him to concede, then go back again in like picoseconds. Take it away, Parker.
Tried to find a logical flaw in my argument that was an actual logical flaw.
Yeah, I was. I detailed it pretty quickly. The logical flaw.
You went toward harm in some form or shape. In reality, we're talking about murder to pull the plug. In reality, yes, in my opinion, that is assisted suicide.
So, like the logical flaw I was able to point out in your position is that you don't think that you can harm a brain dead patient, and you don't think that you can murder somebody if they can't be harmed.
You can't harm them; you can still murder them,
though. Okay. Why is murder wrong?
Why is murder wrong?
Yes.
Dean, come on, dude. Really?
Yes, really.
Because it's the intentional taking of a human life, and that's not their decision.
Okay, and why is the intentional taking of a human life wrong? Right? It's because it causes what? Harm.
Well, it causes an end of a human life, not so much harm.
Okay, but so you're saying that murder?
It does cause harm in sense.
Wait. Do you think that murder is always harmful?
I would say, well, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're getting stabbed by a bunch of times, yes, that's harmful and painful. But if you die to a gunshot, I mean, you're getting murdered.
Is murder always harmful?
I mean, if you want to say that, yes.
I'm asking you about your position. According to your position, is murder always harmful? Because I would say yes. What about you?
Harmful is to inflict emotional and physical pain, in my opinion. And if you're getting murdered, I would assume that would be emotional distress. Like, yeah, and if you die in one single instant.
I just want a yes or no. Is murder always harmful?
Not always, no. Because if you die immediately and don't feel pain, I mean, is it really?
I'd say that the harm that is being experienced there is a deprivation of future experiences predicated on current or past experiences. So there's still harm in a circumstance where you're killed quickly without pain.
Okay, in that case, sure.
So then we could agree that
murder is harmful.
So murder is always harmful, right?
Sure, I guess.
I'm gonna give you a 3-point argument to demonstrate that even you don't think that it's murder to kill a brain dead patient. First premise: murder is always harmful.
Sure.
Second premise, brain dead patients can't feel harm.
They can't feel harm, but you can kill them. Sure, yeah.
Right. So if murder is always harmful and brain dead patients can't feel harm, the conclusion would be is that brain dead patients can't be murdered.
In that case, okay, you know what? Fine. I guess I'll go back. I guess in that case, since that person can't feel harm, murder isn't always harmful.
Dean, actually, I gotta say I disagree with you here. Actually, like if someone's in a coma and they get murdered, was that harmful?
I'm doing it. Yeah, because like I'd say that the harm would be like arbitrated via like you're taking away their future experiences.
But the point is that they couldn't feel it themselves at that time.
Well, I don't think that the mere definition of harm would be an experience of feeling, right? Like you could also include other things within the definition of harm.
Yeah, that's what I would agree with.
You are taking away their future experiences predicated on the existence of past or present, right? So basically, the views like flow, right? Like you're gonna say like a coma patient has flow; they have a future like ours. However, that future like ours is only going to be morally valuable predicated on past or current subjective experiences.
Well,
like that's a view that we both run.
Wouldn't they argue that about like a brain dead individual because they don't meet that set of criteria? Well, he's not arguing that because they just
that's why it's not wrong to kill. That's why it's not wrong to kill a brain dead patient because they don't have a future like ours, even though they do have past or present experiences. So that's why like our view would arbitrate that it's not murder to kill a brain dead patient. But more so, like the purpose of my line of questioning with William is basically to demonstrate. It's a sense where you just straight up you can't be harmed unless you have future experiences, past and current experiences. And if you can't be harmed, you don't really have a well-being. Okay, because like what is a well-being? That's something that can or can't be harmed or infringed upon. And given that you don't have a well-being, like why would we really consider it to be like valuable if somebody like killed you or wrong if somebody killed you? Like there's no reason to consider it wrong given that there wasn't an infringement upon a well-being or any harm committed. Like why are we saying that something's wrong if it's not harming anything? Why are we considering it something wrong if it's not infringing upon a well-being? Like there's just no material outcome of that action in which generates anything that we consider to be wrong, right? So then why are you calling the action wrong?
In that case, I see what you're going for is that if it's not harmful to the person, then it's not murder. I get your position there. However, why I disagree is the sense that, yes, that person may not be able to feel pain or maybe not any past subjective experience, whatever you said in that sense. However, you're still taking a human life.
Yeah, then it just goes back down to like the DNA. Okay, well, it's like I step on a bug, you don't care. I step on a zygote, you do care. Why?
Because it's a human.
Because in one circumstance, I'm ending the life of something with DNA like yours, right?
In the sense, yes, it's a human. I care about human life.
Right. And I just find that to be so incredibly trivial. Like if that bug's DNA was slightly augmented, just a little bit, and it possessed the same chromosomal structure as you and I, all of a sudden would be murder. Like what if we had a type of serum that I could inject that bug with and give it human DNA? Would it all of a sudden be murder to stomp on that bug?
That's an extreme red herring.
It's not a red herring. It is a little bit of a far hypothetical.
If you could inject,
we're definitely getting into the
DNA.
Like we're definitely getting into like the nuances of like just like the epitome of abortion debate. Like we're definitely getting pretty deep with it, but like still, yet this is a valid line of questioning. It's just like super fucking.
No.
I'll give you that.
Sure. I mean, you said, I just want to retract your question if that's okay. You said if you inject a bug with human DNA, which is similar to mine,
and then you give it human DNA as a genome just like yours, like is it murder to kill the bug?
After this, I want to run a point.
Yeah, I'll shut the fuck up after this. I'm getting really deep with it. I understand.
I mean,
it's probably a better conversation to have.
Parker, whenever you want to go ahead, but I don't know if I would say no.
Okay, so the chat is actually arguing something. This is exactly what I was going to bring up. There's a case in Georgia specifically where it is the case that against the concerns of the family, right? They kept someone on life support even though they were brain dead because it is the case that there was an 8-week-old embryo specifically that they wanted to keep alive. Do you think that they should have kept the brain dead individual on life support, right, against the will of the family?
So if I'm tracking the case correctly, you said that a brain dead person was pregnant.
Brain dead individual is pregnant. Yeah.
That's an extreme case. So you said if the brain dead patient was pregnant, you want them to, sorry, if you want to explain
if the family specifically wants to pull the plug, right, should they be allowed to legally? You're saying no. You're saying that they should keep the pregnant individual specifically on life support so that they can go through that pregnancy until the point of birth, at least, right?
Well, I mean, I think we should save as much human life as we can.
So is that your view? You think that against the will of the family, you think they should have been forced to keep them on life support?
I mean, it's a very extreme case, but if I had to make a decision, hypothetically in this scenario, I would say we should keep as many people as live as we can.
So okay, so you're saying that you should keep them on life support against the will of the family. You should keep Adriana.
That's what saves human life. Yes.
30 seconds. If your position is that we should strive to keep as many humans alive as possible, if there's a pregnant mother with twins and she's going to die if she goes through the
Now, this is something we might be able to agree on. I believe abortion is wrong in every single case, except when the threat of the mother's life is in fact at risk.
Okay, well, you like under your principle of wanting to save as many human lives as possible, like that would say you would save the 2 over the 1, save the 2.
You know what, Dean? I'm gonna give you that point, dude. Good, but I will say,
right. And then also
twins, right?
Then also, I appreciate you just quickly giving me that point. You need to rectify that within your own view because there's more pressing matter at hand. This means that you don't think that rape victims should be able to get abortion.
Why in the world would you get to commit murder if you were raped?
Well, I don't think it's murder. It's because I think it's justified because I don't think that the woman has any obligation to provide for the resources of the fetus.
Okay, fair enough. I will say.
Can I give you a hypothetical?
Sure, if you want.
Right, for sure. Like imagine that somebody's going to break into your house every night for the next 9 months and steal half your food. This is going to severely decrease the quality of your own life, and there's around a 5 to 10% chance that it'll end up killing you by the end of the 9 months. All you got to do to prevent this person from stealing your food, decreasing the quality of your life, and possibly killing you is to lock your front door at night. Now, if you do lock your front door at night, they're going to die from starvation. Should that be illegal?
Well, that person, you do not have a duty of care to that person. That person's a criminal.
Okay, you have no duty of care to that individual. Therefore, it shouldn't be illegal to lock your front door at night. Stop them from stealing your food, even if they did as a result. That's my argument for victims of rape. They have no duty of care to the fetus, so they have the right to evict the fetus from the uterus, stop providing the fetus their bodily resources, even if it kills the fetus as a result, just like in the hypothetical that you locking your front door at night killed the burglar as a result.
Well, it's that criminal's responsibility as an adult to feed themselves. It's not the responsibility of the fetus to just somehow not get killed.
Right. It's not your responsibility to feed that criminal. So why is it a great victim's responsibility to feed the fetus? That's the question I'm asking. Because I don't think there's any justification
you're not directly
to
murdering
imply that a responsibility would exist.
You're not directly murdering that criminal by locking your door.
Okay, so it has to do with direct versus indirect. So the abortion pill is an indirect way of killing the fetus because it simply stops off the supply of the mother's bodily resources, but indirectly kills the fetus by starving it to death. So you do agree with the abortion pill for victims of rape?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, why not? It's indirect, just like locking your front door.
Locking your front door for a criminal that you have no duty of care to, that person has a direct obligation to feed themselves.
Okay, so why does the great victim have a duty of care to the fetus?
Because that human is alive and you can't murder them.
Okay, because a human is alive and you can't kill them. And if you stop caring for them, you'll kill them.
Yes.
Okay, so then under your view, yes, if there's somebody taking half of your food at night, then you do have a duty of care because if you stop letting them take half your food, you're killing them.
No, because essentially that person is trying to commit a violent crime and the other person is just, not the other person, the mother who got raped essentially has a duty of care to birth that baby because essentially it is killing a human life if they directly take an abortion pill.
Right. Well, I mean, you said that they have the duty of care because if they stop the care, the fetus will die, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, then you have a duty to keep your front door unlocked because if you lock it, the person will die.
No, because
that's the issue with your logic.
In the house.
That's a direct contradiction, right, Parker?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, explain us how that's not a direct contradiction.
It's not a direct contradiction because you do not owe a duty of care to that person.
All right, so then a duty of care is rooted in something other than if you stop the care, they'll die. So then what is the duty of care of the great victim rooted in? Because last time you told me that duty of care was rooted in the fact that if they stop the care, the fetus will die. But now you're telling me that merely if you were to stop care for one, that they die, that does not justify a duty of care. So what does justify duty of care for a victim of rape?
Well, essentially in the hypothetical scenario that you enacted, you're saying that a criminal who already is committing a crime breaking into your house is trying to steal food.
Well, we're having a conversation we're having a conversation about normative ethics, laws, crimes. It doesn't matter because we're talking about what ought to be the case, what should be the case, and what should be the case is not dependent upon what the current law says. So go ahead, give me the reason why the victim of rape has a duty of care to provide for the fetus. Keep in mind that this reason is not the fact that if she were to stop providing the fetus would die, because you told me in that hypothetical scenario that if you lock your front door at night, stop letting them steal your food, they'll die, but still yet they don't have a duty of care. So why does a rape victim?
They do have a duty of care to birth that human being and not kill them.
Yeah, for sure. Why? What
human is
constitutes
alive.
that duty to care?
Because that human is alive and that mother needs to keep that human alive.
Yeah, why?
Because a human being and has moral worth.
Okay, yeah, well, so is a person that's stealing from the house in the hypothetical scenario.
Yeah,
human
they're
being. They have
committing a
moral
crime
worth,
and
but-
they can easily steal from anybody else. This is a very extreme hypothetical
Oh,
scenario.
actually, no. In this hypothetical scenario, if they stop stealing from you, they don't have anybody else to steal from. Imagine that you live at a cabin in the middle of the woods.
Sure.
Okay, you still think it shouldn't be illegal for you to lock your front door at night? Why?
You should lock your front door at night. You should
Great,
be able
great.
to.
There's no duty of care. But so do we see how there's absolutely no reason that you could give me to justify that there should be a duty for, of
That's not
rape victim?
direct
There should
murdering.
be-
Just because I can't, just because I don't let someone steal from me, they're going to starve to death. We do not owe a duty of care. Correct.
Right,
That
right.
person
So just like
also-
if the mother doesn't let the fetus steal her bodily resources from her, they're going to starve to death. That's not a direct act of murder under your
That's not a direct. It is a direct act of murder to take a pill.
Oh, okay. So if it's a direct act of murder for the rape victim to stop giving resources to the fetus, then it's a direct act of murder for you to stop giving resources to the burglar.
No, because that person starving to death is not me giving them food. They could easily go anywhere else and get food.
There's no, like I said, you're in a cabin in the middle of the woods. They can't easily go anywhere else and get food. You're their only source of food.
They could literally eat anything else.
See, in order for you to keep an argument that's logically consistent, you have to change the confines of my hypothetical. So do not change the confines of the hypothetical. Sir, you live in a cabin in the middle of the woods. The only place where this burglar could get food is from your pantry. Should it be illegal for you to lock that front door at night? Keep them out of your house, even if they starve to death as a direct.
It should not be illegal for you to lock your door.
Right, even if they can't get those resources from anywhere else. So even though a fetus cannot get the resources they need to live from anywhere else but the victim of rape, that victim of rape still yet has no duty of care, just like the homeowner in the hypothetical scenario I gave you, sir.
The first scenario is involving burglary. The second scenario is involving murder.
Well, both scenarios involve an individual stop the providence of
That's an
bodily resources
extreme
or resources as a
stretch.
whole to another individual, right, and which would result in their death. So if it's going to be murder in one scenario, there might be murder in another scenario. The issue that you're facing is a complete lack of an ability to justify a duty of care for the victim of rape, but not for the homeowner in the scenario of a burglar stealing half their food at night. And by the way, that last statement of saying in one scenario it's locking a door, in the other scenario it's murder, that was a complete red herring and straw man. The reason in which I say that is because I'm arguing that neither of the individuals in both scenarios have a duty of care to the individuals in which is taking resources from them, and you cannot contest that. All you can do in respond is to give me a one-line red herring. So let's try again. Let's slow down a little bit. Why does that victim of rape have a duty of care? You might say because if they stop caring, the fetus will die. That's not the reason for duty of care, because in the hypothetical scenario, if they stop caring and lock the front door, they'll die. So that doesn't constitute the duty of care. So what does?
The fetus didn't do anything wrong. The burglar did.
Oh, didn't do anything wrong. So do you mean like with intention? Like the fetus didn't intend to take the bodily resources away from the woman, but the burglar did intend to take the resources away from you as a homeowner?
I mean, yes, the burglar is committing a criminal act. The fetus did nothing wrong. Why should we murder it?
Great. So if it's not wrong to take bodily resources away from a woman without consent, why would it be wrong to take your resources away from you without consent?
Take my resources away with my. So you're saying that you're trying to portray me as the homeowner in the cabin. That burglar is committing a crime. The fetus didn't.
Okay, so it's all about what is legal or illegal. So if it was legal to steal from you, you would be doing something morally wrong and you would be committing murder if you were to lock your front door?
So you're saying it would be evil if I locked my front door for that burglar.
Well, I mean, under your view, you're basically saying that the only reason it's evil to kill the fetus, but not evil to lock your front door at night and kill the burglar, is because in one situation it's legal, in the other situation it's illegal, right? So if it was legal to steal food from you at night, you would be doing something evil if you were to lock your front door at night?
But I don't think it's murder is the intentional killing of a human. When I'm locking my door, hypothetically, I am not trying to intentionally kill that burglar.
Even if you know that they'll die as a result. Even if you know that they'll die as a result. Therefore, it's really simple for me to say that when a victim of rape gets an abortion, or fuck any woman for that matter, as long as they take the abortion pill that merely locks that front door, stops supplying the bodily resources to the fetus, they're not intentionally killing the fetus. They're merely just stopping the supply of bodily resources, just like you'd be stopping the supply of all resources by locking your front door at night. Your own logic just justified the abortion pill for every woman on earth.
However, in the sense that we don't know it can directly kill the burglar, we know when we take the abortion pill that it'll directly kill the fetus.
Oh, don't worry. I thought I made this implication like ages ago. Yeah, you know, if you lock your front door, they'll die as a result. That's the first thing I said.
Okay. I mean, that's a pretty extreme scenario. So you're saying it's okay to let people steal from you?
Well, actually, that's seemingly like what you're saying. Your logic would imply
No, it's
that if victims of rape have an obligation to provide for the resources that the fetus requires to maintain life. Therefore, if somebody's stealing from your house to get food, and that's the only place in which where they could get food from, your argument would imply that you have the obligation to provide for their resources to live.
No, you don't.
Okay, so then neither does a great victim. Back to square one.
Yes, they do, because they have a fetus in their womb.
Oh, so it's about the location?
I mean, whatever, yes, because it's in their body, and they have a
Okay,
direct
so if the
obligation
fetus,
to birth them into this world.
so if the great victims, if that fetus was still connected to the victim of rape just externally by an umbilical cord, then the victim of rape would be well within her means to stop supplying it resources and kill it, right?
It has to be birthed and then disconnected from the umbilical cord for it to
But
be.
no, I mean, assuming that the
for
fetus
it
just
to be
simply,
birthed.
assuming that the fetus just grew outside of the woman's body, but yet still connected to the woman to provide to supply it resources, you're basically saying that that great victim could stop supplying the fetus resources, killing the fetus, and that's no longer morally wrong since it's no longer in her body.
Is it disconnected from the woman's body?
Well, disconnecting it kills it.
From the umbilical cord outside of the woman's womb? What are you trying to get at?
I'm trying to say that you just argued that the only reason why a victim of rape shouldn't legally be allowed to access abortion is because the fetus is literally inside her uterus.
No, because it's a human life. I want them
people want you to replace the hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, you could take it away from here.
No,
I mean,
with a
he's
child.
Just going back in the he's just going back in the circle now. Like now this guy's saying, well, like, oh, like if it's a human life, that's why the victim of rape has to sustain its life. Even though I've clarified 15 times that the person stealing from your house in the middle of the night is also a human life and you don't care, demonstrating that this is not the reason in which it makes it relevantly morally wrong for the great victim, but not in the hypothetical scenario I gave you. I mean, we've gone in loops. I mean, if you have anything new to demonstrate the great victim would have a duty to care, but not the individual breaking in, feel free to provide it. But I'll pass the mic off to you, Parker. Keep in mind, I do have to leave here in around 7 minutes.
Yeah, so if you were to replace like the burglar breaking in specifically with a child, right? Would you answer differently?
I mean, again, a very extreme hypothetical scenario. So you're saying if it was a child instead of an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that? I mean, it's not your child. It's not your duty of care, though.
Okay. So specifically, so it's not your duty of care. So regardless of whether or not it's a child, right, in that scenario, you're still saying that you don't have the obligation to provide that, correct?
Yes, because the mother has the obligation.
Okay.
I get when the rape
victim. So think about it this way: when a fetus is inside your body, it is a harsher obligation for the person who has to maintain that, comparative to just allowing someone to take food out of your pantry, like one person.
And then also, I think they said there that the great victim has that duty of care because it's their biological kid.
It is that, I mean, yes, obviously rape is terrible. And obviously when we punish that rapist in court and we give them 50 years in prison, whatever, that should happen. But should we also commit murder on that fetus? Two wrongs don't make a right.
Apparently it's murder because it's their biological kid. So, wow. Hey, if there's a woman that gets an IVF baby, it's not her biological kid. Apparently abortion's justified because it's not her biological kid, right?
Yep, that's literally his view.
Yeah.
It's a human life.
So then it has nothing to do with the biological relation. So why does it have to do with the biological relation in the hypothetical that Parker gave you?
It's biologically still her kid, though.
Oh, okay. Well, again, if it was the case that we brought up an IVF example where it's specifically not her kid, right? Would it be the case that abortion is justified?
IVF, again, IVF, I'm not as educated, I'm going to be honest.
No, I'm just saying that IVF, they didn't use the DNA of the person who is pregnant, right? In order for that kid to be produced, the kid is inside of the person who is pregnant, right? And it's not of their DNA. So specifically,
it's still 50% of her DNA.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because it's IVF.
So
they used a different egg. They used
IVF. If you want to educate me on what an IVF is,
they used a different egg from a different
another
person.
woman's egg.
Another woman's egg, and it's implanted inside another.
Yeah, it's not her DNA. It's not her biological kid. Abortion's justified.
Well, in that case, still, that is a very extreme stance. I haven't looked into that. I have no comment on that.
No, but in that specific example, because it is the case that it's not her DNA, so it clearly is the case that it's justified for her to,
still a human life, though,
commit an abortion, correct? Oh, so it's about the human life. It's not about the relation.
I mean, I don't know where you
So,
got it.
so if it's about the human life and not about the relation, then why would you not have a duty of care for a child stealing food from your house in the middle of the night?
Because that person is trying to commit a crime.
They're trying. So it's about the intent. So so it's all about the intent, right?
Yeah, I don't owe them a duty of care, but I mean,
Okay. So
if
why
that,
don't
but
you
if
owe
that
them?
child,
So
if the
why
only
don't
way
wait,
that
wait,
child
wait,
can
wait,
be
wait.
birthed,
Why don't you owe them a duty of care? I just want to be clear.
the child breaking in or the fetus?
The child breaking it.
The child breaking in because it's not your kid.
Okay. Well, then neither
Again.
is the fetus.
But again, you're not
With
intending to
IVF.
murder them by not giving them food. That's not your
exactly.
intent.
So if you take the abortion pill, you're not intending for the fetus to die. It just dies.
Yes,
as a
you
result.
are.
Well, no, you just wanted to cut your resources off.
You genuinely, if you take an abortion pill and you have a kid in you and you know that it's going to kill
Yeah,
them,
if
and
you
it's
shut the
life, that's
door
your
and you don't
fault.
let the kid in, the kid is going to die.
Bro,
That's
okay,
not
listen,
your intent.
At this point, just admit that you got fucking mopped and move on. Like, you are so incredibly dense when we are making like the best arguments known to mankind, and you just look like shit. Like, just admit that you got mopped. Say, guys, I lost the debate. I need to reconsider my views, move on, and become a better person. Because, like, how many times have
That's
we gone
what
in a
helps you
circle?
sleep at night,
Listen,
Dean.
William,
Oh,
I want you to give me a really real response. How many times have we gone in the circle of there existing a duty of care because it's a human, and there existing a duty of care because it's their biological child, and then you saying it's because it's their biological child, then us giving the
That's a
IVF
human being.
example, and then you shifting to saying because it's a human? How many times have we gone in that circle?
Human being.
How many times have we gone in that circle?
I don't know if I don't have a counter.
Probably over 10, right?
Whatever if that's the number you got.
Right. See how you like continually like perpetuate the circle of you losing and then pivoting like a billion times, even
It's a
though
human
you know
being,
what you're going
end
to
of
prove it
story.
to. It's going to be well, exactly. Now the circle continues. It's a human being. So is the kid that's stealing half of your food at night. You don't think you have a duty of care to them. End of story. That's a contradiction. Do the circle again. Go back to saying that it's not your biological child. Do it. I
So
dare you.
how does that have? I want to just go in this break out of this circle. How does that relate to your view on abortion?
So this relates to your view that you don't think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion.
Yeah, because it's still a human being.
All right, just like the child that's stealing half the food from your house in the middle of the night. Boom. See, circle
You don't owe
completed
them
for the
a duty of
20th time. And you don't owe them a duty of care because why? Let me guess. They're not your biological kid.
You brought up the IVF.
Wait.
That
Let me guess. Let me guess. I'll fill in your words. It's because you don't owe them a duty of care because they're not your biological kid, right, William?
Are we talking about IVF?
The person that's stealing half of your food in the middle of the night.
Correct.
Great. And then this is where I'm like, oh, well, what about a woman with an IVF baby implanted inside of her? That is not her biological kid either, according to the logic in which you just demonstrated us in the position of a child stealing half the food in the middle of the night. That's not their biological kid. Thereby, they wouldn't have a duty of care to provide to that IVF baby. Thereby, an abortion would be justified. And then you're going to say incorrect because it's still a human life, right?
If that, I haven't done a lot of research on IVF. If you guys, I'm going to say that no, it wouldn't be that.
So it'd still be wrong for a woman with an IVF baby to get an abortion?
Well, no, because it's not. You don't have to do care.
Really? So it's not wrong for a woman with an IVF baby to get an abortion. So thereby, it's not about the human life.
It's not her DNA. Correct?
Wait. So to clarify, you could IVF and then abortion infinite times, and you wouldn't think that's wrong.
Oh, I muted him instead of myself.
Yeah, William. Just a real question.
Sorry.
You could IVF and abortion infinite times, and that's not wrong, correct?
I haven't done research on IVF to have a stance on that.
What? Yeah, I'm just asking you if abortion is wrong in this circumstance, and it seems like you don't have an answer. Wow, what a pro-life advocate.
Dude, we
genuinely don't.
We won. Okay, so you're agnostic on if women that consent and contractually agreed to being implanted with an IVF baby should be able to get an abortion. But when it's about a fucking 10-year-old victim of rape, all of a sudden it's like the worst things.
It's an IV. You're saying that person agreed to take on that fertilized egg?
What do you think we're referencing? Jesus Christ, dude.
Come on, bro.
Again, I'm trying to develop my point.
Dude, I'm sorry. If you didn't understand what we were referencing,
in that sense,
wait, hold on. If you didn't understand
take
what
on that baby, then yes, it is an act of murder.
Okay, now he's changed his view because he didn't understand. If you didn't understand, you could have just told us.
I mean, don't
Well,
worry.
I said I haven't done research on IVF.
Don't worry. The way to get out of like about that agreement, because there's a contractual obligation that's present, is by just simply imagining that they were implanted with the wrong IVF baby. Like imagine that they agreed to take on an IVF baby that was female. The doctor implants them with the wrong IVF baby that's a male. There's no contractual agreement that exists. They did not agree to take on that IVF baby. Under your review, it can't be murder.
In that sense, I didn't do a lot of research on IBS, but if that person agreed to take on that baby, regardless of their DNA, then yeah, it'd be murder because they essentially agreed to have that implant.
Yeah. So what about if they're implanted with the wrong IVF baby? They didn't agree to take on the wrong IVF baby, did they?
I mean, again, so you're saying that they implanted the wrong IVF, so they essentially did it against the woman's will?
Yeah, doctor made a mistake.
Again, I really don't understand what you're trying to reference here. So it's an,
an
accidental IVF.
Yeah, doctor made a mistake. No, she signed up
IVF?
for IVF. She went in IVF.
Jesus
She
Christ.
went into a contractual agreement to untake an IVF baby that was a female. Doctor made a mistake, accidentally implanted her with a male. Does she have an obligation to sustain pregnancy?
If that's a human life.
Great. Circle completed. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to complete the circle with you one more time before I kicked you.
Valid, sure.
Jesus,
Okay,
today was a bit wild.
Yeah, it was. I gotta say, the one positive thing I could say about William is that he's definitely in the right career path. Yeah, that insufferable motherfucker would be quite the lawyer. Let me tell you. You know, just unrelentingness. He is always right. Holy shit. Yeah. You found your calling. You found your calling. Now he wouldn't be a good lawyer. I'd like to clarify that. Definitely would be a terrible lawyer, but to be a lawyer is his calling nonetheless. Now, Parker, I'm going to go to an end, and I don't know what I'm going to do the rest of my day. I'm going to go lay down and cry because the last 5 hours of my life,
bro.
I'm just kidding. But the last 5 hours of my life have been exhausting. I mean, I think my girlfriend's at work. Like, this is one of those days where the last 5 hours of my life has been so exhausting. I think I'm going to go to Sam's Club and get a steak. You know, I'm going to go get a nice steak. I'm going to cook it. I'm going to watch TV. That's what I'm going to do. That sounds like a nice time to me.
Yeah, let me know how that goes, bro. Let me know how that goes.
All right, where are you going live?
I'm going to go live on my main account and see how it goes. And then if it lags, I'll go to my girlfriend's account.
All right, bye-bye. I'll raid you.
All right, and then I'm also on my YouTube, everyone. Parker, get a job like always. Appreciate you, Dean, as always, man. Appreciate you.
Have a good one, Parker.
All right, peace, bro.
Appreciate you for coming up today.
All right. Let's start the live. All right. Give it a second for people to join up. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. Let me say thank you to a few people. I need to catch up. Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Leo with the $6.50. Thank you so much. I got to do a tic-tac-toe against Dean, I know. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you. Vanity, thank you for the $2. Sid with the $100. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you as always, Sid. I appreciate you. YouTube W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. W's for Sid in the comments. W's for Sid. Did you see Dean was over 16K earlier? No, I didn't, but that's amazing for him. I'm glad to see. He's got like, pre-election algorithm. My algorithm was like that until a bit after the election. And then like there was like this following glitch for a while, and I've got destroyed by a million things. It was really fun. But maybe one time we'll be able to get back, chat. Okay. If we don't experience lag today, I think we could. Appreciate the hand art. I think we could. If we don't experience lag, we could totally, get up there. I don't know if we can get up to where Dean's at, but we can get up there, I tell you. But we'll see. As long as I'm like on a different account, not my main, and I'm gonna be limited. But yeah, what's up, everyone joining from Dean's live? Do make sure to tap that screen, share the live if you're on YouTube. Do make sure to like the live. I would really appreciate it. I would really, really, really appreciate that. I tell you. But what's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We're gonna start getting some debates very, very soon. Very, very soon. All right, all right. Let's start getting some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Always. Because he's putting America first, and he always has, and he always will.
Okay, how is he putting America first?
By getting illegal immigrants out of the country, bringing the economy back up from Biden to just completely destroyed it like a typical Democrat.
Okay, before we go into that here, I have a question. So, can you name one way undocumented immigrants negatively impact the U.S. economy?
Well, they kill people. They don't pay any taxes. They just kind of live in here. They get all the benefits from the government.
Undocumented immigrants paid $100 billion in taxes in 2022. We can also point to the fact that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of murder comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, according to a PNAS study, if you'd like to see.
Okay. Well, they shouldn't be here because they're criminals.
Okay. Well, then Donald Trump shouldn't be here because he's a criminal.
How is he a criminal?
Convicted of 34 felonies.
But those were felonies that like no one else had ever been charged with aside from him, because they just kind of made them felonies.
Because it was a predicate crime of like election interference and like
election interference.
He was falsifying business records, right, with the explicit reason of specifically like so that we wouldn't be able to see the information, right, about the fact that he was paying off Stormy Daniels, right, which would affect his election prospects.
So it was you're saying that he was the one that frauded an election?
He falsified business records with the explicit reason, right, of hiding the information of him paying off Stormy Daniels, right, so it wouldn't affect his election prospects. That's a felony. So like you can sit there and you can deny it, but then why is the criminal justice system right when applicable to undocumented immigrants, right, and to everyone else, but not when it comes to Donald Trump?
Well, because they're just like trying to take him down because the Democrats, they've been trying to do that since day one.
Okay.
Like it's like
okay, people being against you doesn't mean that you can't do anything wrong.
Well, I don't agree. He's probably he's done things wrong, but like
and this is what we're pointing towards.
Mm-hmm. But I still like all the other crimes he's been charged with. Like I heard that they're most of the things that are just like
they've never been held civilly liable, forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. Is that a good enough reason to not support him?
Wasn't that in like New York where like everyone's a liberal?
So Donald Trump and his lawyers helped pick the jury.
How could they? Well, they're still liberals even in New York.
You're talking of people who vote. You're also not referencing. So like 90% of people who vote, right, within that area, right, vote liberal, right? But then you're saying at least 10% of them, if we were only taking into account the context of people who vote, right, that would specifically be either independent or conservative, meaning that at least one person on the jury, right, was a Trump supporter and still said that he was guilty.
Well, then he's not a real Trump supporter. Then, if he said he was guilty,
what?
No evidence.
What? Well, he's probably not a Trump. They're probably not a Trump supporter anymore because they saw it like clear in day. Oh, they left. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Again, please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yo, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What up, bro?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't, but it's only because I turned 18 after.
Okay, so do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course. I turned 18 in December.
Okay. What's up with your profile picture? Is that just the opacity is low?
It's Charlie Kirk as the Ken Carson profile picture. It's tough, right?
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm confused.
Like, you know Ken Carson?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, then never mind. You'd have to look it up.
But
It's
Charlie, you like Charlie Kirk?
Hell yeah, man. He's sick. I like your debates with him.
Okay. So why do you like Charlie Kirk?
I mean, I just think he says what I want to hear.
Like what?
Like, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head, but he has like a lot of good ideas that I see on his debates.
Could you give me anything in specific?
Immigration.
What about immigration?
I mean, I just agree with his opinions on it.
Like what?
That we need to. I think that there needs to be less illegal immigration coming into the country. And I also think he cares for our economy.
Okay, how are undocumented immigrants negatively impacting the U.S. economy?
Oh, I didn't say they were, but that wasn't my reason.
So how is deporting undocumented immigrants going to be beneficial for the U.S. economy?
Because if they're undocumented, then that means that they're illegal and they came here illegally.
Okay, so again, I don't know what your point of that is. Do you think that it's like wrong to violate a law that is unjustified?
Is it wrong to violate a law that's unjustified?
Not necessarily, right? Like there could be
legally, like you'd still go to jail. So I guess yeah.
I'm asking if it's wrong under your view. No, not some unjustified laws. It's not wrong to break. Correct?
Can you give me an example?
If there was a law that forced you to be liberal, would it be unjustified for you to be conservative under your view?
To me, no.
Okay. So obviously, just because a law exists doesn't mean that that's the right thing.
Okay.
Right?
I see what you mean. But I don't see how is that against Charlie Kirk?
Yeah. Well, you were using the law as a defense, right? I was arguing specifically that undocumented immigrants aren't negatively impacting the U.S. economy. They actually benefit the U.S. economy, and deporting them would be harmful for the U.S. economy.
Well, I don't think so, because anything that they add to our economy would be sort of replaced because people would go and fill their roles.
Okay. But at lesser rates, right?
I don't think so.
What do you mean? Because it is the case that there's a lower labor force, so there would be at lesser rates people upholding those positions. Not to say there isn't people that would uphold those positions, but there would be less people to do so, correct?
No, I think it would force it.
There would be the same amount of people if the labor force diminished.
Well, I was about to say, I think that all the people who are unemployed would start working, and they'd have to be forced to get jobs.
Okay. So unemployed people would be forced to get jobs. If they're already unemployed, what would make them now be forced? And obviously, if they're unemployed, that means they're looking for work, right?
Yeah, and so many spots would open up.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. I don't know what your point is, right? You understand that actually a lot of spots would close because there'd be a lower amount of people in the country, therefore a lower demand. Therefore, companies wouldn't be able to hire as many people because there'd be less people demanding their products, especially in those areas.
I guess, but then wouldn't it just be balanced out?
No.
I think it would be.
No, it wouldn't, because more people coming to our economy and immigrating here benefits our economy. So reducing immigration or deporting people would be harmful towards our economy.
I don't think so. I don't.
Here, I'll address this. Let me say thank you to some people real quick. Tyler, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, W. Lucas. Charlie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that there is definitely a distinction. There definitely is. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Eli, thank you for the 10. Australian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Government, thank you for the $5. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Nurse Susan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Nurse Susan. Dan with the $20. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. Charlie with the membership subscription. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Evelyn with the $5. Christina with the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Evelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I am caught up. All right. What were you just saying?
Damn, bro. You get a lot of donations.
Kelsey, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't caught up in the past hour.
Oh, okay. So another one that I really
is there a possibility you could pause the game?
Oh, it's Fortnite. It's online. You can't pause it.
Is there a possibility you could leave the game because it doesn't matter? It's not like it's ranked. You're not in a tournament.
I got like 10
you're
kills,
amazing.
bro. I'll leave though. I'll leave.
Yeah, 10 kills isn't that much, bro.
You want a 1v1?
No, I'm good. But I would shit on you. And I haven't played in a really long time.
All right. Well, back to what I was saying. To get down to the serious talk. So, I think that that life's. Sorry, my mom's knocking on my door. I think that life
How old
starts
are
at
you?
18. I just graduated.
Okay.
I still.
Sure. Go ahead.
I think that life starts at conception.
Okay. Wow. I totally agree. What's your point?
So I guess that abortion's wrong.
Okay. Life beginning at conception does not mean abortion's wrong. What's wrong about abortion in the first trimester?
Because conception already happened, so it's still alive.
Okay. So so cellular life means it's wrong. Correct?
Yeah, because it's alive.
Okay. All right. Here I have a question. If I were to, cause a zygote to exist in a petri dish, IVF, in vitro fertilization, right? And I slap that zygote and kill it, should I go to prison for murdering the zygote?
Would it die?
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking slapped that shit.
Whoa, dude. Really badass.
What? I really like slapping zygotes. It's like something I do on live.
Okay. So is that wrong? I mean, I guess yes, but like, what am I gonna do?
Should I go to prison?
Well, like, are you like breaking into a scientific lab and doing this?
No, I'm doing it myself.
Where'd you get a zygote?
I used my own sperm.
Hey, yo.
What? I'm just saying. And I spawned in a zygote. I mean, an egg, right, through Minecraft.
No, pause, bro.
What are you talking about, bro? Dude, what are you saying? Come on, just answer the damn hypothetical. These are so irrelevant, bro.
So what is it? The hypothetical.
Dude, answer the damn question. If I slap the fucking zygote, should I go to prison?
Like if I controlled all laws.
If yeah.
Well, actually, I don't think you answered because where did you still didn't say where you get the zygote.
Dude, I don't need to tell you the backstory of where it came from.
I think it's important. It's important to the hypothetical. I'm going along with it, bro. Come on.
You use sperm and an egg.
But where did you get the egg?
Bro, why do you care?
Because if it's like another woman's and you'd be slapping her zygote, I think that would be wrong.
But what if they consented to the use of the egg in the live stream because they thought it was funny to slap the zygote?
I think that would just be the same thing as abortion. I don't think abortion people should go to prison.
Like my girlfriend's zygote or my girlfriend's egg, right? Should I be able to slap that zygote? Because we both are just trying to have good content for the stream.
Yes, because I don't think abortion people should go to prison either.
Okay, so I shouldn't go to prison?
No.
But I just killed a human being under your view because life begins at conception.
Just because you kill a human being.
Oh.
Here, let me think. Give me a sec. Well, okay. Just because you killed a human being doesn't mean you have to go to prison.
Okay, so why should women go to abortion for getting, or why should women go to jail for getting an abortion in the first trimester?
I didn't say they should. I said they shouldn't.
So they shouldn't go to prison
No, I just said that like 3 times, bro.
if they get an abortion in the first trimester.
Yes, they should not go to prison.
Okay, so then why do you agree with Donald Trump then?
Because I'm pro-life.
What's your birth year, by the way? I just want to clarify.
2006.
Yeah, what month?
Everyone in the
What month?
December.
December 2006. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why?
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Because you just sound like a fetus. A lot of people are saying you're a fetus in the chat.
A fetus?
Yeah.
Bro, that's just because we're talking about fetuses. People are thinking about them.
No. That means minor on my stream. I call people who are below the age of 18 fetuses.
So
that's like a thing on the live.
So you think that it's not okay to kill fetuses? Or you think it is okay to kill fetuses? Is it okay to kill me because I'm a fetus?
Push that mustache. You know I'm using it in a non-literal sense, right?
So I'm not a fetus, right?
I do think some fetuses have rights, and you happen to be a fetus with rights.
Which fetuses have rights?
Those that are sentient. And you
They're-
you just barely meet that set of criteria.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got it. So what's your next thing for why do you hate Trump so much? Because I feel like it's just you're just playing along with like the media, like, oh yeah, everyone wants to hate on Trump. He's just doing the worst. When I think he's honestly just trying to fight for the American people. He's putting America first, and I think that you guys will
put America first with what policy?
all of them, dude. I don't even have to name them. Look at any single one. Give me one.
Go ahead, give me one.
No, I asked you.
Push the fruits, friends. I asked you first.
No, okay. Run it back. I asked you first.
What policy?
I asked you first.
You want me to give you like a list of them, and then you can pick which one you like the best?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
It was all right.
Could you tell me one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
So I know it lowered taxes.
Name one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Name like the name of the provision?
No, can you name like a single provision?
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
I'll give you an example of a single provision. A single provision would include like a certain increase to the child tax credit.
What is the increase?
I'm telling you, right?
Do you know either?
I'm telling you it would be a certain increase. I can tell you, right? But I'm just saying, could you
What
give me
is-
an example of it? I was giving you an example so you could answer the question.
Okay, but can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, it was to 2000.
All right, so there's my example. I like that one.
So you don't have anything?
I just gave it to you.
You know. So I just want to let you know, if a teacher gave you an example in class, would they tell you that you should use that example as your only example, or would they say that you need another example other than the one that the teacher just gave you?
You're not a teacher.
I can tell that your teachers had a great job with you. Where's the headphones?
Thank you. You know that's a compliment, right?
No, it wasn't.
You said that my teachers did a great job with me. That means I'm smart.
No, I didn't say they did a great job with you. I said they had a good time with you. Like that's what I was trying to mean.
Yo.
Yeah,
Bro,
like
what?
I was being sarcastic. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, because it is the case that you are clearly ridiculous, right? And not engaging with the topics.
Bro, you don't have to insult me. That's what all you liberal sissies do. You just insult.
Didn't you just insult me?
You started it though.
Okay, so okay. Well then, I have a question. Do you have an issue with Donald Trump insulting people?
No.
Okay, so shut the fuck up.
Of course not. He's the president. You're just an average citizen. You should be nicer. It's strength through peace, or peace through strength.
Peace through strength. Explain to me. Okay, so I was just doing peace through strength with you.
Why would you want peace between us?
Well, I mean, I'm saying peace in the dialogue, right? Like, so you're not like super like triggered, you know?
How does making fun of me make me less triggered?
It just does. It's I promise you, it's psychological. I tell you.
All right, Verb. I'm just gonna ignore that one. But what was your point?
Yeah. Can you couldn't name a single policy of Donald Trump's that you think was good, right?
Oh,
You couldn't mention
I named the child tax credit increased to 2,000.
that. No, that was the one I mentioned.
Yeah, and I like that one.
Okay. So do you want? Can you name a single other one?
Another what?
Could you name another provision of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act or another policy that you like of Donald Trump's?
I
can hear you looking it up.
No way.
No? Really?
Okay, well, then I guess the big beautiful bill.
The big beautiful bill is the new policy he's trying to pass. Keep trying.
Wait, why is that not?
You might have to do another search because you have to specify of 2017.
Oh, wait, why does that have to be 2017?
Because the one you're referencing hasn't passed yet, and we're referencing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is from 2017.
Oh, well, I liked how he cut taxes for rich people and corporations.
So you say he cut taxes for rich people and corporations. So even though he's increasing taxes on low and middle income individuals,
he's not.
How much money do you make?
I don't like to disclose that.
It's not. You're not making the top 20%. You're gonna pay more.
What is it? What is it?
You're gonna pay more.
What is it? Like, what is it? What? How much do I have to make a year to be in there?
You have to make hundreds of thousands a year.
How many hundreds? How many hundreds?
You're not gonna make that.
Just tell me.
Percent Crystal. It's not even worth.
You don't know, do you?
I actually do know, but like
I don't believe you.
I do know, but like it's
400?
actually. Well, 400,000 was what it originally was. This is the new big beautiful bill, but I'm not gonna. I want you to. The top 20% is less than 400K. Top 20% is gonna be.
Bro.
Is gonna be what's up?
Come on, bro. We're in that. Why are you even complaining? You're definitely in that. I heard you read off like 20 donations in a row.
What about it?
Well, like, why are you complaining? You're definitely in that tax bracket.
Wait, me reading off. I actually read off like probably 6 or 7 donations. Okay, whatever.
Okay,
So
whatever. Hey, 6 or 7?
Yeah, over the past hour. Okay.
It's like a TikTok joke.
So can you engage? Also, wouldn't that then be like I'm advocating for my own taxes to be increased?
No, decrease, because I think that you're in the top.
Wait, so that would be under Donald Trump's bill. But if I disagree with Donald Trump's bill,
then what?
Then wouldn't that mean that I'm advocating for higher taxes?
How so? I don't get what you're saying.
Because I'm advocating for higher taxes. I'm advocating for higher taxes for people who are very, very rich. For example, Kamala Harris wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Well, I guess you're just a really selfless guy, eh?
I believe that people should have basic human rights, which include access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, food, right? Education, basic amenities. Okay. I believe in a basic standard of life for every single American. Okay. If you don't believe in that basic standard of life for every single American, it doesn't sound very pro-American to me. I think it's a more pro-American position to say that you care about all of the American people and the standards in which they live in. Right. And I don't think it's very pro-America to say that you think that people should have to be homeless or to say that people shouldn't have health care.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm just saying that Republicans provide no social services to help homeless people. Republicans, right, specifically are cutting Medicaid. Republicans specifically, right, are literally cutting taxes on rich people while increasing taxes on low and middle income individuals.
It's going to trickle down. But back to what you
trickle down. No evidence indicates that the trickle down economics that Reagan has implemented has specifically led to an actual trickle down. Actually, it doesn't actually create an incentive for it to trickle down because they only have an incentive to do whatever is profit maximizing for themselves, not for the people who are in their companies.
So you said that Republicans never passed what was it?
Workers, social services to help homeless people. Right, they're specifically advocating to cut Medicaid right now through the big beautiful bill. They've cut the CDC, right, through Trump. They've cut the World Health Organization, our funding to it, right? They've literally engaged in policies that harm people who are in need. They've cut the USAID funding that people relied on for their healthcare in other countries around the world.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if that's what you really think, then I mean, I can't change your mind. But see, I don't. You can see where I'm coming from, right?
No.
How not? What are you confused about my opinions?
What I'm confused about is the lack of like empathy, the lack of caring about people in general. Because think about it this way. Think about it this way. Even if you only cared about yourself, like in your own family, right? Just think about it this way. Are you gonna have children? Are you gonna have children?
Maybe.
Are you wanting to?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say after a few generations, any wealth that you were to accrue, even if it's generational, diminishes.
But I was
and
to what?
your family and your ancestors will become average, right, people on an economic basis. Okay, so if that's true, then why wouldn't you want a better average for everyone?
Well, there are tax cuts in the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, for people who are rich, not for people who are lower and middle income.
Yeah. Well, I think there are some for them too.
Tell me.
Tell you what.
Tell me.
There are tax cuts for middle class.
Go not on a net basis. Tell me through what income brackets.
Middle class and lower class.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide me a source for that one.
Just look at the bill, bro.
Yeah, the bill does not say that. The bottom 80% pays more.
I don't think so. Can you show me?
It's in the big beautiful bill. According to the what's it called? I can send you something here from I think it's the
Is it true that Dean's gonna debate Charlie Kirk?
I don't know.
Bro, come on. I know you know something.
Charlie, I don't know if Charlie will actually debate him.
Would you ever debate him again? Do you think you ever?
Yeah, he won't debate me.
You think he'll ever come around? I hope he does.
No, he won't. And I'll send it to you. It's through AP News. Trump's big beautiful bill spans 1,116 pages.
Damn, that's long.
Yeah, and that cites the foundation that goes over that. All right. So yeah. So here's the point. Donald Trump's views, economically speaking, are indefensible. Like they're actually like horrible positions.
What about the tariffs? The tariffs
are very bad for the economy. They decrease the size of the U.S. economy. They harm manufacturers in this country, as an aspect of their production process comes from countries around the world. So that's going to harm jobs for manufacturing and practically every other industry.
See, that's where you're wrong. We're bringing back manufacturing.
It won't bring back manufacturing, and the reason is because it is the case that manufacturing jobs will be harmed because they will become less profitable because they rely on materials and or labor that comes from other countries around the world as an aspect of their production process.
Okay. I don't know if I agree with that, but
that's just a fact.
I wouldn't say a fact. I think it's your opinion.
No, it's a fact.
Okay, well, talk about all the trade deals that he's made so far.
Okay, what trade deals do you think are good? And what did we get?
There's one with the UK. There's one with Ukraine.
What did we get?
Which we're doing a great job in Ukraine, by the way. But that's
we cut funding for Ukraine.
Okay, I disagree. But
you disagree? You think we didn't cut funding? What world are you living in?
Same one as you. This one.
Clearly or not.
Which one do you live in?
This one right here, because that's not happening.
Right. We live in the same one.
Well, then I'm sorry. What the fuck's going on with you? Why are you so out of the context of reality? Like, are you Patrick Starr?
Bro, you don't have to be mean.
I'm not being mean. I'm genuinely being serious. I'm like, how the hell do you have such?
Why would I be Patrick Starr? That's obviously
you live under a rock.
Bro, come on.
Like you know the analogy, right? You live under a rock, meaning you don't know what's going on.
I guess I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I don't get what the point is of being negative. Like, can't we all just be friends here?
No.
Jeez, dude.
I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so why do you
Not
think we're-
really. Go ahead.
What's the deal with Ukraine? Why don't you like that?
No, I like Ukraine. I just think that Donald Trump isn't supporting Ukraine, is giving more power to Putin. And you're supporting the candidate that's giving more power to Putin, who literally actively was murdering people, committing war crimes, ethnically cleansing the Ukrainian people, right? And has forced millions of people out of into displacement.
Well, so you see, the thing about that is, if we keep funding the war, we're never going to get peace, and that's all we really need. Is we need to have peace between the two places.
So do you think that there's actively established peace if it is the case that Russia continually invades countries in the context of Europe?
I just think we need to make a deal so they won't do that.
So we did. That's the Budapest Memorandum, and Russia violated the deal. They're not actually trying to come to the point of negotiation or peace. That's what the Biden-Harris administration already identified. Not only did the Biden-Harris administration identify that, but the Obama administration, and through Hillary Clinton specifically engaging with Russia, identified that clear over a decade ago.
Well,
Okay?
those are all Democrats. They're gonna lie just like they did about.
But
the
no,
whole
this is U.S. intel. This is not just Democrats within our federal government saying this. This is U.S. intel from nonpartisan affiliates of the federal government.
They're lying to make Trump look bad. Can't you
No,
see
they're
it?
not. They were saying this before Trump was even in politics.
I don't believe that. They're trying to make the Republicans look bad. I'm telling you, bro. You should.
Is there anything else you want to talk about or add? I don't think you're engaging genuinely.
What do you want me to engage with? I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Really? I've been referencing it.
What's like your favorite topic? Let me cook you on that.
Okay, so we were just talking about things. You didn't actually engage in anything we're talking about.
I tried to. I think I did, but if you say I didn't, then I guess that's what you think.
How about this? I'll run this point on you before I kick you. Would you vote for a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Donald Trump.
The fact that you know who I was referencing when I said that shows exactly how you know his character is bad. I mean, answer the question.
Well, we're not voting for his character. We're voting for his policy.
You know, his character is a part of what informs how he's going to support certain policies, right?
I don't think there are any policies that favor.
If someone has bad character, if someone has bad character, do you expect them to support good policy?
They definitely could.
No, but do you expect them to support good policy?
I don't expect them to do anything unless I know who we're talking about.
No, so clearly, if they have bad character, you'd expect them to support bad policy, right? If they support good policy, that would be out of your expectations. So given that you don't have any information on what his policy is, your expectation should be that he has bad policy, right? So what good policy could you reference? Because you couldn't even tell me a single one of his policies and or provisions of the policies that you agreed with in specific.
Okay. I don't do like this whole policy, let's look at the statistics. I'm the common sense type of guy. See, I'll look at the issue for what it is. And I can
common sense, but you can't tell me a specific policy.
Well, that wouldn't be common sense if it's specific.
What the hell is common sense?
Just things that you know until you're indoctrinated.
Things that you know. What? That's not what common sense is.
Is that wrong?
We should level up. No, because you could not know something that's common sense.
Like what? Well, then it's not common sense.
For example, how many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Legislative, judicial, executive.
You know what? I'm actually surprised that you got that.
Bro, I was in AP Gov. I just took AP Gov. Ask me anything. I bet I know more than you. No offense.
Really? Okay. Okay. Well, then I'll ask you a question. How many people in the House of Representatives?
Oh shoot, dude. This one, the last 2 digits always get me. I know it's 435.
You know what? Damn, he actually got it. That's actually diabolical. I'll give it to you, buddy. But say if someone didn't know that, you would say it's common sense they didn't know it, right?
I don't think that's common sense. I think common sense is like, oh, I should let me think of something.
The earth is spherical. Is that common sense?
I don't want to get into that.
Do you think the earth is flat?
I don't want to get into it.
Wait, answer the question.
No, don't make me do this.
Oh no.
Don't make me do this.
Do you think
Can I just continue my point?
No, do you think the earth is flat? Laura, think of the description. Do not tell me you have common sense and then also argue that the earth is flat simultaneously.
Okay. Well, that's not common sense. I think if you're going off common sense,
No, but are you a flat earther?
I am agnostic on the idea.
What do you mean you're agnostic on the idea the
Bro,
earth is flat? As if there's
chill.
not like literally evidence from NASA. There's literally video.
Bro,
there's literally recordings.
You can't believe NASA.
Wait, hold up. There's recordings. There's live streams. Right? There's literally Russia specifically verified that we literally were on the moon, and they were literally like our like our rivals.
Bro, we worked with Russia.
Soviet
before.
Union?
Not them, but before.
During the space race? During the space race, the Soviet Union have an incentive to say that the US was not on the moon if they were not on the moon. Yes, they did. They had a massive incentive to do that because they wanted to win the space race.
Together. I think they worked together to orchestrate that lie.
So he's just a conspiracy. You're a crazy flat earther, and you think the Soviet Union and the United States worked together to establish lies that they were on the moon?
Bro,
you don't even believe that they were on the moon? Push the money.
I didn't want to get into it. I don't think. See, bro, I just don't want to get into it because it's like you're gonna make fun of me and everyone's gonna make fun of me. And I get sad.
You deserve to be made fun of.
I don't want to be sad, bro.
I'm sorry if you decide
Don't
to
let me
believe.
talk about it.
You believe in something ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Okay. You know what?
You think it's not ridiculous to be agnostic on whether or not the Earth is flat? Are you serious?
What I think is ridiculous is the fact that you're an atheist, and also when I'm not gonna. I was trying to hold this in. I didn't want to have to say.
Wait, actually, 1 second here. I just want to let you know. I could literally tell people who are in my family, right, about the fact that this conversation happened, and they'd be like, "That person's fucking crazy." Right? That's what I would hear. Like. That's how insane that position is that like that's something that I would tell my family members after, be like, yo, something crazy happened on live. A guy said he was agnostic on whether or not the earth is flat.
Bro, see, I just don't get why y'all are so mean. Can you get
I'm referencing because you said that you're agnostic on whether or not the earth is flat, and there's lots of evidence indicating the earth is spherical. You just don't accept modern science.
Okay, whatever. I think that the crazy take that I think that you have is that you're atheist, and like I was saying, I didn't want to have to say this, but I think I just kind of have to at this point, the way you've been treating me. I think Jordan Peterson destroyed you.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me why.
Bro, you didn't even know what to say to his argument.
Go ahead. Tell me what specific point did he beat me on? The point where he asked me what believe means?
Yeah, exactly. He said,
"What do you mean by destroy?" Wait, hold up. What do you mean by destroy? Okay, can you tell me what that means, buddy?
It depends what you mean by means.
Exactly. You see what I mean?
So yeah, you couldn't even tell him what belief meant, bro. How do you?
I did. I said. Wait, what is belief? What is a belief?
Like what do I think?
Yeah.
Something that you think to be true.
That's exactly what I said. And he said that was circular. You're trolling. Fuck off.
Bro,
you're totally trolling. You used my definition. That's hilarious. Jonah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you for sticking up for science. Absolutely. He said that was circular. And he said you only really believe something if you're willing to die for it. Like, bro, what? I'm sorry, what? Like, would you be willing to die for the pen's existence? In the example that I provided?
I would have answered I would have said, actually, I don't know.
Like, would you deny the existence of a pen, right, that you do believe exists in order to save your life? Yeah.
I think I would.
Okay, clearly. Yeah, because you're a rational human being. Apparently, Jordan Peterson is not a rational human being. And he said, don't be so sure. Like, that's unhinged. You know how unhinged of a perspective that is? What do you mean,
Bro,
don't be so sure? I've been watching that back, and I'm like, dude, this is so fucking unhinged. I can't believe he said that.
You know who he is, bro?
Yes, dude.
He wouldn't give up his career.
Oh, shut up, dude. You're totally trolling.
He wouldn't give up his profession.
Okay, you're totally trolling. Stop.
No, I'm not. Okay. But I think I could convince you to be a Christian.
I actually genuinely think it's the most fringe perspective to think that Jordan Peterson did good in that debate. Like, fuck all. If you think that I did bad, go for it, whatever. To think that Jordan Peterson did good in that debate is actually more insane than saying that Joe Biden, right, did good in the debate that everyone said he did horrible in. Like, I'm serious. Like, I actually think it's more defensible position that Joe Biden did better in that debate than Jordan Peterson in this context. I'm serious.
They kind of sound the same.
Yeah, because Jordan Peterson had a Joe Biden moment.
Well, I don't think he argued Christianity well, but I think I could convince.
What's up?
I think I can convince you of Christianity.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Why is people saying to check my reposts?
Alec, thank you for the $5. Yes, I mean, I'm serious. I know I come off a little bit like abrasive towards you when we're referencing the fact that you believe that the earth is flat, but it's because you have denied basic facts of reality. And when you deny basic facts of reality, I'm serious. There is literally no way I could have a meaningful dialogue with you if you deny basic facts of reality. So what I'm attempting to do in this particular scenario is show you how absurd it is for you to believe that.
Bro, this is why I didn't want to bring it up because you guys go so crazy. Can't even talk about what I want to talk about.
Well, don't worry. You won't be able to talk about anything else because there's no point to continue this conversation. Quite frankly, I tell you. Yo, what's up? How old are
you? 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I wasn't 18 at the time.
Do you support Donald Trump currently?
I like his policy.
Like, would you vote for him and then, like, if you could go back in time?
Yeah, over Kamala.
Over Kamala? Why so?
Just his policy in general.
Like what policy?
The border.
Okay, what border policy?
Closing it up.
What border policy to close it up?
The wall.
Okay. Did you know the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration? Plus, where's the Donald Trump supporting the border wall legislation? What happened to that? There's been no bill. Zero. Seriously, no bill.
Why didn't Kamala secure the border?
So she didn't have authority.
But she was in charge of the border.
No, she wasn't.
What is a woman?
That was completely a pivot. And it's an adult human individual in which has the commitments towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their identity. I have a question. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
What is a man?
XY chromosomes.
Does God the Father have XY chromosomes?
That's separate.
He, him pronouns. He's a father, and and I should respect him being a father, and he, him pronouns, but he has no XY chromosomes.
That's not about like chromosomes.
Oh, okay, so gender isn't about chromosomes.
Well, yeah, it is about chromosomes.
Okay, so then God doesn't have gender. Therefore, God can't be a father, and you shouldn't use he, him pronouns to refer to him. God is non-binary.
God is not non-binary.
Okay, so God is a father. God is a he, him, right? So you can have he, him pronouns or be a father without XY chromosomes?
Wait, what? Say that again.
Are you saying that to be a father is independent of biology? Are you saying to use he, him pronouns is independent of biology?
Well, you refer to God as a man, yes.
Oh, you do, because that's your scripture. That's not my scripture. I'm not a Christian. So you must think that gender is at least social in that context, right? So if it's allowed to be social in that context, why do you act like it's such a crazy thing to believe that it's social when referencing to trans people?
Well, like you can't change your gender, like necessarily.
Okay, well, God changed his gender when he went from specifically non-binary prior to incarnation to after incarnation, he became a man. He left. Oh, dude, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. I can't, dude. No way. No way. If you like the content, everyone, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get it up to 500,000 likes. So help push it out to more people. We're trying to build up the algorithm again back on the main account. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Help send it out to more people. As well as if you want to support me, Linktree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube live. Right, it's in the Linktree in the bio, and you can my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or in the YouTube super chats. You can support me. Let's try to get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. So again, please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're trying to look for some debates. Fuck, your vids are cool. I'm going to subscribe. Hey, based. That's so based. Chris, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for keep fighting. Allison, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Ray, I appreciate the $2. Of course. Thank you so much for coming up on the live. I appreciate you. I hope you had a good stream last night with the raid. Heidi, thank you for the $20 for Love Your Shirt. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Heidi. Thank you so much. I think my mom got me this shirt when she went to the beach. Cameron, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Lily, thank you for the $1.66. But again, Cameron, thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi. Oh, I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just wanted to say that I love your lives and everything, and like your patient tolerance and stuff is like insane. Like,
thank you so much.
it's like talking to a wall with these people, bro. Like,
I
it's
appreciate
really.
it.
I just wanted to say, yeah, my support, man. You're doing great.
Thank you so much, Grace. Have a fantastic night. Appreciate
You too.
it. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. The lag is back. Really? It's lagging a bit. I'm sorry, chat. Should I just go to my girlfriend's account? I'm like, what do I do? If the lag is happening, here, we're going to try one more guess. If the lag keeps happening, I will go to my girlfriend's account. I would recommend to go over to the YouTube account. It seems better for most people, so we're going to stick with it. But I would recommend to go over to the YouTube account. Parker, get a job through the link tree in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm 18 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, indeed, I did.
What's your birth year?
What did you say? Sorry.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, what month?
April.
Okay. And you said you're 18?
Yes,
and
indeed.
You voted, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you were 17 when you voted?
Yes, indeed.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, why so?
because he fights for America.
Okay, how so?
Well, if you see my profile picture,
Yeah.
he got shot at, and he had the courage to raise up his hand and say, "Fight, fight, fight."
Okay, I just want to let you know, I really hope you're a troll because, like, your account with the name Connor and with the fight profile picture, I almost thought you were Evil Dean. If you know what that means, or if you know what that's referring to. But yeah.
My bad.
So what's the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
I didn't. I'm a troll. My fault.
I thought so. I was like, dude, there's no way you're a real person. You know what I mean? It just immediately makes me think Evil Dean. You know, like the most troll possible account you could get. You know, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I don't, but I do support.
Okay, you do support him?
Yeah, I support stricter borders, and I also support pathway to citizenship.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay. So here, maybe we'll have to actually be able to come to some middle ground here. Do you believe pathway to citizenship for people who are already in the country undocumented, who haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that sounds like you have a democratic position. You have my position. Like I don't disagree with border security.
Well, there's a bill that was proposed not too long ago by representative in Florida. I believe it's called the Dignity Act.
Sorry, restate that one more time.
Have you heard of the Dignity Act?
No, I actually haven't. It does seem like we're experiencing some lag here. I might actually go over to my other account.
Look up Dignity Act.
Yeah. I will. I was actually just gonna like direct you over to like my girlfriend's account, and you can be my first guest. Is that cool?
Yeah,
for sure. All right, everyone. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over to my girlfriend's account, and we're gonna have the stream on my girlfriend's account. for everyone who is here right now on TikTok, I recommend to go over to the YouTube channel. I would actually like really appreciate if you go to the YouTube channel. Now you can also support me by going to the TikTok channel. So not everyone has to go to the YouTube channel, but I would really appreciate if you go to the YouTube channel. You know, if you do want to go to the YouTube, or if you would be okay with it, go to the YouTube. Otherwise, I would recommend to go to Parker Got a GF. We're going to be going live there right now. I basically already have it like up. I'm actually going to start the stream like right now. So yeah, do make sure to do that real quick. Test. But yeah, let me say thank you to some people real quick before I go. Jeanette, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But I got an invite to live studio. Is it possible to give the link to you? No, it doesn't allow me. Chris, think of it $10. Thank you so much. I really wish I could get it on my main, but they won't give it to me for some reason. All right. We're gonna sorry, Parker, that was my bad. You're good, don't worry. I don't know what you're referencing is you're bad. All right, we're gonna go over to Parker Got a GF. I'm gonna go live there right now. I'm actually starting it right now. All right, I will see everyone there. Go over to my YouTube channel, Parker Get a Job. I'm serious. I would really appreciate it so much, so very much. My enemy said I'm innocent away. Okay, all right. We actually had decent push too. Like we would have had good push. It's just, you know, it's fucking, you know, it has the lag, and that's just unbearable. Very unfortunate. I like literally can't even use TikTok anymore. It's so sad. It's so fucking sad. But yeah, what's up, everyone? Over on TikTok and everyone over on YouTube, I seriously would really appreciate if you're on YouTube to like the stream. It seriously would really help out. It would really help out. I need to find something to put my little camera on because it's just like it's like really low. You see what I mean? Like, and I feel like it's too high if I put it on top of my monitor. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Whatever. It looks good. Okay, whatever. We're fine. What's up, everyone? Though. What's up, everyone? I actually do need to say thank you to some people real quick. Sid with the $200. Sid said, "Can we all show Parker love tonight, bros cooking?" Yo, thank you so much, Sid. Let's get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. That's actually fucking wild. W's for Sid in the comments right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. That's so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. Everyone's been so nice supporting me through all these fucking issues with TikTok and stuff. I really wish I didn't have the issues, you know, and like it would work like how it does with Dean. I don't know why it doesn't work with me, but thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Seriously, day in, day out. I really appreciate the support. We get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. Rachel with the $2 for the slapping zygotes fun. Alec, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I did catch up with everyone else, but thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. I accidentally turned on the chat on accident. There we are. All right. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Tyler, thank you for the $25 for Happy Friday. Thank you so much, Tyler. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the Galaxy, Adam. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Rami, thank you for the roses. Thank you. By the way, I just wanted to let everyone know I should be live for another hour and 15 minutes. No, wait, no, 2 hours and 15 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we got some debate time left. Been watching your live since Strictly Religious Debates. Oh, that's so cool. Well, I just wanted to say, chat, here in about a week's time, I've got some interesting stuff coming for you for the religious debates. Let's just say I'm going to be on a big channel with Danny, like me and Danny against some people. So 2v2 about Christianity, and it's on a really big platform. So just look out for that. I can look and see where if I can say which one I'm gonna be on, but that's gonna be really fun. Now we're debating some insufferable people, but it's a big platform and it kind of forces them to be less insufferable, if that makes sense. So it actually might be decent. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you a sissy fucking liberal boy. You're a little.
Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I'm super excited to go though, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And I'm so happy for Danny.
Oh, I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm in Australia, so I can't vote for him.
Okay, well that's rough. Very unfortunate, I tell you. I really wish that like I had my main account chat. Like this is getting really frustrating that like I have to go. The fact that I have to go into my girlfriend's account to be able to like I don't even have any of my own accounts that I can go on. The fact that I have to go into my girlfriend's account just to be able to like stream on TikTok is nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Lag? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I've got a question.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. So please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
100%.
Okay, why so?
Man, there's tons of reasons. I mean, realistically, the biggest reason is just for standing for the United States before everyone else.
So America first. Okay, so how is Donald Trump, or actually, can you name a Donald Trump policy that is America first?
Yeah, I mean, any one of them in reference to closed borders.
Could you name a specific?
I mean, there's several of them, and you can pick of any of them. Any one that references deportation, blocking down the border, building a wall. I mean, there's dozens of them.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, which specific one do you support?
All of them.
Yeah, all of them isn't a policy, right?
So I mean, you need a physical policy to argue over, or can you argue against?
No, just a specific one.
Because it seems like you're looking for a specific
policy. Yes,
specific policy. When the truth is, they all reference the same ideology, right? So,
okay, can you reference any of those specific policies?
I just gave you several. The wall, one of them. There you go.
Is that a specific policy to build the wall?
I mean, it was in a proposal of a policy.
Okay, so you can't name the policy. You can't tell me which one specifically built the wall. Actually, if we could have referenced a specific policy, the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine, that specifically would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. He only did 23% refurbishment of the wall, right, of the border at the U.S. southern border, right, along with only 3.7% new wall. So take into account the entirety, right, of his situation at the border, he got less than 1/4 done at the border in 4 years. So in the next 4 years, I expect him to not even to get to 50%.
Okay, so let's look back at it, right? What was happening the entire time Donald Trump was trying to build the wall?
What was happening the entire time Donald Trump's trying to build
What
the
was
wall?
happening? What were the Democratic Party?
He couldn't get people in Congress to agree on terms.
Gotcha. Okay, now whenever the votes were coming to the table, what were the percentage of the votes, Democratic and Republican, as in agreement and then in not agreement with building the wall?
It depends at what point you're referencing with the bipartisan border.
There were several, right? In most cases, it was because of Democratic blocking, which means what, right? The same thing that you're alleging that he did with the bipartisan border bill, they've been doing the entire time. Anytime Donald Trump tries to do anything at all, there's a wall of different roadblocks and hurdles that he has to get over and around, and not only fighting to help.
But you're referencing things Democrats don't support. You're referencing things Democrats don't support, whereas Donald Trump specifically ran on the border being an issue, yet literally undermined a bill that would have secured aspects of the border and helped the process go significantly faster in processing people who are going through the asylum process.
Okay, so the Democrats don't believe in the same thing. Then why were they putting that into their policies? Why are all of a sudden the bipartisan border bill? Hold on, then why all of a sudden the bipartisan border bill is including these things in the policy in the first place, right? Like if you're saying that they don't agree with these bills, then how come they even proposed it?
If they don't agree with these bills, how can
Exactly, right. So maybe they do agree with it, and they're more stuck on, or maybe they do agree with it, and they're just more stuck on doing whatever the opposite.
Tom, or maybe it is the case that in order to pass a bill within the context of Congress, you have to agree upon certain policy that has aspects of the bill that you don't agree with because it gets other people to vote for the bill. It's called compromise. So Democrats at this point, at the point in which they were willing to pass the bipartisan border bill, were willing to compromise on building the border wall if they could get faster asylum processes through the court system, right? And it could limit limitations on encounters for the border and a long-term solution. So Democrats were willing to work with the other side and actually compromise on it. And Donald Trump was not willing to support that compromise. Why so? Because you're only going to reference points in time where they were not at a point where they were willing to compromise because they hadn't got a deal done yet.
Okay, so perfect. You said exactly what I needed you to say. So yes, there are things in which we should compromise on, and there are things that we should not compromise on. One thing that we should not compromise on is these asylees or asylum policies or referendums that they're trying to push, right? Because the truth is, it doesn't matter what we say on our side, it's never going to be enough. As far as the general left or the Democratic Party is concerned, there should be no borders, and we shouldn't track anybody or at all that comes through. And we should just let everybody send all of the money that they make back in the United States back to their home countries, right? That's what you want, right?
If someone wants to send money to a different country that they earned in this country, they earned the money, they have the ability to do that. That's their choice.
Okay, so what does that do to the economy of the United States?
It doesn't harm it. It benefits it.
Really, it doesn't harm it. So you have millions of people that are here that are sending money back to their home countries, and that doesn't harm the United States. And I would even tell you, I don't know how much. Oh, really? Okay. So let me put some references out there. Antonio Garza, he works for a company called Excel Construction Group. He's a roofer. He's here illegally, or he was here illegally. They just deported him not too long ago. He literally sent like 80% of his check home every single week, and so does 90% of the people that are here, because what they do is they send it home. And what do you mean not true?
It's not 90%. You pulled that statistic. You pulled that statistic right out of your ass.
¿Tú hablas español or no?
I do speak very small amounts. I don't speak it myself.
Very small amounts. Okay, so listen,
like I took it in high school, and I can understand certain levels of.
Gotcha. Well, I actually employ immigrants. Okay, and I've helped several of them get their green cards or their work visas here in the United States, and I can tell you firsthand, almost all of them send at least a small percentage of their money back to their home countries. And I've asked them several times, hey man, how much are you sending home, and why do you send it home like that?
That's people going through the legal. So that's legal immigration, by the way. By the way, you're referencing legal immigrants. So are you disagreeing with legal immigration?
Hold on. So what you're saying?
Hold on. Can I have an answer to that question? Are you disagreeing with the legal? Are you disagreeing with legal immigrants sending money to their home countries?
Yes, it should be taxed.
Okay. So it is taxed. They pay tax on it.
It's not taxed whenever it's sent. That's incorrect.
It is taxed when they get it as income. So you think it should get taxed when they get it as income and when they send it?
That's if they're legal, right? That's if they're legal. Now, if you're paying a subcontracted group, right, that's one person's legal, and that one person is paying the divided amount of all the rest of his employees, right, of their said or unsaid employees. First of all, none of them are paying taxes. Only the one person that's getting the actual check.
Undocumented immigrants in 2022 paid $100 billion in taxes.
Hold on, listen. The one documented, or maybe two or three of the group that may be documented, they're the ones that are paying income tax. The rest of them are paying no income tax. They're giving them all of their money. They're paying them cash, very small amounts for labor, and then they're sending their money back to their home countries to build themselves.
Tommy, this is really frustrating to deal with, because it is the case that undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion in taxes in 2022. Secondly, if we want to reference this, if you want them to pay, if you want them to pay more in taxes, then give them a pathway to citizenship.
Okay, so again, you said they paid $100 billion in taxes. How much money was paid in taxes in that same calendar year?
Like over what? Okay, it's just. I mean, that was probably like what, a few trillion.
Oh, it was how much?
A few trillion overall.
Oh shit! Now all of a sudden, $100 billion doesn't sound like anything but a drop.
Undocumented immigrants are.
Now think about this.
You disingenuous piece of shit. Undocumented immigrants make up a small portion of the overall population. Of course, it's going to make up a small portion of the revenue.
Which is exactly the same reason why it's a very small portion of them alleged that commit crimes, because there's a very small percentage of them here. You're looking at things.
We reference per capita rates, dude. We account for population.
You're blocking me off because you're not letting me.
No, because what you just said was incorrect.
It's not how. Okay, so it's okay for you to reference those, but it's not okay for me.
I say correct things. You say incorrect things.
How's what I said incorrect?
I just referred to it. We're referencing per capita rates when we reference the PNAS. We're referencing per capita rates of crime.
Okay, and I'm referencing the per capita rates of income tax.
What does that even mean?
Exactly. I'm referencing the entire data pool of every single person.
When we're referencing the percentage of revenue of that undocumented immigrants serve as the overall proportion of governmental revenue in terms of taxation, that is not accounting for population. Per capita.
How many undocumented?
What does per capita mean?
How many undocumented immigrants?
Wait. Hold on. What does per capita mean?
Answer my question and I'll answer yours. How many undocumented immigrants didn't pay taxes?
I don't know. Can you answer my question?
Per person.
Okay. It means per person. So it means it's divided by population. So it's accounting for population. So if you were referencing the overall governmental revenue for taxation comparative to what was the amount of money that undocumented immigrants paid, that's not referencing per capita statistics.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you can't even count all of the specific data of undocumented immigrants. You have people that are here that were here on work visas that were supposed to have returned that didn't return, and now they're classified as undocumented. You've got situations where people were here and their citizenship or their green cards, their privileges were revoked, and they've not been deported yet, and they're still here lurking around committing whatever crimes. Those are also people that are considered undocumented. But all of those people,
people who are undocumented commit crimes at lower rates.
Hold on. Most of those people most likely still have jobs within the United States. So in most cases, they're still earning income. And then what are they doing with that income? If they're undocumented, then they're not doing what? They're not paying taxes. They're doing what with their money? Oh, that's right. They're sending it back to their home countries. Now, what does that do to our economy? If you're
Why are you saying the same thing I already responded to? Like,
because it doesn't make sense. You're saying that it doesn't harm the economy, but so what you're saying is billions of dollars taking out of our economy does not harm our economy?
Yeah, because it is the case that they specifically are choosing to do that based upon what they brought to our system. They specifically, worked for that money. They get to choose what is done with that money. The same way that you think that if rich people decided to put their investment in a different country, they should be allowed to do that. There are plenty of business owners that have investments in other countries. Do you want to restrict business owners in America from having investments in other countries?
Absolutely not. But here's what happens, right? So it's a completely different spectrum though. Okay. So you got situations like manufacturing, for instance, which you and I have talked previously before Donald Trump was elected.
Can I thank some people real quick? Coral, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for late to the live because of work. Hope I didn't miss anything. Have a great weekend. Parker, thank you so much. Coral, I really appreciate it. Well, I am live on YouTube, so you can always go back and see. Most of what I was on was just on Dean's live, so you didn't miss much of my live. Mew, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much, Mew. I appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give me some W's from Mew in the comment section. As well as thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name. He said the idea that a segment of the population makes up 2%. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same type of rhetoric. Yeah, Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. True, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's take in account another part of the good things that Trump has achieved so far is manufacturing. Well, companies like mine, that depend on labor sources such as immigrants, because I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably 85% of the people that are employed by me are here on a work visa. A very small percentage of them have achieved citizenship, but that's a very small percentage, right? So the manufacturing aspect and raising tariffs has done a couple of things for businesses all across the country. Multiple small businesses such as mine have went from importing our material like in bulk, such as synthetic underlayment or ice and water shield or hip and ridge or whatever the case may be, instead of importing those from Alibaba, now my company specifically has imported the press that makes our material. And then now we source all of our steel from Ohio. So we went from importing our material to now we make all of our material homeland. Now it's not 100% in operation. We're only able to operate at around 40% efficiency right now, but it's still on scale. So by the end of 2026 to be at 100% operations. Now that not only did that change the entire profitability of my business, but it also allows me to expand my workforce, which is going to go to who? All right. So at the end of the day, you have to take all of those things into accountability, and you can't say, oh, well, these people doing this doesn't harm our economy, when it 100% does harm our economy. Just because you don't want to look at it and say, oh, well, a couple of billions of dollars is just a drop in the hat. Well, I would argue that them sending a couple of billions of dollars out of our economy completely offsets them paying a couple of billions of dollars in taxes.
Okay, so manufacturing investment actually declined under Trump's first administration, and it increased under Biden. Why?
So you're looking at the mass scale and accounting COVID within those statistics.
No, it wasn't even. I'm not even referencing like a net loss. I'm saying throughout the entire administration, it was on a trend down.
I haven't seen that graph. Can you pull it up?
I can't pull it up on screen for you, but it is the case that like you can just go to the St. Louis Federal Reserve and look up real manufacturing investment, United States by year, and you will see that.
That's the same graph that Dean pulled up the other day. It's highlighted in blue.
Yes.
Okay, so check this out, right? If you look at that graph, it ends at 2025. Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
December 31st, 2025 or 2024 is the very last day on that graph.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So Dean was trying to tell me that graph reflects the first quarter of 2025.
It probably. I mean, I could check to see if it does. I haven't looked. I'm okay with
it. It doesn't. I already pulled it up and.
Okay.
And
what's your point with that? I don't care.
Yes, I was just making sure that you don't also believe that.
Does that change anything?
If you look at that graph, right,
then
you will
see that supposed to change anything?
It's not really what I'm trying to say. Show me where there's any decline in manufacturing. All that is manufacturing investment. That has nothing to do with actual manufacturing. That's manufacturing investment.
Weren't you just referencing that there would be more? Wait.
You're finish my point.
No, because you're lying. You're lying. You're
lying?
Because you're saying that the manufacturing investment is not relative to the jobs for manufacturing in the country, which is just not true. If there's less manufacturing investment, there will be less manufacturing jobs.
Okay, so
we're very much interrelated.
At what point do you invest? At what point do you invest in manufacturing? Where does the investment come into manufacturing? The largest portion of it.
What? Restate what you're saying. I'm confused.
Where is the largest portion of investment in manufacturing within the timeline from startup to operation? What is the most costly
for manufacturing? I don't know.
Okay, that's going to be startup. That's going to be your presses. That's going to be your dies. That's going to be everything that you need.
What's your point
to manufacture that? So that happens. That's a one-time cost. For reference, whenever I just bought my Stone steel presses, I only had to buy that machine one time. I don't have to purchase that machine every year, right? So you're looking at cases where most of the people that were looking at bringing their operations to America along that time frame have already done so. And then they knew that Donald Trump was fixing to get back in office. So what did? They said, oh, well, I don't want to pay these tariffs, so I'm going to bring my operations back. So most of them have already brought their operations back to America along the time that Donald Trump was elected. And then you're saying, like, oh, there's a huge decline. There was not a huge decline. There was a gradual decline, but it was not by any means a huge decline. And then you're not even taking into account the major contracts like Apple, Amazon.
So let's just reference quarter 1, 2017. It was 71 billion, right? And by the time that Trump left, it was 66.79 billion. In quarter 1, 2021. All right, by the time that Joe Biden left, actually it does represent quarter one 2025, you liar. Right? It's specifically by the time Biden left, it was 149 billion.
Okay, now click on the very last point of the graph.
Yeah,
The very last
quarter
point.
one
And then
2025
click back.
is 100,
Okay,
is
now click back.
147. Is 147.
Now
So
click back one click.
yeah, quarter four 2024,
Oh,
149.
that's crazy. Now hold on. Now click back multiple clicks and tell me how many times it takes to get to quarter 3, 2024.
I'm already there.
How many clicks did it take? More than one, right?
I mean, I didn't have to click it all. I'm looking at a graph.
Exactly right. So now whenever you look at that graph, it ends on the very last point of that is the start of quarter 1, 2025.
Yeah, it says quarter one 2025, 147.
Right, that's the end point. That's not. It doesn't reflect 2021 or 2025's quarter 1 findings.
Yes, it does.
Bro,
that is literally literally quarter one 2025, or it's 20.
Bro, I wish we could pull the graph up so I could cook you so hard right now, dude.
Look at it right now. It's
You're looking at the same graph that
one.
I'm looking at. How far past 2025 does the line continue?
It shows the findings from quarter one of 2025.
Okay, so look at the very bottom axis of the graph. Are you
saying because it doesn't say 2025 at the bottom of the graph that 2025 is not on the graph?
I'm saying that it does not pass 2025. There's no correlation.
It says quarter one. One of the points you're so disingenuous.
Bro,
He's so disingenuous. One of the points on the graph is quarter one 2025.
Okay, now when was that graph released?
Updated May 29th, 2025. Next release date is June 26th, 2025.
Okay, now look at the bottom of the graph and see where it shows the actual release date of the graph. Because that particular graph was released in February of 2025. Now, how are we releasing a graph in February 2025 that reflects the entire first quarter?
I don't see where you see February.
Then you're probably on a site that reposted that particular graph.
I'm on St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Why don't you click sources, go to the bottom and find the sources, and then go to the actual site where they released the graph.
This is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, bro. But okay. I don't know what your point is. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like,
my point is that for instance, the exact graph that you're trying to push right now about quarterlies and all, you're saying, now you're saying the same thing that Dean said of, this shows the first quarter.
Because Dean was right. Dean was right.
It shows the end. It does not. It shows the end of the quarter 4, ending on quarter 1 of 2025.
No,
if it did reflect,
it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'm pretty sure you're misinterpreting that.
No, I'm not. If it did reflect quarter 1, then you would be able to click back multiple places to reflect different spots within quarter 1. I just want
to let you know, the quarter one data did not drop at the beginning of 2025. It didn't drop until probably a month or two back. And that's because it was of the end of quarter 1. Now, so this is the end of quarter 1 data.
I seriously think you guys need to go back to school. You don't even know how to read a graph.
I am reading a graph completely fine.
Show the graph on your screen so your viewers can see it.
Dean showed the graph a million times. I don't need to show it.
Because you know that what you're saying right now is disingenuous. You're not being 100% upfront.
I can just tell people in the
you're
chat
trying to push propaganda. You're trying to push propaganda saying that all of these findings are conclusive, but the evidence isn't even in correlation with what you're trying to say. It doesn't even show.
I don't even know what you're saying. I'm just saying that
it only shows 2024 previous.
It says quarter 1 2025, and I'm just saying that's representative of quarter 1 2025. That's it.
But you're not. What you're trying to say is it's a reflection of 2025. It's not. That where you're seeing where it says that point is the very end point of the graph. Would you say that's correct? It says quarter 1 end point. Like the end point is highlighted and it says quarter 1 2025. And then there's no extension to show quarter 1, right? It's only 2024. If you click backwards on the actual map, it puts you directly back in 2024, right?
Can you just explain to me how I'm misunderstanding quarter 1 2025?
Okay. Do you see where you can use your keyboard and click over? You click on the dot, right? And then you can click over with your keyboard and it'll give you, however, I think it's like 10 or 15 clicks to get to quarter 3 of 2024. right? Now, if there was, in fact, a 2025 quarter one data on there, then you would be able to click through the same way and see different data points within that particular quarter. So, for instance, you should see January the 13th data or February the 15th data within one particular spot on that map, right? So on the graph, you should be able to see that particular data. You can't see that because it's not there. Now, if you click backwards, you'll see where you can pull up that information for quarter 4 of 2024, and it's because that particular data has been graphed and it is showing that particular data within that graph. Does that make sense?
No, you're misunderstanding it because quarter one ends March 31st. So it's just the categorization of data from March 31st. Like at the end of March 31st. It's just categorizing what it was for quarter one, 2025.
So then how come, so what you're saying is true, then how come it doesn't have an extension past 2025? It ends directly
because there's not a data point for quarter 2.
But okay, so there would be an endpoint though, right? Like it should show where
if there was a data point for quarter 2.
There is a start date for quarter 2, right? Because we're currently in quarter 2.
So, I don't. Maybe you didn't do graphs when you were. Did you go to college?
Nope.
In high school, did you do graphs?
Yes.
Okay, so the data points on the graph, because I got a degree in economics, right? That's going to be representative of that particular quarter. It doesn't have to go further than the data point. You would only draw it to the last data point.
Right. And the last
if the last data point is from
quarter 1.
Listen, if the last data point comes from March 31st, 2025, it would be marked as quarter 1, 2025 data.
Okay, so right. Okay, no, I agree with that. And then so whenever it says the last day is March 20th, then you should be able to click backwards on that graph and see March 19th, right?
Well, it doesn't have the specific dates. It just has quarter.
That's crazy because you can do it for 2024. You can click backwards and see the data points for 2024 throughout the entire year.
You just see quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. Because quarter 2 hasn't fully finished through yet, we don't have quarter 2 data. Actually, just letting you know, based upon your understanding of this, we would already have quarter 2 data because it is because quarter 2 has already begun.
We would have a start point of quarter 2, right?
Yeah. So then why doesn't that show up on the graph?
On what date?
Wait. This is a good point. Why doesn't it show up on the graph if your interpretation is accurate?
Because it's only showing 2024's quarters. It's not updated.
No, it shows 2025. It shows quarter 1, 2025. It's been updated. It was last.
Scroll down where it breaks it down by year. Then scroll down where it breaks it down by year and show year.
I just need to do this. So if you look at it, it was last updated May 29th. Okay. So if it was understood specifically within your framework that the reason why it says quarter 1, 2025 is because that's the beginning of quarter 1, 2025, well, then we'd already be able to have the data point for quarter 2, 2025, which would be the beginning of quarter 2 under your perspective, right? Because that's how you're interpreting the data.
Pull up the graph and show it on the
screen. I would like a response to what I just said.
You're not reading the map correctly. You're reading the graph completely wrong. You're seeing the endpoint of the graph.
Respectfully,
hold on.
Respectfully, I'm not fucking reading it wrong. You are totally the one reading it wrong.
You 100% are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so pull it up on the map and pull it up on the screen and let your viewers decide.
I can't pull it up on the screen. I don't have it to be able to pull up on the screen.
So you don't even have the graph.
I could pull it up for I could pull it up for my YouTube, but I can't pull it up for the TikTok.
Okay, well, cool. Pull it up for your YouTube.
What's the point? You can't see it.
Now click back on the graph. Click the dot, and then click back one click, just one, backwards. And you see where it gives you a data point of the very end of 2024, the quarter 4, 2024. One click. Don't go back multiple clicks, just one. And you'll see where it gives you a data selection and data for 2024, right?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm just going to let you know. You look so unbelievably ridiculous right now. Like, so unbelievably ridiculous. It's actually insane.
Right?
No, because you don't know how graphs work. And you were trying to argue that I don't know how a graph works, and you were trying to laugh. You were trying to like the funny part is you were trying to laugh at me earlier in this conversation for not understanding how to read a graph when you were the one misunderstanding how to read it.
Explain to me how, if what I'm saying is not the facts, Then explain to me how whenever you click backwards on that map, it only shows you 2024. It doesn't show you any data for 2025 at all. Not a single bit of data. But if you click on where it says that one last point, it gives you January 1st of 2025. That's crazy.
It doesn't say January
Because
1st.
that is the end point. That is the
It
end
literally
point.
doesn't say January 1st. It just says
It's
quarter
like
one.
quarter one, right?
Yeah, that's not
Okay,
January.
what's the start date of quarter one?
No, it's categorized as the end date of quarter one.
Oh, so then why can't you see any data from quarter one?
You do. I see quarter one 2025.
Okay, so show me February the 13th data.
Again, it's categorized by quarter date, not by specific date. Like
You can click back. You can click back. You can move the dot backwards.
I'm on the Fred graph. I don't see what you mean.
Again, so you're not even on the correct source.
I am.
Okay, so the map that Dean had pulled up, he could move the dot to any point on the map.
Yeah, and I'm doing that.
Okay, perfect.
And
So
it goes from the different points are quarter one and quarter two, quarter four and quarter three and quarter two. I feel like you're just rage baiting.
I'm rage baiting because you can't read a map. I'm rage baiting. Listen, all you have to do.
I know I can read a graph. You are the one that is not currently able to read a graph.
Dude, I don't. Okay, let me ask you this one question. Okay, if you draw a graph and you got the end point on that graph,
Stop trying to explain this because you look fucking stupid.
I'm the one that looks stupid, but you're the one that
you
can't understand how a graph is read.
I am the one understanding in this scenario. You're the one not understanding.
Okay, so that graph was published on what date? What date was that graph published?
Okay, here I'm just gonna show this on my YouTube stream, and I'm just gonna show how ridiculous this shit is. It's unfucking believable. This guy's ridiculous. He's trying to say this data point right here, quarter one 2025, right, is indicative specifically, right, of the beginning of 2025, right, and not the end date of 2025 specifically. Because and if what he was saying is true, well, then what he would be saying is we'd already have quarter two data because quarter one has already ended March 31st, 2025.
How is
meaning that there would already be a data point? Stop talking. Stop talking.
You're literally twisting my words.
Meaning there would already be a data point for quarter two in the books because we've already met the end of quarter one and hit the point of quarter two. So if it's categorized to the beginning date, we would already have that data because it's been updated, right? May 29th, 2025.
Dude, that would be the case if what you're saying is the case. Okay, what I'm saying is the last point on the map is the very start of quarter one 2025. So that would mean that there is no results or no data for any date within 2025. So how would there be a quarter two findings if they don't even have it published yet? That's crazy. You're literally just taking my words and twisting them to make it whatever.
So you're saying they aren't publishing data for 2025, yet quarter one 2025 is listed within it?
No, that particular graph does not show any data from 2025.
It does. Wait, I have a question. I have a question. Is quarter one 2025 within 2025?
Yes.
So if they have a data point, quarter one 2025, they have a data point from within 2025, correct?
No, that's the end date. That's the date.
Yeah, dude, he just contradicted himself and didn't realize. You said quarter one. Listen, you said quarter one.
That's the end point of the graph.
Listen. You said quarter one 2025 is within 2025, and then I asked you if the point quarter one 2025 on the graph is within 2025, and you said no.
Because that's the end point of the graph.
That's a contradiction.
How is that a contradiction? It ends
because you said it. You said quarter one 2025 is within. Wait, hold up. So here's why it's a contradiction. You said quarter one 2025 is within 2025, and you also said it's not within 2025. That's the contradiction. Very clear contradiction right there.
Okay, so you misunderstood and you're twisting my words.
I'm not misunderstanding anything. The graph is right here with the data point.
2025 is the end point of that graph, meaning that graph reflects all data points from up to
the end of quarter one 2025. Right. So if it's the last data point, listen, if it's the most recent data point, of course it's going to be the end of the graph. That doesn't justify your point that it's categorized to the beginning of 2021. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, so I guess whenever you like going over this later, whenever you're trying to lay down, you're gonna be like, damn, that dude was right. I'm a fucking idiot. Because you have no idea what you're talking about right now. That is the end point of the graph. Like, are you fucking stupid? Whenever you have two sections of
Dude,
data.
this guy
Hold on,
is
listen,
actually hilarious.
Listen.
There's no
You have
way.
two
There's
sections
no
of
way.
data. You have a start
This is called the Dunning-Kruger
Hold on,
effect.
listen. You have a start point and then you have a stop.
No one ever has been more of an example of the Dunning-Kruger effect other than you.
Okay, so on a graph, you have a start point and a end point, right?
On a graph, you have data points, right?
Okay,
Quarter one,
there's a
2025
start,
is the last most
there's a
recent
start,
data point.
And there's an end, right? There's on the X or Y.
That's just the last data point. That's all it is.
Stop.
It's seriously just the last data point. What are you talking about this end of the graph type
Exactly,
shit?
dude.
It
The
is
last
seriously
data
just the
point.
last data point. What are you
Which is
talking
the
about?
beginning of quarter one, 2025.
No, it's not. It's at the
Why
end
don't you
of quarter
read the
one.
fucking article? Why don't you read the fucking article there?
What article? There's no article.
The fucking article with the fucking graph, stupid fuck. That's what you read.
What article?
So you're saying there's no article with the graph. It's literally just a graph on blank.
It has a
fucking
source from the
IP.
USBEA, but it doesn't when you click on the USBEA, it doesn't give you like anything in specific to like what.
So there's no details about.
Well,
the
I
graph
can
at all.
not
It's
that come up right away. Any
So-
further to what you're saying, but like
so hold on,
actually,
hold on. So your source.
Hold on.
Your source is.
Let's just do this because everything that comes out of his mouth is just ridiculous. Okay, let's look at the current release. Okay, so then can you tell me why the release for quarter one was in April of 2025?
Because that is right after the end of the quarter one. Now, what is the quarter one? Now, what does that particular data show?
So there you go. It's at the end of quarter one. Thank you.
What does that data show?
He just proved my point without realizing.
The one that's released. What is the quarter one that was released show?
Hold on.
Because there is a graph for it. It's just not the graph that you're looking at.
Well, I'm gonna show the chat the BEA article that I'm referencing, and we're looking at now. So if you actually look at this, let's take a look at this. It says personal. You see how it released in April 2025. April 2025. There we go. Boom. Let's look at this.
Yeah, that's when quarter one data was released.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
Boom. Oh, look at that information.
Now, what does the data
reflect? Great. You see how all this data is here?
What does the data reflect?
What do you for which data?
So the graph. So there's a couple of different graphs that show quarter one, right? There's investment. There's manufacturing increasing. There's jobs, right? There's several graphs. All of the graphs show a spike in 2025, the first quarter, a tremendous spike. Actually, I think it was like 4% in some cases.
Is there anything you want to try to actually make a point on? Because you're not going to make this point. And
So you don't want to look at the other graphs. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, we can talk about anything, man. For one, manufacturing as a whole, the tariffs are going to increase tremendously manufacturing within the United States. Small companies such as myself have already begun importing presses and manufacturing dyes and kits in order to manufacture our own products.
Or restate what you just said. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, sure. So manufacturing as a whole is already going up. It's going to continue to go up because hundreds and hundreds of small companies, such as my own, are now importing our own presses and our own dye kits and our own manufacturing equipment to produce our own products. Companies such as Modula, companies such as Apple, companies such as my own that produce metal roofing products. There's several tech companies, PLMs.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying this country is going to be benefit by tariffs. You know, tariffs decrease the size of the U.S. economy.
Okay. So does millions and millions of foreigners sending their money back to their own country, and then that money never coming back to the United
Actually,
States.
if you look at immigration as a whole, immigration increases the size of the U.S. economy.
In the tourism, sure,
Could you provide me any source that says that immigration as a whole leads to lower GDP?
I mean, not off the top of my head.
Yeah, because it's a bullshit claim you just made up.
So okay, so you're saying that people sending billions of dollars out of our economy, hundreds of billions of dollars a year that leave our country to never come back, does not harm our economy.
One, you can't justify that it's hundreds of billions. Secondly, it's if you want to reference this, right, that still is significantly less than what they gain for the economy, right? Again, if we look at overall GDP increases, not decreases, if you could give me any evidence that because of this GDP decreases, then you might have a point. You don't have a point. And you're just lost. You're not based in reality. You don't care about evidence. Right, you didn't care about anything.
Hold on, you literally don't even employ anybody. You're talking to somebody who has 36 active employees.
Do you want a cookie?
You don't know half the things that you assume that you know.
Why do I have to have an employee?
Nothing that you know about immigration is accurate.
What do I need an employee for?
What's that?
What do I need an employee to understand?
What would you need? Okay, for one, do you know what employee payroll tax is?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
So you have a tax specifically for the employer and for the employee, right?
That's right. Now, what is the percentage? What is the employer employee?
It's 7.5 each, right?
Okay, so now if I employ 36 people, how much per year? If the average salary is $45,000 a year, how much a year do I have to pay in federal taxes just to pay my employees?
I can't do that math off the top of my head.
Okay, so I can break it down into retrospect. Last year we had 21 active employees. My end total was $371,000 in payroll taxes. Now we were able to get a lot of that deducted, but I got huge credits for employing people with fresh visas. Right? There's several deductions and credits that you can apply for employing several things. There's DEI. There's all kinds of enticements. Right? Now, whenever you take somebody that you're giving them the money that lives here in the United States, and then they're sending that money out of the country, and they're only keeping $100.
When he repeats the same thing over and over again, there's just like nothing to respond to. I kicked him out. Dude, he said that same point, like 15, 20 times. Imagine if there was someone in the stream that was taking a shot for each time he said that. They're in the hospital right now. They're seriously in the hospital. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support the live, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Watch this, everyone. Look, there's going to be a good boy joining the live. Yo, can you speak, be quiet, leave the live, or do any of the above?
Can we just have a conversation?
What a fucking good boy, I tell you. What a good boy. Hell no. Get the fuck off my live. You know how many times I've tried to do that with you? Get out of here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't, but I have a question for you.
I appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, we are just looking for some debates. I do appreciate you, everyone. Hey, Trinity, can you get the fuck out of my live? You are literally a stalker. I've blocked you on over 100 accounts. Get the fuck out of my live. Leave me alone. No one wants you here. You're a horrible person. Get out of my live. Stop. Leave me alone. Bye. Bye. Leave. Leave. Bye. 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 Leave. Bye. Okay. I'll kick you. All right. Let's go to the next person. All right. Let's go. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Oh, look. Good boys join back in. Oh, little good boy. Can you speak? Be quiet. Leave the live or do any of the above.
Have a debate with me, dude.
What a good boy. What a fucking good boy. What a fucking good boy. If you're in the YouTube and you've never seen this before, Liam is an incredibly horrible person that has been on the live, you know, many times. And I definitely don't like him. And he's known in the community to be very insufferable, I tell you. He did these lives where he would say, I'm paid by the DNC, and he was so obsessed with me for so long. I'm pretty sure he still does lives like that. Look, he's still in the box. Watch it one more time. Speak, leave the live, mute yourself, do any of the above. Or be quiet.
Are you afraid of
what
me?
a good boy. I tell you, what a good boy. No, no one's afraid of you. No one's afraid of you. Liam, you are a joke, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but bro, I don't get you. Why do you act like that, bro?
Act like what?
No, it's like you just act like a fucking kid.
How so?
It's like anytime somebody's making a point, bro, it's like you just do this weird shit where it's like you just start fucking acting like a kid.
Like
I don't
what?
know if it's
Like what do I do? Like what do I do that makes me act like a kid?
Like the other guy was making a good point talking about the graphs with you, and then it's like you just get frustrated and you start twisting the man's words, bro.
Okay, wait. What was the good point he was making about the graph? Please tell me the
Like
good
when he's talking about that first quarter coming up and he's showing the graphs when I was watching, he was right about what he was saying.
No, he wasn't.
Quarter in January. And yeah.
No, he wasn't. Quarter 1, 2025, right, is the data point from the end of quarter 1, 2025.
Yeah, I'm saying that he made his point, bro, and then you tried.
He wasn't making a good point. It was a horrible point.
This I said. You went on your hiatus and you came back on the same bullshit, bro. Get real.
No, it's just that I'm dealing with the same bullshit. That's why. That's you know what happened? I was trying to come back and I was trying to be so nice to everybody. You know what I fucking realized again? It's impossible. That's why I was doing that in the first place, because there are people that come up on the live that are so fucking insane where I can't do that. If every single one of the conversations that I was having was with like a typical person I find on the street, right? I'm not going to be dealing with these types of conversations and that wouldn't happen. But because I deal with people in this specific setting, right, on the internet, right, it just people come up like that in the first place, right? Where it's going to be, I have to respond that way. That's like a legitimate thing. And like the thing is, I'm also dealing with like thousands of people hearing everything. So it's like I got to respond to a lot of claims, right? Especially if they just like rap or yap. I meant to say yap and ramble for a long time.
Bro, I can understand where you're going for that in a bit. I'm not even gonna fight you on that sometimes, but bro, I listen to you debate and dog, like, yo, sometimes I just listen to you. I'm like, bro, this guy doesn't want to fucking hear anything, bro. You just want to tell people what you want to hear, and then you twist their words and you kick them off on their right.
And I understand that you think that as you disagree with me, but have a conversation with me and see what you think at the end.
Bro, I watched you, man. Like, fuck, you did the same thing when you were debating Jordan Peterson, bro. The Danny guy did good.
Okay, what? Danny was a lot less respectful than I was.
It wasn't even about being respectful. I think he was a lot more knowledgeable than you were.
Danny is absolutely more knowledgeable about me than on religion. Danny has a master's in philosophy. He's a philosophy professor. He's so fucking intelligent. Most of what I learned specifically on religion comes from that guy. All right, that guy's incredibly intelligent. I will absolutely concede that point. What? Well, absolutely, I would say that. What?
Well, I'm curious why you'd be at that debate then if you're not educated enough to be there.
Wait, me saying I'm less educated than Danny does not mean that I'm not educated enough to be there. Danny is just a fucking intellectual legend.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If he's well versed in it, then why would you be there debating something you're not well versed in?
I am well versed in it.
Oh, you're giving this guy the most horrible hypotheticals, bro.
Wait, what? That was like a philosophy 101 hypothetical. If you don't understand that, then you just don't know anything about philosophy.
Listen, bro, I'll tell you this, okay? I fought with Jordan Peterson. I thought he did a horrible job on that debate in general. Even if I like him or not, I think he did a horrible job representing Christianity. I'll say that off the top.
Yeah, he's not a Christian.
Yeah, and I don't like the way he did that, right? But I'm saying when he called you out on creating these crazy hypotheticals and then putting people to a corner,
it wasn't a crazy hypothetical. I gave the philosophy 101 hypothetical.
That's you. You and Dean specifically use that tactic with majority of people to try and make a point.
Can I ask you the same question? What do you mean by believe?
Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna disagree. Yo, bro, listen, you pissed me off too, but I'm not gonna disagree with you on that.
You agree? You agree? It means you think it to be true, right? You agree that, right? So like when I'm giving that hypothetical, I was simply just trying to show how it was absurd that Jordan Peterson believes that you literally have to be willing to sacrifice people's lives and your life for it, right? In order to be able to actually believe something. That's ridiculous, right? If there is a pen in front of me, I would deny the existence of the pen, right? If it is the case that someone threatens my life, would you do the same?
Bro, I get what you're saying, but
that's a hypothetical. That itself is a hypothetical.
What you're doing is you're taking things to the craziest extreme.
That's not a crazy extreme. Someone putting a gun to my head and saying, "Don't," and tell me the pen doesn't exist, right? That is that a hypothetical you can respond to?
No, you asking him if he was born at the time that the Jews were, and
that's a great hypothetical to ask. That's philosophy.
That would never happen, though. That's his point. That's why I agree with
because
him.
we don't have time travel devices. But it's showing a real world example how lying, right, can save people's lives. That's all it's showing.
Okay, I get what you're trying to say, but I'm telling you that when you're using those hypotheticals and taking it to that extreme, you're trying to corner someone to get the answer you want from them. And you're good at doing that.
That's literally what you're supposed to do in a debate. I'm sorry, are you mad that I'm a good debater?
No, I don't think you're a good debater. I thought Danny was an excellent debater.
Yeah, Danny's a better debater on religion. I totally agree.
And he was using excellent hypothetical examples.
And wait, I just want to let you know. What do you think Danny's opinions are about my conversation with Peterson? Do you want to hear them? I've heard them.
I don't know. I don't know what his opinion is.
I can tell you. I can tell you if you'd like to hear. He thinks that I got Peterson to say the dumbest stuff out of everyone there. He thinks I owned Peterson the most.
Bro, I literally said to you that Jordan Peterson did not do a good job, right? I'm telling you also that the hypotheticals you were using were horrible.
No, they weren't. It was literally a philosophy 101 example that he couldn't answer, which completely discredits him. If you can't answer a philosophy 101 hypothetical, that's very discrediting, especially to anyone who's intellectual in the space.
Listen, Ian did a wicked fucking thing too. Ian was nice with it. Danny was nice with it. I know you can. I'm not, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, I don't really like the way you debate, but I'm not gonna call you stupid either. I'm just saying that
you act like Ian didn't use hypotheticals. You understand hypotheticals are very, very relevant.
Ian, yeah, but they were relevant to what they were talking about in religion.
Wait,
right?
What I brought up was relevant.
When you were bringing up the whole thing about the Jews and I was like, bro, this is so far-fetched.
You want to know why that was relevant? Because I was demonstrating that he still believed it is the case that the Jewish people were in the attic and are in the attic, regardless of whether or not he lied about it in that scenario to save someone's life. So that's the point. The point is demonstrating that you can believe something because you just think it to be true. That's all I was demonstrating. We couldn't even get past that in the conversation because he muddies the water so much because he doesn't want to answer whether or not he actually believes in Christianity.
Yeah, that I agree with. But I'm saying that in regards to the hypothetical you were using to try and get him to answer the way you want him to, it was like your TikTok debate. That's what I felt like I was watching.
Because I bring up hypotheticals in the TikTok debates because they help demonstrate concepts to people in ways in which they weren't previously understanding that example.
Bro,
right? If I give you a separate example, it might broaden your perspective on the matter so that you can understand the same general concepts in different scenarios that might open your eyes a little bit more, right, to some of the blind spots that you had with a specific example that we had prior.
Bro, you kicked off the Brian guy. Was it yesterday or the day before? You don't remember when he was bringing up that stuff with Kamala and what she did with the bill? Saying
what about
Kamala, whatever. And you kicked him off, bro. I was watching that, and I talked to him too, and I messaged him. Me and him had a back and forth, and you choked on that, and you kicked him off your live because you couldn't answer his question.
I don't even know who Brian is, and what?
Bro,
what
Brian was in the debate with you guys with Jordan Peterson.
Oh, what question did I not answer?
And he came on there and he told you about that stuff with her overriding the bill from I think it was Supreme Court. And he brought you the article and everything. And then you kicked him off, bro. And you knew he was right.
I didn't just kick him off after that. You can go back and you can watch the debate between
this is on your
us. It was I understand.
Don't dig yourself a hole.
I'm not digging any hole.
Brian
You're the
right
one.
Go
Go ahead. You understand that like the conversation was a lot longer than that, right?
Bro, I was watching the convo.
Yeah, you think it was like a 2-minute long conversation?
When he was asking about the placebos and stuff with the
So it sounds like
vaccines and
a
stuff,
very
and he
long
choked up on
conversation.
that
Sounds like we talked about a lot of topics. Very long
How
conversation.
about I message Brian and tell him to come on your live again, and let's see how you choke up
I've
on it
already
again.
talked to him multiple times.
Yeah, bro, but you kicked him off because you knew he was right.
Because I've talked to him on plenty of occasions.
Bro, I've heard you argue with people that are, let's say, not as intelligent as Brian was for longer because you know you can rope
That's
them
just
along.
not true. I talked to Brian for a very long time.
No, you kicked him off because you knew he was right.
I talked
Just
to
be
Brian
honest.
multiple times. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. Can you tell me what specific thing he was right about?
Bro, when he was talking to you about the placebos in regard to the vaccine, and he brought up the stuff with Kamala.
What
you
placebo?
couldn't
What
answer
placebo with the
both.
vaccine? What about it?
Both.
What about it? What placebo was he even referencing?
You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do actually? I'll message Brian right now. I'm gonna tell him to go on the live and talk to you again just to prove his point.
I'm
going to
go insane. You say the same thing over and over again whenever I respond to you. It's actually impossible to have a conversation with you. I've had a conversation with Brian.
Okay, you're getting frustrated again. Look at you.
Because I've said the same thing multiple
you
times.
know you were wrong.
You're rage baiting. I say the same
I'm
thing.
not rage baiting you, bro.
Yeah, yes, you are. I say the same thing over and over again to explain it to you in particular, and you don't engage with what I have to say, and you say the same thing over and over again, regardless of what I say. Tim, think of the $2. You do it the same. You do it again. I'll kick you.
Okay, you can kick me, and I'll just tell Brian to come on here to embarrass you again.
Cool. Good luck.
And you have it on your YouTube too. So I mean, you can lie to yourself, but if you watch it over,
I'm not
again,
lying to
you're gonna see-
myself. I'm not lying to myself. You're just like you're
Yeah,
literally
I said
deciding
when-
to do this because you have no arguments against me.
When he was, like I said, when
Wait,
when he was talking
actually, I have a
about
question.
Kamala,
This entire time on my live, have you brought up a single fucking constructive point? A single fucking constructive point.
yeah, that you're debating people that are smarter than you and kick them when you're wrong.
Okay.
You did it
Okay.
today.
Okay. Well then debate me. Am I not kicking you because you're not smart?
No, you're just getting mad because I'm telling you the truth.
Then,
but
then,
you know what
then
I'll
give me a
do?
constructive point.
You
What
know
is
what
the
I'll
reason
do?
why you
can
voted for
kick
Donald
me,
Trump?
And I'll message Brian right now.
What's
to
the
come
reason
back
why you
on.
voted for Donald Trump?
Hold on, I'm gonna go message Brian. I'm
Are
gonna
you
tell
are
him
you
to come.
seriously gonna run away now?
I'm gonna do that for you right
Are
now.
you
I'm
actually
message
gonna are you
Brian.
actually gonna run away? I'm told you already. I'm not gonna have him
Got
on live.
you,
I've already debated him
got
multiple
you.
times.
I got you, bro. I'm gonna message Brian right now.
I
Let him
told
up.
you already. I'm not gonna debate him again. He left. What a fucking weirdo, dude. What a fucking weirdo, dude. He wasted my time so much, dude. It's so frustrating when people do that. Because I'm like, actually, get to the fucking conversation. Let's have an actual dialogue. And like, he's just not interested in that.
Hello,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I think you're awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well as I'd really appreciate if you like the stream on YouTube. Seriously, would really appreciate that. As well as you can like the stream here on TikTok. But I am on my girlfriend's account right now, so I'd also appreciate if you follow the stream. Sorry, I'm asking for so fucking much. Jesus Christ. I don't mean to. I just yeah. There's a lot of things I could tell you, I guess. Jesus, I like people have to need a list for that. Like, all right. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
No, I'm just wondering, can you do that salute that you did before online?
What salute?
The one that you have, like this Hitler salute. Do it online.
Are you talking about the one that older millennial likes to throw around?
No, I don't. Who's that?
So the one that you're
Do
referencing.
Do it.
Again, the one you're
Do it online.
The one you're referencing, right? You're referencing either a picture again, because I when I first saw this, I was like, what the fuck? I've never done that before. I've never joked about that. I don't know where this is coming from. So what you're referencing? Can I please explain? So what you're referencing specifically is either something that's taken out of context, or right, it could be something that's photoshopped. To me, it does kind of look photoshopped because of the way it looks under my arm, right? But yeah, like to be very clear, I've never intentionally done that. You can find the same pictures for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden right, or for a bunch of other political candidates, right? Kamala Harris, right? And it's not intentional, whereas with Elon Musk, it was intentional, right? So I don't know why you're asking for this. But can we get some W's for Kara in the comment section for $20 for I missed Angry Parker? Thank you so much. Don't worry, we'll get it back. Tsunami, thank you for the 5 Australian. Thank you. All right, are you there, bro? Hello?
Okay. Do you advocate for women's rights?
Do I advocate for women's rights?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you support Harry when he did that to those women and that 14-year-old boy?
I don't. I'm not friends with Harry, and I don't know what you're specifically referencing with the second part.
You don't know nothing about the 14-year-old boy?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Just wondering. Have a good day.
Why are you leaving? You want to debate?
No, not really.
Let's seriously just let's have a constructive dialogue. I think I could have a constructive dialogue with you.
No, you can't because I'm not from the U.S., so it doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good day, I guess.
You do.
All right. I don't know. I don't know why they were trolling like that. That was weird. Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm on a nut.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Hey, big guy, how you doing?
Yo, Trinity. Get the fuck out of my live, Trinity. Why do you keep hopping in the box? Okay. Yo, what's up? Old World. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
What's going on, man? I wanted to talk to you about.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Do you want to talk about pro-life versus pro-choice?
If you don't answer my question, I will kick you off in literally 3 seconds. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not vote for Donald Trump.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support some things, yeah.
Do you support him? Like, would you vote for him?
No, I did not vote for him.
Asked, would you? These questions are not very difficult. These questions are not difficult at all. We should be able to answer these questions if we're going to engage in a debate.
Oh, bro.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Join?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
Matthew, you there?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's your birth year?
05.
And how old are you?
19.
And what's
I
your
turned
what birth month?
March 23rd.
Okay, well, wouldn't you be 20 then?
Bro, I can literally show you my driver's license right now.
So are you 20 years old?
Yes.
And then why'd you not say 20 prior?
Bro, I'm literally 20. Let me show you my ID.
You got a fake ID?
It's a real ID.
Okay. Well, you don't have to show me your ID now. But yeah, go for it.
Well, I voted for Trump and I support him. I mean,
wait, how did you get your age wrong?
so we're still on that.
Yeah, do you want to answer that first?
I mean, bro, I just turned 19 like 2 months or 20 like 2 months ago.
Okay. All right. But that would probably mean that it's fresh on your mind.
So like you've never like, had like a brain fart and accidentally said something wrong.
It's okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. All right. Go for it. What is the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
The economy and mass deportation.
Okay. Name one economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like.
Bro, I'm not like into politics. I don't know all these specific like plans and documents that he's like approved and got through Congress and the Senate and all that, but
So you don't know anything. So what do you know?
that Donald Trump was a way better candidate than Kamala.
How so?
Bro, Kamala
And again, reference things you do know.
bro, Kamala literally couldn't she was hypocritical. She couldn't debate Trump.
She did debate Donald Trump. How is she hypocritical? He left. All right. Well, Jonas, or wait, what the hell? Jonas? Why did I say Jonas? What the fuck? I didn't even see that. I just said that. What the fuck? I literally didn't even see anything. I didn't even see a name that said Jonas. Traceless, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Tremendous steal, I tell you. Tremendous steal. Nina, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. You missed my super chats. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really don't mean to miss. Right today, actually, it's kind of been like laggy today, where like it's not showing them like when I go back to check. So it's like really weird. I have to like check otherwise. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Oh, I forgot. I literally forgot about Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Kate, thank you for the $13.88. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so nice of you, Kate. Lauren with the $25. Lauren, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lauren from the UK. I really appreciate it. You're ruining your economy. Oh, yeah, you are. You're sending money outside of the bounds of the economy. You're ruining the UK economy. How horrible that we allow for people to send their money across country lines. Andrew, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Louise, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're good. Victoria, thank you for the $5. Wyatt, thank you for the $5. And Sid, thank you for the $5. Oh my gosh. Of course. He did the same thing about graphs on Dean's Live. That's fucking horrible. That is horrible. Imagine he still believes that. He's just like, that person cannot be convinced. That person actually, like I've had conversations with some people. That person would never be able to. I could try so hard, and it just never would happen. It seriously never would. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm Tony.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
And why'd you do that?
I didn't like Kamala's stance on abortion. She never really gave Kamala. I didn't really like her stance on abortion. She didn't really give a clear answer. So I mean, I'm guessing she just wanted the worst. She didn't care and have any limits.
What she said Roe versus Wade, which does have limits. It's just protections up until the point of liability.
Okay, well, I believe in life at conception, so regardless, I wouldn't have supported that.
Okay, I agree that life begins at conception, but why does that mean that it's granted value at conception?
Oh, well, I believe in God, so I'm a Christian, so I believe every human made in the image of God is, deserves life.
Sure, we'll address this. Patton, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. As well as Jonah, thank you for the $2. I'm sorry. Thank you. So you said that every life is made in the image of God, therefore it'd be wrong to engage in an abortion?
Yes.
Okay. Here's my question. Do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
No, because, well, the IUD thing, I'm not really too informed on that. I know that I guess the best way I think of it is like a car crash, right? Like if it fails, you're not really intending to kill anyone. So I don't think IUDs are like I don't think they're right to have in the beginning, but I think it's more like a car crash. Like if it fails, then okay. Then that's not really intent to kill, if that makes sense.
Okay. A car crash fails. I'm confused. So an IUD specifically, right, within it, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation. So if built within it, it causes zygotes to die. Wouldn't you consider that wrong?
Well, it would kill the sperm, wouldn't it? Not the.
No, it can not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation.
So if it kills the sperm, then I mean I think it's fine because the sperm by itself can't or like any, whatever, then I think it's fine if it kills the sperm. But if it prevents fertilization, then
I'm talking about preventing implantation. Implantation
So,
would be
okay.
after fertilization, so conception has already occurred, and it
Okay.
prevents a conceived cell, right, a zygote, from implanting into the uterine wall.
Right. And so what's the stats like on how often does it actually work to that point? Is it like, does it always, prevent implantation?
Well, if it gets to that point, it isn't always, it's not 100% effective, but it has a high probability if it is the case that a zygote is formed.
So then, yeah, I wouldn't agree with that then. No.
So then you think it's murder?
Yeah, I guess if that, yeah.
If you think it's murder, do you think that all the women in the chat who have IUDs should go to prison because they're murderers?
Not necessarily go to prison, no.
Okay, so you don't think murderers should go to prison?
I don't think I use the word murder. I would give some value to I guess time in that case, but yeah, I just don't see how that would justify most abortions, because I wouldn't necessarily consider an IUD an abortion. I mean, most people wouldn't know that.
I understand, but it still lethally kills a human being under your worldview. OSF, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I do like Alex Gunner. And then
Right,
I don't
yeah,
have any
I mean-
plans to debate Charlie because he won't debate me. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess it would mean that, but I guess you can't practically, convict everyone. They might not view it as murder. I mean, that's really up for interpretation at that point, because it's such a, far-fetched, I guess,
But yeah,
idea.
not viewing something as murder is not reason to believe that like someone can do it and then not be held accountable by the law if you deem it to be murder, right? You would still want them,
Right.
if you deem it to be murder, to be held accountable by the law, correct?
Right, of course. But in this specific case, not most people would not agree. I mean, the law doesn't agree. So, I have this view, but the law doesn't agree that, okay, these people should be murderers. So I don't know. IUDs, I'm not really like 200% sure on those. I'm talking about most abortions. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like someone goes in at 4 weeks, whatever. They say, I don't want this baby anymore. I consider that to be murder. So I'll be honest with you. IUDs, I need to be more informed on that. I'm not too sure how they work. So,
Hold on,
maybe
let me ask
my
this person real quick. Chris, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Just stay right there real quick. I'll finish my conversation with him, and then we'll get back to you. So you were saying, sorry, Zeno?
I was saying that, yeah, I mean, I guess I need to be more informed on IUDs. I'm not like too sure. I'm talking about just most abortions. Like someone goes in at 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever, and they say, I don't want this baby. And, in my eyes, I feel like at that point you're unaliving it. Yes. That's what I'm
Yeah,
really
but
talking
like
about.
if you do that, should that be illegal?
I think, yeah, I mean, how else would you really incentivize people to not get abortions? I mean, I guess a normal change of the world.
Okay, so it should be illegal.
Yes, I do think so. Yes.
Okay, so if it should be illegal, well, then you're saying all the women that have IUD should go to prison.
I mean, not necessarily, because I mean, something could be illegal. And you don't have to go to prison.
If it's illegal, then what should be the punishment?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Prison. Sure. Let's say prison.
Okay, so type 3 in the comment section if you have an IUD and you're sexually active. Are you saying all of those women should have to go to prison?
Oh, you're talking
Are
about
you saying
the
all
IUD,
of those people should have to go to prison?
The people on the IUD, the people.
All
with
of the
IUD,
people in the
like I
chat.
said,
Yeah.
Like I said, with the IUDs, I'm not informed enough. I would
Hey,
have to.
Parker,
Go ahead.
IUDs don't. No, they do prevent conception, so it would be prevention. It wouldn't be. I don't necessarily agree with the guy, but yeah, it wouldn't be.
So okay, I didn't know it prevented
What you're not
conception.
understanding is that not only does it prevent conception, but it also prevents implantation. And implantation is after conception, meaning that under his worldview, it kills a human being because he believes that a human being, a person, exists at conception. I think it's obviously ridiculous to believe that that's a person. So obviously, someone should have access to an IUD. But under his view, he thinks
but
that
it
it
doesn't
should be
get there
considered
yet.
illegal.
But it doesn't
Right.
get there yet with an
See,
IUD.
and I didn't know it prevented conception.
What do you mean?
from what he
It
told me.
also can prevent implantation. So it does get to that point where you can murder,
No,
as-
it doesn't. You can just Google this. I mean, it's very rare cases. Very rare cases.
Wait, that doesn't mean
fertilization happens, but it prevents fertilization. That's the point of it.
Yeah, but
Okay,
it's not
okay, so I didn't know
100% in
that.
preventing fertilization, and that's
Well,
what
I
it
mean,
leads
yeah,
to
that's like the same with a
specifically.
condom, same with a lot of things, but it's, you know, that's the point of it.
Yeah, but IUDs have multiple processes of limiting, particularly there being a pregnancy and fertilization. Limiting fertilization isn't the only way. That's all I'm discussing.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, if the implantation thing, I mean, I would disagree with that, but I still feel like with the IUD, it's
Danny, did you
from what
vote
he
for Donald
said.
Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Zeno.
From what he said, I mean, then the intent is not necessarily to prevent implantation; it's just to prevent the conception. So, I mean,
It's not
I
about
guess
what the
IUDs are fine.
it's not about what the intent is, right? For example, right, if it was the case that I was at a gun range, right, and it was the case that it was an indoor gun range, and they had this like wall that if you were you're shooting a gun at, right, and you know that there are people on the other side walking, and you know that there's like a small percent chance, say a 0.5 to 1% chance of you murdering someone on the other side of the wall if you shoot the gun. If you shoot the gun, should you go to prison and murder someone?
I don't. I mean, no. Like, why would you be? I think it's a crazy parallel, but like, why would you be? I don't know. If that's shooting a gun versus having sex, that's the difference.
No, it's IUD.
Like I
the
said,
use of an IUD.
well,
Jeanette,
okay,
thank
well,
you so
yeah,
much for the $5.
shooting a gun versus it's like a
Jonah, thank you
secondary
for this
having
notification.
sex. Like in my
Oh,
worldview,
okay. So again,
if
it's
you
not
have
murder.
sex,
So it's not murder.
hold on. Like I said, he said it's a small percentage, so I'm gonna, assume that's true. It's a small percentage, and it's a secondary fact. With shooting a gun you don't gain necessarily anything from shooting a gun at a random wall. I mean, if you're doing that with a known chance, I mean, there's no point in shooting a gun. There's a point in having sex for pleasure or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I get pleasure at shooting at the wall. I get pleasure at shooting at the wall.
Well, then you're a freak. I don't know what to tell you. If you just want to shoot at a wall and have the chance to kill someone, that's kind of weird. But having sex, that's normal pleasure.
Okay. So again, the point that we're not talking about the sex part. We're talking about the use of an IUD, and like the fact that you don't understand that is actually really sad here. We're talking about the use of an IUD.
Why else would someone use an IUD besides sex?
Of course, they're using an IUD in the context of birth control. I'm not disputing that, but I'm talking about the usage of the IUD, not just the having of sex.
Right, but like I said, it's an IUD is like
okay, hold on.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
This would be, I don't really care, but just to defend this point of Zeno, this would be a better analogy. If you're shooting and then you put up a metal wall to block the bullet to get through, that's the prevention. That's what the IUD is, right? So the IUD is to prevent fertilization. It literally is. It's less than one.
You're misunderstanding the comparison. The comparison.
No, it's less than 1%.
Listen, the comparison that I'm bringing specifically is to say that even if there's a 0.5 to 1% likelihood of you killing someone, given that you engage in a particular action, you'd still be responsible if it did occur. So I'm saying in the event that it does occur, that it is the case that the zygote is killed by the IUD, is the person who has the IUD a murderer, given that it is the case that this is a necessary property of an IUD, given that there is a zygote.
Well, yeah. So here's the point. I'll grant you that. Sure, yeah. But you would also be responsible if you got pregnant. You're still engaging in the act. So yeah. We agree on both parts.
But even if you could say you're responsible if you specifically consent to sex and you get pregnant, but you wouldn't be responsible for actually upholding any pregnancy unless there was going to be a sentient being or a rights-bearing individual that we could be referencing. Otherwise, you have no causal obligation standard to base it on. You're saying specifically that it's going to be. What's that?
You wouldn't be responsible for what about the sentient being? Say that again.
You wouldn't be responsible for like upholding a pregnancy if it's not sentient, under my view.
Oh, okay.
Right,
I mean, I guess the point of Zeno's argument, correct me if I'm wrong, Zeno, but IUDs, they're to prevent fertilization. That's the point of them. It's like less than 1% a year is the failure rate.
Right.
So he would say he's not against them because it's not ending it's not ending the life. It's preventing it from even happening. And Zeno, I'm assuming you would think if it happens and it fails, you would. What's your
I do think okay. So I do think intent actually matters. Parker said it didn't, but I actually disagree with that. Like for example, if you kill someone, obviously you should go to murder. But if you kill someone to defend your family, I mean that's a very different thing. So I do actually think intent matters, and I think if someone has the IUD and they do, in my worldview, end up killing, quote unquote, killing the baby, like that's an extreme use of words, but killing the zygote or whatever, then no, I don't think they should go to prison because that wasn't their intent. So I do actually think intent
We've
matters.
already gone over this point though. Like even if it is the case that you didn't specifically have the like, I'll give an example. Like if someone gets an abortion in the first trimester and they take the abortion pill, they might not necessarily be like, oh, I don't. They might be like, I don't want the embryo to die, but it's like it's going to happen given that they want to terminate the pregnancy. So their intent wasn't to it wasn't for it to die, but it has to if they want to terminate the pregnancy. So are you saying that in that circumstance, the abortion pill is completely okay?
I mean, no, I don't think it's okay in any circumstance. Like I said, so
okay. So then
I
it's
mean,
not about the intent that you were referencing there specifically.
well, okay, I do think, sure, okay, I'll concede to that, but yeah, no, regardless, I still don't think the IUDs. I mean, most people have the intent. Like I say, I have to consider intent in this case because most people, when they're given the IUD, I mean, they're not gonna, know that, okay, yeah, this has a 1%, less than 1%. That's why I compare it to a car crash. Like, okay, whenever I'm driving a car,
So for the women in the chat specifically that do know, should they go to prison given that they do know?
no, like I said, because I personally think.
So it's not about the knowledge then. So because if they do have the knowledge, then it is the case that you don't apply it.
I mean,
Are you still?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, like what?
No, okay, so yes, but that's not necessarily. I'm not necessarily correlating to, like, for example, like we're agreeing that intent matters a bit. I mean, if someone kills someone in a car crash, I'm talking a completely random car crash. Do you think they should be held to the same degree as someone, planning out and structuring a murder? Like, it just there's so many factors, and regardless, I'm trying to
I'm
argue.
saying if it does happen, like here's the example. It is the example that you do know that it's going to kill a zygote. In the circumstance where you do know it's going to kill the zygote, right? Would you be considered a murderer?
Under my worldview, yes.
Okay. So in circumstances where we do know that there was a murder, right? Or I mean a death of a zygote, then you think that person should go to prison if you do not have that knowledge.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. So some women with IUDs should go to prison.
I mean, like I said, you can't ever know that because but like, sure, if in the one case, what's it called? Like I said, in these extreme cases, I would value experience. So like, okay, the zygote didn't develop at all, and if the woman really had an IUD and knew it was going to kill the zygote and still decided to proceed, then I do think there would be some punishment, but I don't think, it would be as much as like an abortion. I don't know. It's just such an extreme case. I don't see how it would justify abortion on the, spectrum that I'm talking about.
No,
like
what I'm just demonstrating is that you think it's okay to get access to, or it's okay to kill it when it's cellular life on track.
I'm not saying it's okay on cellular life now.
Okay, but that's the point that I was bringing up the hypothetical for, was to demonstrate that to you. But you do think in that circumstance that it would be considered murder, which would give you ridiculous hypotheticals, such as the ones that like women who specifically have IUDs and do know that it specifically leads to the death of a zygote would have to go to prison under your worldview, which is an insane hypothetical to concede to.
Or someone called me. I don't know if it messed up live up.
You want to go into that? You can real quick. I can talk to the other guests if you'd like.
Okay, I'll answer it real quick.
Do either of you other guests want to justify that point, or do you want to go on to a different point? Or Rhea, is there something that you wanted to say in specific?
Yeah. Not necessarily about abortion. I more came up for like the immigration topic that I had heard being discussed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here. I don't care about the abortion topic. I don't agree with that take. So I'll move on.
Sure. Yeah. So Rhea, go ahead and bring that point
up. So can I come back in like 15 minutes? Actually, I just started dinner. Is it totally okay if I come back in 15?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm back.
All right. I think Danny wanted to talk about immigration. We can go talk about that.
Yeah, that was a big reason why I wanted Trump. Why I voted for Trump is You know, there's you probably heard it before. There's too much immigration going on, too much the abuse of the asylum system or the asylum seeking system. So
Okay, so then you would have liked specific like legislation that would have passed that would have reduced the likelihood where people could abuse the asylum process.
I know I've heard that before where they shut it down, but didn't they allow like it started to kick in at 5,000 per day? So it wasn't really helping much.
So that's in terms of encounters. You're not referencing specifically in terms of the asylum process. The asylum process in specific, as it referenced to this, it would be addressed through the fact that hold up, sorry. Wait, repeat what you. Oh, it'd be addressed to the fact that it would increase the amount of immigration judges, making the asylum process go faster for people who are seeking asylum, right? So there's less of a backlog of cases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know if it would be that easy. I mean, just because there's more judges, yeah, I get what you're saying. They would process the cases more. There'd be more manpower. But the point is, we got to stop the abuse of the asylum process. It's and in general, I think they're.
How is Donald Trump doing that?
Or using it for political gain.
How is Donald Trump doing that?
I think he's kind of fumbling the ball. I want him to do more.
What has he done specifically to address that at all?
I mean, that was his promise. That's what he wants to. He needs to do more. That's the whole taco thing. It's funny. The right wing. The right wing has the opposite of it.
So he hasn't done anything.
I mean, he's doing some of his promise to try to
targeting MS-13.
Yeah, trying to curtail the illegal immigration.
What specific policy targeted MS-13?
He's not doing policy. He's using the FBI to target it.
Okay, so he's just using the FBI. Do you think the FBI wasn't targeting that prior?
Not when Democrats were running it.
You think the FBI wasn't trying to identify people from MS-13?
Not nearly as much when Democrats were running it.
What did he do differently with the FBI to do that?
He replaced the director of the FBI.
Okay, what has the director of the FBI done that has changed the process?
He's going after their asses.
You have no clue. So the issue is that you have no clue.
How much harder are you begging for clicks now that Trump won?
What do you mean? How much harder am I begging for clicks? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, last time we talked, you were almost positive Kamala's going to win.
Kamala.
Just want to throw that out there. That Trump won.
Prior to the election, I didn't know who was going to win, and that's what I said.
Who'd you vote for, Parker?
Kamala Harris.
Of course he did.
I know. I'm just kidding. I wanted to see. Dude, I'm curious. So, does the DNC pay you?
No. Do you think that they do?
I mean, I've heard that. I don't know. And if they did,
you don't know. Really?
Dude, if they did, good for you, Charlie.
If the DNC was going to give me money to do the same thing I'm doing right now, I would take the money.
I mean, I wouldn't hate. I mean, plenty of people on the right wing get paid. Good for them.
Yeah.
Hey Parker, you talking about IUDs earlier? So what's a woman? Are you a liberal with it?
Tim, think of the $5. I think a woman is an adult human individual in which has the commitments towards the social and cultural norms typically associated with female sex as an express purpose of identity.
Oh, let's get into that. You don't actually believe that.
I do actually believe that. Yes.
Okay, wait, Parker, hold up. I want to say something about my.
Are any of you Christian? Are any of you Christian?
I'm Christian. Yes.
Okay. God the Father, is he a man?
Okay, now we're getting into
what biology does God the Father have?
We are getting into a belief that we're getting into a being that is so outside the what's it called?
But do you agree that he doesn't have any biology?
I mean it says in Genesis that we're made in his image. So, but yeah, I would probably agree that he does not have any biology.
Okay,
He's beyond that.
He doesn't have XY chromosomes. He doesn't have a dick. He doesn't have small gametes. He doesn't have any of the male biology. There's none of the male biology. How can we?
That is
why are we
one out
using
of 7? That is 1 out of 8 billion. That's not even.
Then why are we? Then why are you? Wait, please. Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Do I need to mute every single one of you on the panel? Okay. Okay. So specifically, right? You say that the term is applicable to say that we can use he/him pronouns or call him a father, right? Even though he doesn't have any of that male biology. So biology wasn't what determined the gender in that context.
Actually, as a Christian, never mind. I take that back. Whenever God came to earth, Jesus, what Christians believe, he was a biological man. So, I mean, that's up for interpretation. I mean, but I think we're talking about a being that's
yeah,
so
but
outside.
I am talking about God the Father. I'm not talking about God the Son. You know that they're distinct, right?
Right. Yes, of course. No, I like that's the thing. He's 1 out of 8 billion people on this earth. I think he can be an exception to that rule. Yes. Just because, like Parker, just because you take one extreme thing, that's like me liking classical music, right? And then I'm listening to some extreme contemporary artists, and I'm like, yeah, I love this thing, and it sounds crazy to the normal classical music enjoyer. And then I show it to the normal classical music enjoyer, and I'm like, oh, if you don't like this, if you don't like this piece of contemporary classical music, you don't like classical music at all. Like it's not just because you take one extreme and you have to agree on that one extreme doesn't necessarily make it true for the entire.
No,
I guess
what I'm demonstrating is that if you don't see there to be biology necessary to demonstrate the gender of
that
God,
is the one
then
case.
why do you
That
need?
is the one
Let me
case.
please finish.
That is the one case.
And that's exactly why I'm giving the example. If you don't see that biology is necessary to determine God's gender, why is biology necessary to determine the gender of trans people? And why did you guys scoff and laugh at the idea that I said that it was social?
Well, because it doesn't make sense. So is it just a matter? Well, let's get into it. Is it just a matter of self-ID?
It's commitments towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex with the express purpose of identity.
So when do you draw the distinction? When have they committed enough to they can now be that gender?
When do they have the specific commitments?
Yeah. So if it's not just a matter of
it would
self-ID.
be context dependent. You could tell me.
No, but so I would argue that, yeah, the word is a social construct. We all make up words, but they are descriptors of the sex. So can you be like, for instance, we have other words for males and females. We have diva, lady, gentleman,
He
bachelor.
completely
You can't be,
contradicted
for
himself
instance, you
earlier
can't be,
talking about
for instance,
IUDs.
you have to have the sex. You have to have the underlying qualification to be that, to
Then let's
be
clarify. Are
represented.
you
in that group.
Christian, Danny?
No.
Okay. So
you can't be, real quick, you
well,
can't
let
be a
me-
married bachelor.
Let me.
Can a married person
That's
identify
obviously-
as a bachelor?
That's a contradiction. I understand. I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying we're not saying in a biological sense, right? That's not the claim specifically for gender in this sense. So there's no contradiction there. Let me ask you a question. Do you think step parents can be like a stepfather can be a father?
Can a stepfather be a father? A stepfather could be a father.
No. Like I mean, like is a stepfather a father?
They're a stepfather.
Are they a father?
No, they're a stepfather.
You deny that step parents are parents?
They're parents, but he's a stepfather. He's not a father. Just
So
like
if someone was adopted, if somebody adopted like somebody, are they not their parents, even though they're not the biological parents?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, then it's the same thing with the stepfather.
Yeah.
So the stepfather would be a stepfather, just like a trans person.
No, the stepfather's also your father.
Yeah, let's just clarify. Adopted.
Yeah. But
I think this might be more clear. Adopted father is an adopted father a father?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, but they're not biologically.
But this is the difference.
So it's social.
That is.
Yeah, it's a social
no one's denying. Hold on. No one's denying that the words are social. They're socially constructed. But you're talking about when you're saying father and stepfather and whatever, adopted father. Yeah, I know what you're getting at. They're all under the category of father. But that's different than saying a description of a sex. Because if there's no tying to each, then it's just a matter of
But
self-identity.
these definitions involve social constructs. That's not something you can ignore. When you're defining what gender you are, when you're defining what type of father you are, you can't just say it's based off of a birth or it's based off of genetics. It also includes social constructs.
All right, let's define it. What is a father?
So it's going to be like a social role or category specifically that we grant to guardians, right?
Is it a man who has to be the father, or can a woman also be the father?
Wait, hold on. I was still finishing the definition, and you didn't let me
Sorry,
finish.
go ahead.
Yeah, that would also be a man.
Okay, so what's a man?
I've already clarified. It's an adult human individual that is committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as an express purpose of identity.
And
You
then
see how he laughs at it and then never provides.
Because
a
here's my
critique?
question that goes further back.
Go ahead.
It's a person who typically associates with the characteristics typically associated with that
That's
sex.
not what I
Okay.
said. Do you want me to clarify again? Has a commitment
clarify it
to be
again.
in accordance with the particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex. And
When
Zach,
is the
thank you,
commitment?
Zach. Thank you for the $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Zach in the comment section for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. That is
Thank you,
such a
Zach.
W. Thank you
Very
so much,
cool.
Zach. I
All
really
the
appreciate
Trump
it.
people on here.
Thank
y'all
you,
gotta
Zach.
stop
Thank you,
listening
Zach.
to this.
Very
All you
cool.
Dude,
lesbians
shut up.
Real quick.
Hold up, I have to mute every single one of them real quick. Donna, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. One of these times I'll have to get you up here for this, Emily. But Owen, thank you for the $5. Darling, thank you for the $1. And then Jenna, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jenna. Thank you. Give me some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Laura, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Amber, thank you for the $5. Ian, thank you for the $5. And Victoria and Wyatt, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right.
This dude is still begging for clicks after Trump won. Y'all got to stop.
That's not true. He's being fair. He's being supportive or whatever. So, Parker, when is the commitment good enough?
I told you that was context dependent. Like you can give me a specific example or scenario. And
So,
I'll tell you
okay.
whether or not it's true.
All right. A male who puts on a wig and wants to be a girl. He identifies as a woman. Is that good enough?
So they want to be identified. So they are committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. So you're saying a trans
But that's
woman,
my question. But no, that's my question. So what do you mean by it's committed enough? So it's just arbitrary. There's no
every
there's
definition is arbitrary.
Yeah, but you can have distinct qualifiers. So for instance, my definition would be you have to be a male to be a man. And you can be a masculine or feminine man, but you have to be a male. And just the same thing with female and woman.
Okay.
But so there's a clear definition there.
So to clarify, you wouldn't say that you would classify any trans person, right, to be within the context of their particular gender identity in which prescribed by their particular commitments. You would
I'll give you that.
You would only prescribe it based upon DNA. I mean, not DNA. What's it called? Biology.
So I know. Are you saying it's the woman is the umbrella, and trans women would be women, and then like you guys use cis, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
but,
trans woman is a type of woman. So
yeah,
but they're within the term woman.
All right. Well, if we're just doing that, I mean, that kind of waters down what a woman is in the definition.
No, it doesn't.
The same, differentiate the things.
Wait. Let me give you an example. There are tall women. There are short women.
Yep. So so if you're tall, can you identify as a short woman? There we go. Descriptors. That's my point.
because you're referencing specifically an objective standard, whereas when we're referencing the context of gender, there is no particular.
When are you tall?
Can I please finish?
That's not a social construct, though.
What's not?
There's no particular standard, right, that you're referencing that they couldn't meet under the context of the descriptor.
Exactly.
Right. So
exactly. So why don't you just identify as such?
Can I please finish? So
Sorry,
they meet with under the descriptors, right? They're going to be meeting under that particular subjective definition.
So when is tall? When do you identify? When are you objectively tall?
So tall is relative, right?
Exactly right. It's a construct. So they're short. They're a short woman, and they identify as tall. Who are you to say not? They're not, because we actually know what things are.
Michelle Obama.
It's all relative. It's all relative.
Checkmate.
So someone
checkmate.
Someone could claim that they are tall, right? But it would be.
But it's not the case.
It'd be tall and relative to what? Right? It might not be tall relative to you as you are a taller person, but it will be tall relative to them, right? Or relative to a certain scenario.
So it's just a matter of self-ID.
Danny, do you know what gender identity is? Do you know what gender identity is?
Which question am I answering? Rhea?
Yeah, just do you know what gender identity is?
I have heard the concept, but it's
so let me give you the Oxford.
Are you talking about John Money and the whole?
No, let me give you the Oxford English Dictionary definition of gender identity: an individual's personal sense of being or belonging to a particular gender or genders, or of not having a gender.
Mm-hmm.
That is a construct that is recognized by different science programs, like AP Psychology teaches about it, because this is a recognized construct that many people use. So when trans people are saying, I may be biologically male, but I identify as a woman, that is part of their gender identity.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. Let's say,
are you going to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm responding to it right now. So let's say there's a married person and a non-married person, and they identify with their status of marriage. If they say, I'm married, but I want to be a bachelor, I identify as a bachelor.
That's not gender. That's not gender identity. And that's
they're
not
both constructs.
That's not a construct that is recognized by science.
He's
or by hypothetical.
he's presupposing also that there's a contradiction by what we're referencing.
So what about
there
a
is no
woman
there is no
who
contradiction because the
identifies-
sense of gender that we're referencing is social, not biological. Whereas
So what
specifically
about
when
a
we
woman
reference
that
Okay.
identifies as a woman?
It's
but has a
social,
penis?
but it is a complete description of the sex. Otherwise, we wouldn't make the difference between man and woman.
what do you,
That's
wait,
why.
wait,
It's-
we're not
it's
we're
why
not
they're
we're-
only two.
wait. So are you saying sex and gender are the same,
They're completely linked. They're directly linked.
but they're not the same?
I mean, if you want to get really technical, but you have so for instance, they're not the same. There would be a boy who's a male, but a boy is not a man.
So if you
A
agree
man
that
is
there
just
are
the
differences,
description
wait,
of a
wait,
man.
wait. So if you agree that there are differences between gender and sex, why can't there be differences between gender and sex as it
Because
relates to
the
the
only
definition
difference
that we
between
provide?
because okay, the difference is not about that they're completely separated. There's differences, but they're linked. They are together. So for instance, well, what's a good analogy here?
Yeah, like in my sense, under my definition, it's technically linked in a certain way because it's the associations with certain things related to the sex, but it's not the same. It's not the sex. It's going to be the commitments and the desires to be in accordance with those sets of characteristics, right, that we would typically associate with the sexes as a prescription of an identity.
And
No, I would-
not
no,
only that, but like when you're
No.
comparing height is an objective truth. It's an objective reality. Gender is not. Gender is subjective because of gender identity.
What is the
Part
gender
of-
pointing to?
Part of
Though?
defining your gender has to do with your personal like sense of
Yeah.
who you are.
Well, what is it pointing to?
What is what point?
So we use words. We used words to point to things. So what is a gender pointing to?
Yeah. So what if a woman?
I told you it's
identifies
pointing
as a woman
pointing
that has a
towards
penis?
the certain commitments that you have, right, as a prescription of your identity.
Okay, a commitment towards what? To
The social and cultural norms typically associated with a particular sex as a prescription of identity.
okay. So if you're committed to the social and cultural norms of a particular sex, right? You can be committed to it, but it does not mean that that your gender is you are that thing.
Okay, so what he's
Okay,
just saying is that he doesn't accept my definition. That's okay. You can say you don't accept my definition, but that doesn't mean that there's something wrong with my definition.
Well, we're
Is that
trying to get
exactly
to
what
the,
it
we're
means?
trying to get down to the truth. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
then you just won't accept my definition, and we just
That's
How
great.
about this,
That's-
Sammy?
wait,
Do you
wait,
accept the Oxford English Dictionary as a good defining source?
yeah. Now look up what male means, or sorry, look up what man means.
I'm looking at
Look
what
up the
gender
Oxford.
means. If you
Yeah, no,
look
not
right
gender.
here-
Look up what man and woman means. Look it up in Oxford.
No, this is what gender means in the Oxford
Gotcha.
English Dictionary. It is psychology and sociology. Sorry, I can't talk. The state of being male or female are expressed by social or cultural distinctions and differences rather than biological ones. The collective attributes or traits associated with a particular sex or determined as a result of one's sex.
Yeah, I
Do
that's
you
fine.
accept this definition? This is from the Oxford
Sure.
English Dictionary.
Sure, I'll accept it.
There you go. It says
Now do me a favor.
combination
Now do me a
of-
favor. Now do me a favor.
right,
Look
well-
up in Oxford. What does man and woman mean? Choose one.
Okay, but before we go, no, it's okay. I've sat here quietly for a long time now, and given the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that I'm the one being talked about, I'm going to use my voice now. And I don't know, Rhea, like I haven't met you before, but I have listened to you. It's good to meet you. But yeah, so a few different things. One, we're not going to go down the fallacy of like dictionary, like the circular dictionary argument, because what came first, humans or the dictionary? Human beings, right? And so the dictionary is forever evolving. The dictionary from 100 years ago and the words that were in it are not the same as the dictionary today or the one that will exist in 100 years. That's because we use words, different sounds, depending on the language your culture uses to define the environment around us, not the other way around. So I'm not going to, pick a word in the dictionary and be like, oh, you know what? That describes me.
Agreed. I'm down with that. Ray
So we're
brought
not
it up.
going to- we're not-
Ray brought it up.
You
Okay,
brought
great,
it up, and I'm
Yeah,
trying
make
to
things up.
establish a clear
Yeah,
definition.
you brought up the dictionary. Come on.
Because
brought
you
up-
were contrasting with what Parker was saying. You were saying you
That's
don't accept his
feelings, not
definition.
facts.
All
Okay,
right.
speaking
Sorry,
of
you
feelings,
can-
no, hold on. That was I was just putting a stop to the definition argument. Speaking of feelings and not facts, earlier, Danny, you used the word and you said, well, if you want to get technical, one thing that I haven't heard you do is actually get technical. The only thing I've heard you do is confirm that you don't have enough information about this to be speaking about it so confidently. Because I need you to like help explain to me what it is that defines, because you brought up trans men and I happen to be one of those. So I would love for you to tell me what classifies a man as a man. Because I'll break it down. I'll get technical.
Well, I would say the standard or the traditional definition of an adult human male, and I would say you are a trans man. I wouldn't say you don't exist or anything. Like,
okay,
yeah,
and,
but you can be
I'm
under-
not going to
you
walk
can be
around.
under the category of man. Like, yeah, absolutely. I would call you he, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But to say that a trans man and a man are the exact same, like, what are we doing? That's not true.
We are men.
Danny, good job, by the way.
So I will
Good job.
never as far as, actually, you know what? Backing up. Do you know what the word karyotyping is?
Karyotyping? No.
All right, cool. It's how we figure out what our chromosomes are. And you're not karyotyped at birth. It's very expensive in the US, and we don't really have any medical need for it unless the medical need arises in your lifetime, which usually either will happen at birth, early on, or somewhere around your mid-20s, early like 30 to 30s. And that is usually because of some other medical symptom comes up, and then you find out in that process that, oh wow, I have a difference in sexual development disorder, or it's more commonly classified as intersex. But the reason why I bring up karyotyping is because unless anybody here knows definitively that they've been karyotyped, you don't definitively know what your own chromosomes are. We have in medicine already discovered 16 different combinations of chromosomes, some in which
That doesn't change if you have a dick or not.
Okay, but I knew one fragile man was going to bring up their like a penis at some point, because there's some infatuation with cisgender dudes and their dicks. I don't know, because if I cut your dick off right now, would you still call yourself a man?
Yeah, you would, Chris.
You know, there are men
Gotcha
who have vaginas. It's called intersex.
Yeah, there are also men with XX chromosomes.
Yep.
So let's talk about
that have dicks. That they have dicks. So you know,
Let's
like
talk
there
about
are.
just like the rarest of the rare.
That doesn't change whether or not it's true. Like,
Right.
They're still men.
But also, intersex people are just as common, if not more common, than people with red hair. And if you want to say that being a redhead is like incredibly rare, that's bullshit. I might have I've seen so many different redheads throughout my life, but that's also an appeal to the majority fallacy. That's bullshit, because if you're going to tell me that you're going to discriminate against the minority simply because the majority outweighs them, that's not a good argument, and that's like an inhumane thing to do.
Eli, what do you say?
We're going to make policies based off the majority of the population, not just a few freaking people out of a million.
Not when you're excluding them from the definition.
And I don't value your opinion at all.
Also, like,
That-
again,
that-
also
We
again,
don't
like
value
for
yours.
example, you won't do this for
Okay.
every characteristic in which we reference this for. Like, for example, hazel eyes, my eye color, is a very small percentage of the population. Around 2 to 3% of people have hazel eyes. So that would be an example of a characteristic where you would be like, oh, it'd be ridiculous to discriminate against someone based upon that characteristic, right? Just because they're a small percentage of the population, right? Just because they're a small percentage of the population doesn't mean it's okay to discriminate against them.
And doesn't mean their voice doesn't matter.
So this isn't for me, right? This is for Chris. I didn't make that point.
Yeah, I'm waiting for their response.
Yeah, it was Chris that said that weird shit.
It's okay not to discriminate. That's great, Parker. That's actually a Christian answer. I appreciate that.
How is that Christian? That's not very Christian, because Christian Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. We can reference. No, it's not.
Those are verses
How
taken
is
out of context.
how is that taken out of context? Tell me the context that justifies it.
Because, okay, number one, God was talking about the Israelites that were barely starting their walk with God. God is, as his character, he's known to take people and through steps. For example, like if I took a new Christian and I told them all the rules and told them, oh, if you don't follow one of those rules, you're not going to be Christian anymore. No, that doesn't make them not a Christian. God, in that context, was, and obviously we can go into the definition of slave at that time, which disproves that argument. For most of that, he was talking about the Israelites. Like, okay, if you're going to sin, this.
Okay, I'm just gonna meet you there. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You have not read Leviticus. You have no clue, right? God is explicitly saying to the Israelites that you can own people who are not from Israel, right? And own people from the nations around you as property for life and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. That's the context. That's it. This is not disputed amongst biblical scholars. Biblical scholars acknowledge. Biblical scholars acknowledge that this is slavery.
It's like two things you triggered.
First off, in that context, they were literally like, it was better for the quote unquote slaves at the time. It's not the same
No, it
definition.
wasn't. There's actually no good evidence of that.
Justified?
There's actually no good evidence that even the conditions.
No,
wait,
I'm not saying that.
wait.
No,
There's
I'm
no good
saying-
evidence that even the conditions of slavery were made better specifically by this moral law, as described specifically in Exodus 21, 20-21. God says you can beat your slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two. Right. So again, that set of conditions specifically within the context of slavery is actually not even uniquely beneficial or liberalized for the time. But you're saying a certain form of slavery is justified insofar as that it's like a nicer form of slavery. Like what?
Right, like that the pretzels that you bend yourselves into every time this argument.
Justified by that. It's not.
The pretzels.
Eli, no, I'm not saying it's justified. God says to give up sacrifices when you sin. That doesn't mean sin is okay.
God literally commanded this.
It doesn't make it okay.
This isn't just people sinning.
He
I'm also
command. He did. Did he
Yes.
say? Where
Yes,
did he say?
did.
Be
He
all
quite
your
literally-
your
Parker.
slaves? No, he said if you do.
No.
God described.
No, first
God described this
first
as the
God
moral
commanded
law of how to treat slaves, given that you can own them, and then also gave you the right to own them.
Yeah.
So I want to get back to.
Of course you do. Of course you
Well,
want to get back.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I mean, I really don't
Pivot.
care. You don't have to act like that. That wasn't my argument. I just want to go back to
Disconnected.
what you were saying, Eli.
Okay.
What
I
do you
would like
think?
to mention before I forget to say something though. And I do apologize because I'm gonna drop this and we can move on from it. But I think it was Chris that said something about the appeal to majority fallacy that I called out and said, yeah, well, we don't make laws for the minority, we make laws for the majority. And I would like to ask you then, why are there so many fucking laws being targeted at marginalized communities right now? Why was there executive order written that got me fired from the military after I've been serving for 13 years active duty, never had a fucking problem, highly decorated, senior NCO. I've been on my shit and I just lost my job. 15,000 of us are losing our job. A pretty teeny tiny population of people. Tell me again about the laws that have not been
We don't
made
need
or
that
have
crap in
not
our
been made.
military. We need men that can fight.
Oh yeah.
Crap and fight
Hey
for
Chris,
this
have you
country.
joined?
We
Have you
don't need-
served?
We don't need the crap in the
Chris,
military, period.
Chris, have you served? Hey Chris, come off mute. Have you served?
Did you serve
I'm
overseas?
fucking
did
asking
say
you. What the fuck?
He literally just said he
Bro.
did. Like what?
Did you literally? Here's my
He
dirty ass.
literally
uniform.
just
He or
talked
is it
about
she?
like
I'm
how
confused.
long his service was and how he was being
He
kicked
is,
out.
or is it she?
He,
Or is she?
oh my god.
Anyways, Chris, have you served? Because that sounded like a no to me. Exactly. Sit the fuck down, little
I
boy.
just told you.
Sit
No.
down. Yeah.
That has
Tell
no
me more
fucking
about the
sense.
men that should or should not serve.
You just
when
asked me.
haven't
You
served
just
a day
asked
in
me
your
a
fucking
question.
life.
You
I
just
have
asked me a
been.
question, and
Hey,
then
I'm
tried to
not gonna
bash it 'cause I
sit
haven't
here.
served.
Oh, now you
You
gotta
asked
talk
me my
over me
opinion.
because your
Every-
masculinity has been threatened again. That you literally have nothing on me.
Because you're triggered.
No,
No, you're
I'm
the
tri-
one that's triggered.
You got kicked out of the military because you tried to bring your gender bullshit into it. That's why.
Now
you
you're
got
gonna.
What? How?
Now we're
How?
crashing.
How?
Now you're crashing out. It's cute because not a single person in the military that I've served in, that you'll never be able to serve in because we don't want you in it, has had any issue with me. You wouldn't last a fucking day. And I'm like,
Don't they
it's
not want
interesting.
you either because you got fired?
And also,
No,
because of
if
Trump.
it really
They do
was a
want me.
concern about having trans people in the military, why is it that our government allowed 15,000 members to be in the
And I
military.
want to
to
clarify
serve.
I want to clarify this. Every person, there was multiple federal judges that blocked Pete Hegseth and the Trump administration's ban on our service. Multiple federal judges. And under the Constitution, it is law. Like the natural order of law is to go through federal judges before going to the Supreme Court. If a federal judge makes a ruling like a ban on with substantial evidence and multiple lawsuits, by the way, the next step isn't, oh, well, fuck the federal judges. We're just going to go straight to the Supreme Court without even telling anybody, because that's what happened. The Trump administration, after multiple federal judges banned the trans service members getting kicked out, the Trump administration said, yeah, you know what? How about instead of listening to you, we're going to go straight to the Supreme Court with members that Trump appointed last time he was fucking in office. So he knows that he's going to get the answer that he wants. It's not the military that doesn't want us. He fired General Brown from the Air Force. He fired a general from the Navy. All the people, like right when he got into office, because he knew that they would actually fight back. So I don't want to hear your bullshit Zeno profile picture list. And Chris, you talk a lot.
And every military person I talk to wants nothing to do with that shit.
What state do you live
either-
in?
One, I don't believe you for like 2 seconds in your anecdotal
Brag.
bullshit. Again, I don't believe you. And two, even if they do, great. The second that they get into the military and the real world and go say that shit, and they're not hiding behind a screen on their phone, they're going to be in trouble. They can't talk like that. It's
Oh, here we
literally.
go. See, that's why they don't want it, because
See,
your
you want
sister
18.
was
You know what
sent
the
that
striking
bullshit
difference is?
to the
You want
military. That's
18-year-olds
exactly why.
to go serve out of the country in Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, but you don't want trans people who are older, who are far more experienced, who actually have the skills and ability and the will to serve. Yet you want to draft 18-year-olds. Make that make sense.
They can shoot a firearm better because they're trans.
Yeah, I can
Explain
actually.
that.
I actually can. Than you.
Why?
I've only ever because I've actually trained in weapons for my whole fucking career.
Was
All right,
one of the other reasons
this
you
is
may have
dumb.
got kicked out?
We're
Maybe
arguing
it was
about dumb
a
stuff
mental illness issue?
Yeah, it's
This is
stupid.
not dumb
And this is what
stuff. This
happens.
is stuff that affects millions of
No,
Americans.
sorry. I mean the part about can you shoot a firearm? That's dumb to argue
Oh,
about.
okay. I was like,
Sure,
No, it's Danny actually seems to be like the only person who's not being disingenuous as fuck
or
up here.
transphobic as fuck.
Yeah, I really I'm not one of those guys. I really don't care if you're trans, I'll respect your pronouns, all that stuff. But I mean, it sounds like you are. I don't know you. I don't know any of you guys. So my question is, Eli, back to what you were saying about intersex people.
Sure.
My question is for the sex, isn't that defined as one or the other being able to produce eggs or produce sperm? That's how we define it. So not by necessarily the chromosomes.
That's one sexual characteristic. Correct. But there's 5.
So if a woman,
So how many do you have
a
to?
woman that has a penis, what is she?
Chris, can you hold on for just a second?
Totally. Like, bro, geez.
Also, my name is not.
You totally hijacked your live.
No, you
There's
this is totally
literally.
fine.
There's all the people that are trying to unalive name me in the comments. I didn't choose a name that is anything remotely like the name that was assigned to me. So good fucking luck.
Yeah, any mods. By the way, I am on my girlfriend's account, so I do have less mods right now. So I am trying to.
It doesn't bother
on
me.
that. Don't worry. What's up?
Yeah.
I was just trying to
Yeah,
let
it
that know
doesn't-
as well.
I was just saying, if you wanted me to be
the next Republican?
Anyways, Danny was talking. I bet like Chris, just hang tight.
I mean, I think I heard what you said. There's 5 characteristics. I mean, we're going to go back in a circle again, but if you go to the definition, you don't like definitions. If you go to the definition, it's denoting something a person, I forget what it said, but being able to produce eggs is the female, producing sperm is a male. What's wrong with that?
What? Okay, there's 2 things that are wrong with that. One, it's only one of 5 characteristics, and I can get to those.
And
But
let's include chromosomes. Let's include sex organs. Let's include all that. So if we have those, and you would agree those are objective, right, or no?
So I wanted to first respond to like the last point before I like move on, because I know that I just said that there's 5 different characteristics, but there was another thing I wanted to say, and I just want to make sure that it gets said. And then I would like you to re-ask that question that you just asked, because the other issue with you saying that is if like there's a population of women that are cisgender women that are born without like a uterus, that are born without Chris, I know it's hard, bud. Like I know
Chris,
this is
can you
so
be silent?
difficult.
Let's play the silent game. Can you please silent for like
At
5
least I know
minutes?
what I identify as.
Bro,
I
get
do
the fuck out
too.
of love, you weirdo.
Congrats.
You clearly don't, dude. I bet if I asked you what your pronouns are, you wouldn't even be able to tell us. Like I probably should have waited to ask him that. Jesus.
That's a good point. Yeah. Also, I know what I identify as well, so that wasn't a gotcha that you think it
Yeah, it's
is.
not a gotcha. Like, what does he think he's doing?
Okay. But yeah, that so there's like a large population of women that would like eliminate from, like it would exclude them from the definition of a woman, even though like I believe you would probably still categorize them as a woman. So or as a woman. So like what about women who have to get hysterectomies, or women that are born without
Give birth, or can't, their ovaries like are non-functional, like
So what about them?
Well, then they, as you said, they would have other characteristics of a female, but
yes, exactly,
but they don't have characteristics of a male. So
That's not necessarily true, because have you heard of PCOS or polycystic ovarian
or
syndrome?
intersex. PCOS, intersex. Basic terms you should know.
And
yeah.
Okay.
So one of the 5 characteristics is hormones, right? And
Yeah.
and all women have some degree, and all men have some degree of like both the estrogen and testosterone. Now there's typical for female and male. There's like what you would find the most typical for each. But for people with PCOS, you're going to see like elevated levels of testosterone, which would be.
But I don't care about the testosterone part to define it.
But that's one of the 5 characteristics, and you value phenotype, which is genital presentation.
Yeah.
You value chromosomes.
Yep.
So and DNA, but you don't value.
Test increasing. No, I don't really value that. That goes up and down.
But hormones are exactly how you get erectile tissue for your genitalia.
Yeah, but like if a
Hormones
guy
are how
has
you
low,
get
if a guy
facial
is,
hair.
if a guy is
Hormones
low T, I'm not going to be like, you're not a guy anymore. Come on, that's just I don't know where that came from. You know what I mean?
No, it's like scientifically one of the 5 characteristics.
For sure.
Yeah, because I
Men
mean, in a
usually have
normal,
higher
in a
testosterone,
normal
for sure.
circumstance,
For sure,
no.
but I value things that don't fluctuate and change. So the objective. So the other 4, I guess.
Wait, but like people can have hysterectomies.
Yeah.
People can have like literally their prostate removed because like they have like cancer.
Yeah.
And then they lose like I don't know if you know what the prostate is for.
Yeah,
but
men have that, but that's an
yes, but it has a
It's
particular
not like
purpose.
Women can have dicks, men can have vaginas.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And like also
literally it's intersex, dude.
I'll take it far. Yes, the cat.
I've heard this on the right side. I heard the right. They're trying to tackle this intersex
What do you
problem.
mean tackle? It's not an issue to tackle.
It is for the right. So they're trying to tackle that because I've heard it saying.
we're just gonna go on to the next person.
Whoa, yeah, thanks, Parker. That was hold up. Intersex folks in here. I know that there's some in here. You're not a problem. There's nothing that needs to be fixed.
There's
about
nothing
you.
wrong with you. Like
Absolutely not. Yeah, you are loved. You are valued. You are
you're
cherished.
perfect the way you are.
I will protect you at all costs. Like you're safe with me. There's just no. I don't even know what the hell that was.
That
so
was wild.
don't listen. Yeah, Rhea, you're awesome. You're very, very smart. I'm gonna send you a
Thank
follow.
you.
And
So are you. I have seen you on a lot of lives, so
oh, sweet. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you some more as well. But that was fun, Parker. I can't lie. That was a good time. I see you.
Well, I came here to argue abortion, so if you want to go back to that, that's fine. If you want to move on, that's fine.
Up to you.
No?
I said up to
Do
you.
it. Yeah, let's do it.
Go ahead. Bring up your points.
All right. So, I mean, like I said, remember when I brought up that classical music point, I think the same thing could be about the IUDs, the same thing. So same point can be brought to that. I'm talking about most situational abortions, not IUDs, not any of that. Most abortions, I disagree, and I don't think they're lawful. Sorry, not lawful. I don't think they're morally correct.
Okay. Oh, we'll ask a few questions specifically about this, and we'll see like what we can come to with your position here. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I would say that's morally incorrect. Yes. I mean, if it gets to that extreme situation, and depending on how much longer, if they're super old, and there's just
people,
death is soon anyway.
We're just gonna kick him. People are saying in the Discord that he said a slur. Okay.
I saw some comments. I didn't hear anything happen. Maybe it was like during some over talking.
They might have meant like in the Discord or something. Because I didn't hear it on the live. Did he say it on the live?
They're saying he said the T slur.
I didn't even hear it. That guy?
I didn't hear it either.
I'm so sorry. I got him then. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I really do appreciate you for letting me up too, Parker.
Of course. Of course, of course. I'm not going to be on for much longer, actually. I only have a few more minutes left in the live. Yo, Julie, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to talk about abortion.
Love you. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $5. That's crazy. So did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not.
Oh, well, I
I just wanted to. No, I just want to talk about a little bit about abortion.
If you don't disagree with the live, I am going to look for someone to come up who.
I am disagreeing with you.
Well, I'm doing a Trump topic. If you didn't, do you support?
Oh, you've been talking about abortion. No, I don't support. Never mind. Later.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd be talking about abortion with people who specifically are Trump supporters, because that would be like the reason why they supported Donald Trump.
Yeah. I had the problem when I went live yesterday too. People just wanted to talk about abortion and not the actual topic at hand.
I'm like, yeah, like what? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yeah, I just turned 18. So like I didn't vote in the last election, but I want to vote in the next one. And I wouldn't call myself a Trump supporter, but like I just like want to know like I'm just undecided, like I don't like have a lot of information, so I just want to like be more informed,
I would recommend watching the live streams. I'm about to get off here, so I would recommend watching the YouTube live streams. I have all of my VODs on YouTube. There's a lot of information there that you can hear. I debate people every single day, so that's like going to be the best thing for you to do. I would say. I wouldn't say like you'd be debating me or anything, but yeah.
I don't agree with like a lot of Trump's policies and stuff. So like the stuff by like I've been hearing on the news and like stuff that I've heard like personally from like friends and family members, like it's not like I wouldn't vote for him, but like I want to be like more informed like as a voter.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely watch the lives. I got you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up here. That's the point of these streams, is to keep people educated, up to date, hearing what the other side is saying and like how to respond to those things. Those are super important.
I learned so much from watching you guys on lives. That's like where I get a lot of my knowledge and information from.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up, user? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Not there. We'll try to get the next person up here. I really wish I could use TikTok Live Studio on my main account. I want to so bad, and I can't do it. It's so sad.
Are they not letting you?
Yeah, it doesn't. They don't let me like even get it like at all, or even apply for it on my main account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to say you guys are awesome. And real quick about the military, as someone who was in the military, doesn't fucking matter what gender you are or how you identify. Like, statistically, women make better pilots. Shit like that. So it doesn't fucking matter. As long as you can do the job, you can do the fucking job.
I appreciate you going up. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, I might just end it there because I only have a few more minutes. I'll just answer questions. I think I might just do that. End it there.
Do you want me to drop?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, thank
I'll
you so
just
much.
talk
I
to the chat.
appreciate it.
Of course. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you. And bye, everyone.
Good seeing you. Alrighty, everyone. I am gonna answer a few questions and then probably get off for the night. If you have any questions, you can ask me Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Those are really the only places. Otherwise, I'm gonna be getting off here in a few minutes. I got like 4 more minutes left on the live. Tomorrow I should be on, for a bit longer. Hopefully, we'll see. 5 hours today is, it's a bit lower than what I usually do, but I was gonna spend some extra time with my girlfriend. You missed both my super chats? Oh my, okay. So let me go back and check because I have this glitch today where it like literally doesn't show me. It's so fucking weird. I don't know why it does this. It doesn't show me for some reason. So let me go to like my supers. I have to click on that, I think. Supers and gifts. There we are. Okay, there we go. El Valentine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Said protect trans kids. Absolutely. Ali, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tim, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think I am otherwise caught up. I think I am. You missed my friend's live yesterday. Yeah, I actually did. I went to go check it later. I was going to look into them and stuff, and I'll watch. If let me know when they'll be live next, and I'll stop by to like watch and stuff. I'll see them. I'm gonna familiarize myself before I join someone's live and stuff. Will you do religion? Are you going to do religion on Sunday? No, the only reason I did it that one day is because of the Jordan Peterson thing. So maybe I'll do like a live one time where I do like a reaction stream to the Jubilee thing on like Twitch or something. Lovey, just message the same Venmo you already sent, so you don't have to send anything more. Just message the same Venmo you already sent. I'm giving you consent to do that. Just to remind me, of course. Tori, thank you for the $5. Would you ever talk about Charlie Kirk and his opinion on gray area consent? I would love to react to that and talk about that on live. I think that'd be the best place to do it. His views on that are so disgusting. So disgusting. All right, everyone. I'm going to tell everyone on TikTok to go over to the YouTube real quick. I'm going to spend a little extra time. Actually, no, I'll just stay here. Whatever. I'll just stay on both. And I'll just end it. But I would appreciate if you go check out the video I posted today. I can't actually react to the new Jubilee on YouTube because it will take me down. It's really sad. All right. Sorry, I was just like looking at messages. I don't think there's anyone asking me many questions, so I think I'm just gonna get off. All right. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone later. I will love y'all so much. It doesn't seem like we've got anything. So we will see. We will see. Let me see. I think Rhea is going live right now. And I think that there's also Santana's live. So I was gonna send everyone. Oh shit. Okay. I was gonna send everyone over to also Santana's live. So everyone go. You can go to Reyes or Santana's live. So it's Santana 24 speaks. Or could someone put Reyes in the chat? I actually don't know Reyes at. And also for the people on YouTube, Santana does have a YouTube. So if you want to go to a YouTube stream right now, other than just like one of my YouTube videos or something like that I just posted, I'll tell you his YouTube right now. You can do a Parker rate on his YouTube as well. It is just look up Santana Jones. So or Santana Speaks, and you'll see it, and you'll see him. All right. I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Peace out, y'all.